Right, okay. It is 6 o'clock, and this is the January 13th meeting of the Madison Advisory Budget Committee here in Town Hall. Welcome, everyone. Members that are present are Joe Dame to my right, Jake Bowie, who is the Selectmen's representative, myself, I'm Sharon Schilling, the chair, Joe's the vice chair, Doug McAllister, member at large to my left, and Nan Bartlett. We are missing Deb Parsons tonight. She is not feeling well, so she's homesick. Joe, you want to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Alrighty. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. First item is approval of the December 16th minutes. I only had one teeny tiny little adjustment, otherwise I thought they were very well done, Linda, thank you. On the second page at the bottom, the last bullet that starts with health insurance costs, this next line down says the current health insurance costs for the school amount to approximately 12% of the total school budget. And because of the way the prior part of the sentence reads, creating a significant budget pressure with the current health insurance costs for the school, it should say amounting to approximately. It's just a tense thing, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else have anything? No? With that, then I'll entertain a motion to accept.
So moved.
Second? Nan seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Approved. Rescheduling of the February 4th meeting.
I don't know why we picked that day, because that's always planning board night. And I did think to have it maybe earlier in the day, but actually now that they've got the master plan, they start at like
They start
5
at
o'clock
4,
or 5, yeah.
Okay, so Joe, can you look over there? Is there anything on either side of it available?
The selectmen are the day before and
Right.
conservation is the day after.
Let's see,
but-
February 4th is
Valentine's.
MPSC, that's the planning board? Or, no, planning board 7, yeah, then we have
Oh, master plan steering
Master plan.
committee is probably.
at
better.
5:30.
Yeah,
What is RDOE? Oh, that's,
VDOE.
that's
Village District of
Available.
the
Available.
third at 9 o'clock in the morning.
yeah.
Then on Thursday, the 5th, it's MCC at 4:30.
That you could probably do a 6 o'clock,
6
because I
o'clock?
can't imagine well, either way, I know
And then,
none of them would want to be there for an hour and a half.
ABC's tentatively scheduled for the Thursday, the 5th at 6 p.m.
Oh.
Which would be after the
That's-
MCC.
Yes, that would be the
Okay.
ferry. It was
Like
my
the first Thursdays in that conservation?
But they're at 4:30,
Oh,
thinking that
yeah.
we might
We'd
be
be
able to
at
get them out
6.
of there by 6.
It was like 20 minutes, I think, this last.
Yeah,
The following, let's
We
see.
get too close to other things if
then
we start to push.
the following Tuesday is the budget hearing.
Right.
Yes,
So
okay.
we either move it to the 5th, or I don't think we'd have to move it to Friday the 6th, and I don't wanna do that
No.
at all. Nobody wants to do
No.
that.
Friday the 6th is, let's see, VDOE at
Yeah,
6
their
p.m.
budget hearing
Oh,
is
they have-
Friday.
Oh, so we
So
couldn't even
Thursday
do it
sounds
then. So
Monday the
Thursday-
9th is wide open on
Friday,
the
the
town
Thursday.
schedule here.
Thursday the 5th, I think, is the better. It gives Linda more time, cause that next week is budget
Yeah.
stuff.
It's gonna get busy.
Deliberative sessions and all that kind of stuff, and we gotta be fairly fixed in what we're doing by then.
2 days.
What-
Just put it in one for 2 days.
Oh, all right, so yes, Nan, you're available?
Yeah.
We'll let Deb know? Okay, Jay?
As far as I know, yeah, I'm
Okay,
good
and
Thursday.
Joe, you're good?
Yeah.
All right,
So
so
it'll
we'll
be
just
the
move it to the 5th
At 6 p.m.
at 6 p.m.
Oh,
Friday the 5th, done. Do we have to
you need an
renotice?
I got it.
Okay.
You got it,
I will, I'll fix the notice.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
February. All right, ABC meeting, 1800. Here we go. All right, I should probably write that down.
24 minus 8.
February 5th, 1800. Okay, any public comment?
That's what I meant.
Go ahead.
Come on. Just stand up and state your name for the camera, please.
Oh.
You can come to the microphone so the people in,
Nancy Martin with the Madison Corner School Preservation Committee. I had attended the school district meeting the other night, and we had a conversation about the warrant article, and Sharon Schillings had suggested that we have a information for the public, and so I put together a little
information sheet.
information sheet that I'd like to share with the budget committee, if that's okay.
Okay. There's a copy for Linda too.
There's a copy, you get the first copy.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
And can you give us kind of a synopsis of this real
Back
quick?
up, microphone, back to the microphone.
Can I sit and do that?
Sure.
So I put together a timeline of what the committee has been doing since May of 2023. All you folks can certainly read that, so you can see that we've been busy. We've raised money, we've written grants, we've been added to the 7 to Save list through the New Hampshire Preservation Alliance. Currently, we are, have applied for and awarded a $4,200 grant to hire a historic contractor. And she's going to come up with a qualified preservation plan for the committee to be able to use when we go forward with the construction or really making the plans as to what we're going to do. We don't have a budget right now, we don't have a bona fide construction plan because we're waiting for this. And we've learned a lot throughout the couple of years that we've been on this committee as to how you go about preserving a building and how you go about making the decisions for the construction and preservation and sustainability for it following. So hopefully this just gives folks an idea of seeing that we are not just asking for town money, and that we're working hard, and we've raised over $14,000 ourselves, and we have ideas that we'll probably be able to go through with or without a QPP. This is abating the lead. That was what we were tasked with doing in the first place. So it's really just that list of things that are pretty standard that we would be doing, but again, we don't have an exact construction plan or a budget at this time, but hopefully this will help folks understand that we're working.
Okay, and so to wrap my head around this, really what this is for is, and what you've done so far is you've got money to hire a preservationist consultant in order to help you develop that plan.
Yes.
So that you can then go back and go after that $23,000,
Township.
the grant application for $23,000 to LCHIP, because
Well-
without that you couldn't.
Well, actually, we could, without the preservation plan, we were only allowed to ask for under $50,000. So we got together construction materials and what we felt that we had bona fide information about and applied for that. Because of their decision in giving the grants out to lots of different organizations, we didn't get that. Had we had a qualified, we may have gotten it, but they came back to us and we were having a discussion with them. If we do get, once we have that qualified preservation plan, we're able to apply for up to $100,000 in a grant. So it was actually somewhat of a blessing in disguise that we didn't get that first one. And we're going to invest in that historic consultant and be able to apply for a lot more money. And many of the historic grants that we looked at ask if you have a qualified preservation plan. So in the long run, it's gonna be money well spent, and opens us up for a lot more opportunities to apply for more grants.
Okay, and there is a warrant article on the school's
Yeah.
warrant articles, but that $25,000 is not for these purposes. That $25,000 is the remaining money that was needed for the lead abatement and those things,
The
correct?
first $25,000 was designated for the lead abatement specifically. It's going to cost a lot more than $25,000 to have that
Mhm.
done. So that money is for that lead abatement and construction, whatever that will cover, and then grants and will cover the rest of it.
When do you plan on starting on the lead abatement work?
We're waiting on the qualified preservation.
Okay, so that's part of that.
All of
Well,
that,
okay.
anything,
I am,
the
okay.
the only thing that we have done, the only thing that we have hired is that we had a cleaning company come in and clean out the water damaged insulation and drywall from the basement ceilings. So, and that was money that we paid for out of our own $14,000.
Mhm.
Is it your intention, once you have the QPP, that'll give you sort of a better idea of what the costs are for going forward with an actual plan, and then do some work to create another warrant article in the future for additional monies to do whatever we're gonna do, whatever the consultant recommends with regard to the,
The 75,000 would really be for the lead abatement and which,
Right.
yeah, and the construction, the taking down of the siding and putting that back on.
right, but then there's gotta be more that has to happen to the building, I would presume, and that QPP will help you understand what that is.
How we wanna move forward
And-
with that,
okay.
yes, and opens us up for much more, many more grant
Grants.
opportunities, such as adding ADA compliant,
Mhm.
that is not lead abatement, but, you
But
know,
accessibility.
those are those pieces that
Accessibility.
are gonna be put in there, yeah,
Okay.
sure. And interior, and we haven't even really started looking at interior work, but it needs a bathroom. You know, it needs some repairs inside, and so the QPP will help us, guide us as to the best way to preserve the historic pieces of it and make it feasible for community use at the same time.
And is that $4,200 the sum total of what the consultant gets, or is there more money that the 4,200
The
is,
4,200 pays for half of her,
pays for half, and the other half is coming from?
from our $14,000.
From the money you raised, yeah.
From
The money that
raised.
we've
Okay.
raised.
Nice.
So we're not asking for any of the capital money
Mhm.
at this point. That'll be down the road once we get a construction plan.
Okay,
Well, thank you, Nancy, and your
Mm-hmm.
team for putting this together, you know, and looking after the school.
Thank you.
perfect. This will help.
Do I have just one
Oh,
question?
Sure.
Sorry.
No, what's this, it says schoolhouse pairing, the School Street School and the Farmington and Corner School, the two schoolhouses?
So we applied for and were awarded to be on the 7 to Save list.
Right,
It's a 7 to Save list, and we applied for it 2 years before and we didn't get on it. We applied this year and they decided to pair us with another 2-room schoolhouse, the Farmington Schoolhouse. So in actuality, there's 8. But because they paired us together as 2
Okay.
schools that were both built in 1835,
okay.
um,
So it's at some other town?
it's in Farmington.
Farmington,
Yep,
okay.
yep.
All right,
Which are 2 totally separate projects,
Gotcha.
just that we both got on the list
gotcha,
together.
okay, that's
Oh,
fine.
nice.
Yeah,
It was their way of being able to have 8 instead of 7.
I know.
That's okay, hey,
hate to say it doesn't have the ring to it. you know?
Right.
And that's one of the reasons why they called it that. They said when they named it, sounds good, 70.
Arbitrary number, it just sounded good.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
Nancy, we
you.
appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay, with that in mind, then, the next thing on our list is the school board update, but Deb is not here. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, before we move out of public comment, yeah?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Nicole Nordland. Probably will come up several times, but you know, it's down to the wire, and just wanna make sure everyone has food for thought. And, regarding the school board meeting, was it last week, it's all blending together now. You know, probably doesn't have to be back and forth, but it was suggested that the required IEP hours are approximately 53 or 54 hours right now by paras. And we have, currently a setup for 125 hours with the personnel they're keeping on. And I guess after I left, it was proposed to cut to 3, so it would be about 75 covered hours. And it was not passed by the school board. But based on that, I just feel like that is, I mean, we're going down to 82 kids, and it's 6 teachers and 7 paras or 6 paras in the building, and 82 kids. I mean, just do the math and see how much personnel that is. It seems astronomical to me. So I just, based on that, I would just say that it's time for them to make a few concessions. You know, I loved that math was brought forward. I thought it was so helpful. So yeah, just food for thought for that vote. Last time I had asked about a target, but I think I've been to all the meetings since then about the budget committee establishing some sort of target for either cuts or a max budget, and I didn't know if you had discussed that at any time, or if that's a goal, or just more feedback. It's in the minutes, it's reminded me.
Yeah, so we have not come up with a number to say to the select board, hey, you need to go back to your department heads and get a 5% cut across the board. What we have continued to encourage the select board to do is find that decrease when they can, wherever it can be taken, and hold those salary increases to a 2.25%, I think was the number, yeah, 2.25% increase, so that it would not increase the annual budget or the operating budget by anything more than that. Shouldn't increase it by 2.25, because that doesn't make up the bulk of the budget.
Yeah.
Going forward, if we need to, I think that, in my estimation, telling them how to, and I think I've said this, suck eggs before, is not necessarily my style. Tell them, I want an empty egg, but I'm not gonna tell you how to do this. This is your job as a selectman, how to do this, and we're working with the department heads, and get buy-in and figure out where those cuts need to come from. Because if we just said 5% across the board, that doesn't always make sense.
No.
That we wanna see a 5% decrease in the budget, that doesn't always make sense.
Right.
Because the cost of things like salt, or the cost of asphalt, or the cost of sand, and the cost of, a bunch of other things, we don't control those are commodities that we purchase. And repairs to our vehicles, repairs to equipment, those are things that we can't. We have a number of contracts that, the ambulance contract is already pre-negotiated. A bunch of those kinds of things are already pre-negotiated, and so we're kind of, I don't wanna say stuck with those numbers, but those are the numbers that the
We're
town has to work with. We have to use those, and that's the starting place for all those things that are pre-negotiated and preordained, so to speak, that we don't have control of. Start there with your budget, and then figure out what do I need from there. I have continued to encourage every department head that I've interacted with that zero basing your budget is the way to do this. Do not take last year's budget and say, I had $2,000 last year in this line. I came close to spending that, I'm just gonna use $2,000. No, take a look at what you spent it on and make sure you still need to spend those things going forward.
Right.
And that's the easiest way. Even if it's a couple $100 per line, $200 per line, you do that with the 150 or so lines in the budget, and it starts to add up to significant savings, so.
No, I understand.
I don't want to have to get dictatorial with, we're looking for a 5% budget cut, but I want the selectmen, and they have, I believe, you've taken it seriously, and your selectmen have taken it seriously and are looking to cut.
That's why I keep bringing it up to try to get, to see if it's a consensus that if it's not anywhere near that it's going to say the budget committee does not recommend.
Well,
Because that's pretty much a death sentence for an article.
and we can take those articles by articles, but I, until we get final drafts, I consider this a working budget. Will I tell you from my own personal vote here as the, on the board, I'm just one of the
Yes.
numbers, that the current budget with a 8% increase is a non-starter.
Right.
It's a non-starter.
The new ones, I mean, and we're not done, the new one that is 6.6.
6.6, yeah,
Right,
just,
Even
but we,
6%.
again, that's,
But yeah,
only
and-
has certain things that we've moved on, so.
Right, so there are things that still need to, and, I kinda went through it, sitting at home line by line and looked at what was budgeted last year, what is proposed to be budgeted this year, what we actually spent last year, and where we might be able to cut, without impairing the employee's ability to do their job.
Right.
That's the other thing, we
Yeah.
can't impair their ability to do the job, because then we all suffer.
Right.
But I believe that there are places where they go, okay, again, I used $2,000. We had 2,000 in the budget, we only spent 1,100, we'll just leave the 2,000. No,
Yeah, no, I
cut that
understand.
down to 1,500,
Right.
find me $500, and continue to do that line after line, and then we'll make,
And hopefully not have to micromanage, because that's how,
Right.
they have department heads, they're
Right.
supposed to have that.
exactly,
their
go
wheelhouse.
through. If
Yeah.
you need $3,000 for equipment, sit down and tell me what equipment in your, write it down on a piece of
Yeah.
paper, and does it really add up to $3,000 or $30,000 or whatever it is, so.
Yeah.
I
No,
mean, those are
understand
things that hopefully the department heads are doing, and that there's enough discussion between the select board and the department heads to continue to move them in that direction.
Right,
We're an advisory budget committee, we can only advise them to find budget decreases, we can't force the select board, we can vote against them, and we can,
I've rarely seen anything pass that gets a
that the,
budget committee votes down.
well, I mean, I have, but,
It's mostly for the people that haven't been involved all year.
right.
That
Right.
they look for those two lines and that's what
Right.
happens.
no, I
You're
understand.
right.
Yeah,
No,
so,
you get a valid point.
Right.
so, and I'm on the same page, by the way. I wanna see the cuts, 100%.
Okay.
Even if it's a transition year to start to do things better
Mhm.
and more
Absolutely.
efficiently. We all have to take a little, and you know what I mean? The other things, to circle back to the school,
Yes.
I think I understood that the superintendent was asking for a 10% raise.
Yeah, that's already done.
Got a 10%
He
raise.
got a 10% raise.
Okay, even if the budget failed.
If the budget fails, then.
It was the SAU 9 budget, I mean, that's the
Correct.
SAU
SAU
13 budget,
budget.
Correct.
Right,
Yep.
and that
and that was
passed.
recommended.
That
Correct, that passed, that SAU
That
budget passed,
At the
right?
board level.
That the
Oh,
board
okay,
level
all
has
right.
not
Has
been
not, all
passed
right.
at
At
the
the board
town
level.
level.
Okay.
Now it goes on to a
Right.
warrant article.
Right.
Which
And
one?
I was pretty vocal about speaking out that I felt that was not warranted. And that given the,
Climate.
given the number of well, first of all, the size of it. The justification had been explained to me that, they brought him in sort of
No, I understand.
underpaid, so to speak, and that they were making it up to him, and that my issue was, well, I don't see the performance. This was before they awarded him superintendent of the year.
Yeah,
But I didn't see the school performance, the
results aren't there yet.
right, to warrant a large increase like that, when everybody around him was gonna be looking at 2 to 3% back.
I agree, and I assume, because there's a map floating around, that we fall in the category of our superintendent along with Conway and most of the north, makes more than the governor, so, and she has 3 million people under her charge, as opposed to.
With billion-dollar
300,
budgets, right?
As opposed to 250, so, so I just, as the numbers go down, the
Right.
pressure should,
Yes.
is less, and unfortunately, the pressure should be more because the proficiency is so low.
Right.
29% proficiency in
Yes.
math
Yes.
it's horrendous. So I wanna mention that, and the playground, in my opinion, the ADA portion should have been part of the original build out.
Well, that was removed from the warrant articles.
Oh, it was?
Yes.
Some of them,
They
some of
voted
them
that
have
down.
been removed.
Okay.
Right, it's removed, but there's rumor that there will be a petitioned warrant article to include, put that back in.
Okay.
Somebody's gonna propose it at the meeting.
And that's
Yeah,
fine, that's a
right.
petition
But
warrant
it's
article,
not,
but it's
yeah,
not
right.
the school board endorsing the
Correct.
Right.
warrant article. They removed it.
They did.
Okay,
They
yeah,
removed
I
that and
last I
two
know,
others.
right, 2/3 through the meeting,
Yeah,
and
in
I was
the-
like,
I was
this
gonna
can't
say.
all fly, you know?
Right.
No.
If you look in the packet, there's a
Okay.
copy of the warrant articles,
Yeah,
and there's
okay.
only, really, there's the Article 3, which is the administrative unit budget, the SAU budget.
Right.
Article 4 is to Special Education Capital Reserve Fund. Article 5 is raise and appropriate $80,000 to the Building Maintenance Capital Reserve Fund. And Article 6 is the Madison Corner Schoolhouse, and then that's it.
Right,
Article
okay.
7 is, authorize those things that the school board needs to do for, using grants and that kind of thing. But
Right.
there's only 4 money articles. And there were 8, so they've removed
Right.
several of them.
And the last thing was, if you're gonna go over the warrants, it's just my, in the spirit of trying to do things differently than we have been in the past, as far as all the road warrant articles, it's really hard to get them so late in the season and then not be able to see a road and to have help with evaluating what the plan is and the necessary parts.
So it's one of the reasons why we advocated a road capital improvement plan.
Yeah,
The CIP committee has been, talking and discussing and has mentioned and talked to the DPW
Yeah.
about continuing that road plan. Even though it's old and it needs updating, you can't just chuck it and say, we're not gonna do anything with it.
Yeah.
It's gotta be used, it's gotta be updated, we've gotta spend the time so that we know, 2 years in advance what roads you're gonna be looking at,
Yeah.
because you can see
and
them.
keeping an eye on them and adjust accordingly.
Correct.
Which is the point that you can't really see what's going on right now.
'Cause
To be
they're
able
under
to
a foot of
justify
snow.
all that money. And that's just something to keep in mind, cause I don't know
Yeah.
that the warrants warrant all that money this year without being able to fit, you could see it, if you get that in April, and you have all summer to kinda say, yay, nay, maybe, no, not that road, this road, but we don't know what we don't know when we're covered in snow.
Well, I will say in their defense
I think that
though,
was a plan.
they did get the estimate from Pike Industries months ago, before.
Last
before-
year,
Yeah.
oh
Yeah.
yeah, as part of this year's
It's not the
plan.
estimate, it's
Yeah.
the actual what's necessary.
Oh, taking a look
Right,
at
but
the roads
Being able to see what's
going up.
going on,
Okay.
yeah.
But this
Understood.
has been visible for probably a minimum of 6 months, so, but it may not have been visible
Yeah,
at
I
your
got the
level.
warrant article and then, cause we were talking about, there's a map hanging up behind you and it rolled up on a whole different section when we were going over roads, and then the ones that came through were kinda different,
Yeah, that discussion though, the one about the other roads was for not this coming year, not 2026, it was for moving forward
For
to 2027 and 2028.
Right,
The ones that he proposed for 2026
Six.
are ones that are scheduled to be top coated, seal coated, chip sealed, and crack sealed to avoid further.
Degradation.
Where obviously we have roads that are far further degraded than those ones. Where I think the idea was to kind of keep those ones on the up and up before we move to fix the other ones. But that's, I guess, at this point, neither here nor there.
Last year, Nicole, we actually, well, I did anyway, I know, some of the other folks did. We actually went out and drove the roads that were on the list and walked them and took a look, and, there were roads like Town Line Road that was horrendous.
Right.
We
I
had
think it's on there.
That's on for this year.
to put the
Yeah.
top coat on it, the inch and a half or finish coat on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, cause we
'Cause
didn't
it-
have the
'cause-
money to do
right.
it last year.
Same thing with,
Yeah.
excuse me, in Mooney Hill, we didn't.
Yeah,
We didn't top coat it
we didn't
Right,
top
we didn't
coat,
top coat it, right? We-
but it needs to
but
be
it needs
done
to be
before
top
we
coated.
damage
And
the
before we
that's-
damage, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, just as example, when Vista
Yeah.
View came over, I was like, oh, and I drove up there and I'm like, can't see anything, it's all snow, So I wasn't able to say, oh, what's this getting and does it need it,
Does-
and you
right.
just can't tell.
Right, right.
Yeah.
You know what, I
So-
agree.
Okay.
So
Anything
that's it.
else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, so then, well, that does take us right into the school board update. which again, Deb is not here, but she did provide written budget information. She's got the overview, and I don't know if any of you have had a chance to read this. There are, so the synopsis basically says, while many of our recommendations as a board were unanimous that night, there are two notable nay votes. One vote was against the school budget, Article 2, the other was against the $25,000 for the Madison Corner Schoolhouse, Article 9, which is now not Article 9, now it's Article, it's now Article 7? 6, it's now Article 6, when they remove the other ones. Paragraph 1 underneath that says, while the administration proposed a reduction of paraprofessional staff through attrition, one coming from a retirement and one a position that was not filled this year, the number of hours we need to provide as a district in legal binding documents, IEPs, is actually 56.5 hours per week. Knowing one paraprofessional has a day in which they have at least 5 hours they can support students and provide services, that equates to 25 hours per week. With 5 paras, that is 125 hours, almost double than what is needed. I do believe we could have cut at least 1, if not 2 more paras. I propose a motion to reduce 1 position. It was voted down 1 to 2 with 2 abstentions. Highlight to that is 2 board members have wives that are paraprofessionals, so they abstained. As a side note, there is also 1 paraprofessional that is the sister of the principal. Another reason I believe the positions can be reduced is based on the fact that we as a district need to provide upwards of 73 hours in special ed teacher instruction support, and that is able to be done with 2 special education teachers. Yes, I said 2. Also, we have not been given specific numbers for how para hours and special education hours will be changing due to a drop in numbers. So the school is going from the current approximately 120 students down to 82-ish. It's never concrete until you get them
Right.
all enrolled.
Right.
But based on the numbers they know that are rolling and the numbers they know that will be coming, they're estimating 82 to 85 was what I was told. Paragraph 2, enrollment for next year will be down 24 students, most likely going from the current enrollment of 104 to 80. We can only count for 5 students in the current preschool coming to kindergarten next year. Administration has provided a document indicating there were 8 births in Madison between October 2020 and September 2021. Last year, the birth record showed 6 students, and we actually had 5 enrolled. This drop in enrollment means many more positions could have and should have been reduced prior to this year, especially in the area of IAs, without an impact to direct time with students. So, paragraph 3. We're currently working on a default budget and will most likely be returning a large sum back to the town, which means it wasn't needed to begin with. I do not believe in reducing positions solely based on attrition, and it has not always been the way reductions have been made by administration in the past. I do not think the time and effort is put in by all parties into creating a budget that is transparent, based on needs first, and built up from there, keeping the taxpayer in mind, at least not as much as the town budget is comparatively speaking. Because of these and probably a few other reasons, I do not support the budget proposed. I cannot speak to the opposition to the schoolhouse because I did not vote in opposition. So,
And I couldn't agree with her 100%.
Couldn't agree with her more than-
Yeah.
and I was surprised that, I'm looking for the sheet that has the number of, oh, here it is. Administrative recommendations. There was a classroom K through 6 teachers. The actual current is 6. The approved number was 8. There are 2 positions that are not filled. And so the recommendation was to go with the 6, cut 2, but you're really only cutting on paper, because they aren't 2
Correct.
positions that actually
Correct.
And not being
are
paid.
filled.
Yeah.
They're not being paid, right.
On that budget overview that Deb sent,
This one, the
Yep.
second page of
the
the,
second page, when it says reduce 1 teaching, well, they never filled the 5-6, and they repurposed, they never filled a K-1-2, so they're gonna use that position to go back for the,
to be an early childhood educator.
Correct, so
Right. They're just moving it.
I think the thing of it is, they're managing just fine. I don't think it's the easiest, but they're doing okay. So you're gonna have those 2 returned in your budget, because they didn't fill those positions. So you're gonna have that, and they're doing okay, but they're trying to sell it that we have decreased it by 2. Well, you see what I'm saying?
Right.
The school
Well,
board
from a
is trying
budget
to say-
perspective, they are. From an actual perspective, they're not. From a budget perspective, they're reducing
Right.
the two positions because they won't budget for them.
Right.
They had to budget in this year for them, even though they weren't filled.
Right.
But in actuality, they didn't expend any of that money that they budgeted for. So you're not, from an expense standpoint to a budget standpoint, you're not gonna see really any savings.
No,
No, you will see from budget to budget, it'll look like there's savings,
look-
but it's paper.
right.
It's a number
Correct.
on paper, it's not an actual savings, until you look at what was actually spent versus what's proposed to be budgeted. And they did, they proposed, I was surprised that they did not go with reducing it by 2 paras because of that 56 and a half number and having 125 hours available to them. Again, it is almost double, so by only reducing 1 para,
Right.
they're really only cutting out 25 hours, so now they've reduced to 100 hours, where they only need 56 and a half. Right? That's a lot of extra hours. They would still have extra hours if they went with just 3 paras, cause you'd be at 75 hours. You'd only, I know it's a lot of math I'm throwing at you, you'd only need 56 and a half. The other 15 or so hours could be used throughout the school to support other initiatives and other pieces and presences. I need somebody in a classroom, I need somebody to do this. You could do that with that. So I was very disappointed, and I think I shook my head a lot. I was very disappointed to see that they did not go with reducing it by the 2 paras, and they only reduced it by 1.
And I'll agree with that.
Yeah.
I think the model they're using, these paraprofessionals come under special education. And they say they provide support to students that are identified. That's your 56
6 and a half.
hours.
56
So that's it. But the model that they're using is, so they put one down, one at early childhood, and then they'll put one up at the charter school because it's an identified student. That leaves the rest of these, but they also put a paraprofessional in a K-1-2, in each of the K-1-2s. Not necessarily IEP driven. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So their model, what they give you for a budget is not the model they're practicing. So it was suggested by Deb as an educator that fix the model. If you have a problem in a K-1-2, go straight K, which adds a teacher, if you're, talking budget, but address the issue of K and then maybe 1-2. Then you don't need your paraprofessionals. And you'd much rather have a certified teacher with early education, and they keep pushing early education. I agree 100%, but they're not doing it the right way, is my opinion.
Right.
And then only on this budget overview that she sent, there are 3 items.
It's the
and I-
second page of the.
Gotcha.
I'll give you the dollar figure. Special ed programs reduced by 372,444. Okay, and that's from the budget, if you go line by line on the budget. And that's mainly out of district students, out of district placements.
That we're not doing.
Correct, there's no out of district. Now, a fluke, next year you could have 2, but currently 3, so that reduces 372,000 plus. Sped transportation, that's special ed transportation, reduced by 123,800. And regular transportation, 106,241. Those 3 items alone decreased that budget by 602,578. And they haven't blinked an eye or sharpened the pencil, if you will, So I appreciate that their budget overall is down, but not,
It's not down enough.
well, no, I mean, we're looking at this 602, and I guess I asked a question on the transportation, and it is a contract, it's a 3-year contract, because it seems like a lot of money in transportation saved in 1 year. But I think it's increased over the last 3 years. They put it out to bid, they're going with a different vendor, and, that explains that. But those are just 3, if you go through, and then you start looking at the increases, and you say, okay, on this sheet, they talk about, where is the increase? Equipment reduced to paras. Health insurance. The current plan is up 22.3%.
Yes.
This isn't something that's just happened. You know, we've been talking about it for several years, and I think they're 2 or 3 years behind. They don't react, but, and just in stark contrast to the town, family health plan that the town of Madison employs is $31,559, that's what it costs. Madison School District employees, the family health plan is $47,472. That's,
$16,000 difference.
I mean, that's,
It's huge.
We,
and it is.
yeah, we've discussed this
And you have many
before.
more employees in the
Yeah.
school. So, those two things, and we keep hearing, we can't do anything about it, between the health insurance and the CBA, the contracted, you know,
Collective bargaining.
collective bargaining, correct, drive it. The increases on salary are 3 to 7%. Our principal is at a 10% increase.
You know what though, when I looked at the last budget, I did not see her increase in there.
She doesn't have a salary increase.
Right, she
All
does
right,
not have a
her
salary.
contract,
But her, yeah, but
she
her,
doesn't see, so you'll see
her increase is
107,
that the school pays for her entire health insurance plan.
which is
She pays nothing.
$10,000.
Oh, okay. Yeah, out of her pocket.
above and
Right, right, right.
beyond.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So if you wanna do percent-wise, she's close to 10% increase. And,
With declining student enrollment
well, that's
and
another
declining
thing.
performance, so, which is one of the things that I did mention and did ask the superintendent and the school board was, look, this has been predicted for the last several years.
Correct.
What, if anything, have you done in order to plan for this adjustment? Like, where's I keep calling it a feasibility study, to say that it's not feasible to operate a school with less than 100 students in it, or it's not feasible to operate a school with less than 60 students in it. Where's that number? Have you done that study? And they've said no, and I said, why not? And they said, well, we just haven't gotten around to it. Well, that's not an acceptable answer in my book.
Freedom's been open with 40 kids for years.
They have 30
Well, and
32
everybody
children
keeps
this year.
saying
Yeah,
that,
Tamworth,
but, you know,
Tamworth's
but
pretty
it's
low.
but it's a
School.
it's a smaller school and it's a
Yeah.
different,
Yeah.
if it's a different town with
Yeah, I
different socioeconomic categories and
Yeah.
status than we have necessarily. But we won't know until we do that study and figure out, the town wouldn't know until you do that study, or at least precursory, to
Right.
take a look at it and say, well, it
Right.
costs us $8 million a year to operate the school, or $7 million a year to operate the school, and we've literally educating 80 students in the school, and then however the 25 or 30 between the middle school and high school.
I think it's 100 and, I wanna say someone told me it was, I forget who it was.
All total?
In the high school, middle school is 100 and something students.
No.
Next year,
I can
maybe.
tell you.
Yeah, I think total this year is
I think
about
only 25
190 K through 12.
There's only about, because I was the administrative assistant in the middle school, and there's only about 20 kids who come from Madison to
I
go
can
to
think of
the
4 that
middle
belong to
school.
my family.
Right, well, I understand that. You're single-handedly populating the schools, but I can tell you I don't think that there are then 100 high school students.
No, I said
Right
between middle
now-
school and high school.
Right, so if you said 125, I know there's only about 20 to 25 that go to the middle school.
29.
29 that are
Yeah.
going to the middle
So we
school.
don't
And
have
There's
Kennet
not
High
a-
School is at 69.
Right,
So
there's not
110 kids.
110 kids plus 80 in the elementary school.
Yeah, so 200 kids.
So
Yeah.
200 students is costing us easily $7 million.
But I think next year will be less than 200. That's using some of this year's numbers.
This year.
Right.
Yeah, so next year it's gonna be less than.
It'll be at least 20 students less, because we're going from 100 to 80 at this school. So 180 students, $7 million.
But those 20-something students are going to,
27
Middle
sixth
school.
graders are headed to the middle
Right.
So
school,
it's gonna
right?
still happen.
so it's still gonna happen, we're just transferring from
Yeah,
our
but then
school
how
to
many
their
are-
school.
You're
how
still
many are
paying for-
graduating?
Right, yeah, and that I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how many are graduating.
High school seniors, 18.
So
18 and
Yeah.
graduating,
kind of a
20-something
Yeah,
moving.
so yeah, so we'll net.
zero.
So you'll see an increase for tuition at the middle school and.
And that's the
maybe
thing that
Right,
really drives
yeah.
you know.
It's about
It's a
$100 and
burr,
something
my bonnet.
thousand well, no, it's more than that. There was
it was,
a decrease in the middle school
And an increase.
tuition
it's-
and an increase at the
Right.
high school.
Yeah,
It's about 60,000 difference,
Right.
more.
Additional.
more,
than
right,
they're
exactly,
Addition,
additionally, yeah, I saw that,
Right,
which is incredible.
That's a lot.
Again, the sad thing is
Well-
we can't do anything.
I mean, I
Well,
have,
you can do
Well,
what,
I mean,
you can
at
do what
this point-
Bartlett or whoever it was did, and
Jackson,
Jackson and
Went
say,
to-
you can go to Freiburg or you
Freiburg
can go
Academy.
to, we'll pay the tuition either way,
It's
whichever one you want.
cheaper.
Right.
well, it's like Tamarack sent their kids, a slew of their kids to Moultonborough
Moultonborough,
because
yeah.
I think per student, it's $19,000 per student at Moultonborough,
Right.
and it's 39,000
Right.
at Kennett,
Right,
which is mind blowing.
but I think Sharon, you're spot on to ask them what's the plan is, because they are a couple years behind. We've seen it in the salary, we've seen the health insurance, and the following year, I think I looked at it, okay, 27, 28, you could be in the 70s for students.
students,
If you're projecting still the 10 coming in, kindergarten or so, but, you know, they
Right.
keep going out.
so there has to be some sort of plan for
Right.
what to, at what point can you no longer sustain
Right.
these students? Or you section off parts of the school and say, we're gonna
Rent
you, either rent it or move other municipal pieces into it so that it's, it comes under other pieces of the budget.
Mad TV.
This becomes a security issue at that point.
Well,
They
there
have
are
a set of
lockable
security
doors and-
doors that you
Yeah.
can move in the hallway, cause that's why we're one of the few schools that can have voting day and stay open.
Right, but that's the only security, like, there's no rooms to use on the gym side except that one closet. That's the
Well,
only.
yeah, but
All
those
those
doors
little
get
That's,
moved
but
back.
again, I don't wanna
Right.
Yeah.
have that discussion, cause it's
But
not,
ours. to
I don't have that information, it's
Right.
theirs to do, my issue
Right.
was, they
It's not being
don't
done.
appear to be,
Right.
don't appear to even be moving in that direction to do it. I don't wanna say it was an excuse, but
No,
my initial reaction was, well, that's an excuse, is because they're heavily involved in budget season now. Well, yeah, we all are, but you still have to get things done. Things still have to
Yeah,
happen, things,
There's 9 other months of the year.
right, nobody created month number 13 for us, so.
One-
So
one of-
anyway,
Well, just a quick comment, I wanna follow up with Nan. That's kinda health insurance has been
Yeah.
what I focused
Yeah.
on the last few
Yeah.
years. It's over $800,000, it's 12% of the budget. And as Nan pointed out, the family cost for a school health plan is what, 49,000?
47.
47,000, and the town is 31, $16,000
That's a
difference.
huge,
Why? And like these 22% increases, it's unsustainable. We're at 830K this year. At that kind of rate, we're gonna be over $1 million just for health insurance at the school with a declining enrollment.
they are,
Yeah,
I've
Yes.
been told
Heather-
that they are looking for another organization to get bids from in order to change the health insurance. There are things they can and things they can't do because of those negotiated agreements. They can't change the percentages, they can change the company that provides it. So we have continued to say to them, you need to look for another company, you need to look
Oh,
for another
yeah.
company.
I mean-
You need to look for, I even suggested that they look at the ones that we use for the
Yes, you
town.
gave-
the
Yes.
Blue Cross Anthem plan that Linda, when we looked at this a few years ago, is an outstanding plan. It's almost 50,
That's it, clearly.
30% cheaper.
It's a substantial amount cheaper.
Yeah, and it's probably better than what they had. As I remember, we did look at the school health insurance, this was a couple of years ago. And the coverage was very similar, but the school plan was a lot more expensive than the Anthem Blue Cross plan that the town employees had. So, if we're looking to save money on the school budget, that's one place we need to look. 12%.
Unfortunately, the only time to really do that is when you make the employee pay more, then they're more vested in you finding a better deal.
And they've gone from 10%, they're up to 12% this year. So they've moved, last year they were at 11%, this year they're at 12%. So the employees are paying more, and with a 22.3% increase in the rates, they're gonna feel that. They're gonna feel that a bit.
all of them except for one.
All of them, except for one. So anyway, I'm not thrilled about the budget.
No.
It looks like it's a decrease on paper, but technically it really isn't, because of the expenditure versus budgeted as opposed to budgeted versus budgeted, because they never had those people to begin with. So while it looks like they're cutting overall 2 positions, they're just cutting positions they never had filled.
But
So,
they budgeted those positions and they never returned the money to the town.
they will be returning that money to
Will
the
they?
town.
Hopefully in
Yes,
June.
that's what, yeah, hopefully in June they'll be returning money to the town.
The other point that I would make, not,
Yeah.
on line 5 here, they've got a furniture increase. Well, there's less kids, why do they have a furniture increase?
The furniture increase is due to the fact that they needed to buy new chairs because they didn't realize when they recoated the gym floor that all of those chairs that we use for town meeting and they use for everything else
Oh.
makes, if without the proper bottom to them,
Okay.
makes indents
Yeah,
and cuts.
or cuts
into
them, right,
the-
yeah.
into the-
Actually,
into the
cuts
floor.
damages the
It
floor.
damages the
And
floor.
I, but I should have said that, because I thought
well-
they were buying new chairs for the kids.
No, just, yeah, they already bought, the nice thing is they
Yeah,
bought those
right,
chairs and
right.
then gave the town of Madison the old chairs.
The old chairs,
The
right.
racks
So,
of chairs.
The
that
racks
they
of chairs,
had.
the metal chairs have been given, we just need to move and,
Need to figure out where to store
I
them.
think that spot was found for
Okay,
them to
then.
store.
In
Um,
the DPW.
But-
yes, somewhere,
Okay,
but yeah, so, I mean,
okay.
not that that helps the budget, but it is nice that they donated the old ones to us, I
I
suppose.
don't know how we missed that point where we were discussing the new floor. I know, we did bring it up that, what about putting all the tables and chairs on there? No, it'll be okay
It'll
then.
be okay.
Yeah,
Now we're spending a lot of money on new chairs. Yeah.
I think the chairs would have been fine if they all had rubber things on the bottom,
Yeah,
but
these
the
ones
problem
were
is,
just metal.
right, they're just metal
Yeah,
on.
and it's hitting the
Right.
soft
And
floor.
I don't know whether it was, I mean, I know in the middle school, I used to buy the caps that go on
Yeah.
those chairs, I used to
Yeah.
buy the thousands. Cause somehow they get lost all the time, they come off the chairs or whatever, but I don't know if that would have been cheaper than buying all new chairs. I gotta imagine that it would have been, but
Of course.
I didn't get
I
to
hate
make
to
those
ask,
decisions.
but has the new floor already been damaged?
No, I don't
Okay.
think so.
Right,
No,
yeah.
no, there was,
I don't really wanna know, but.
there,
Yeah.
no, I don't
Is it-
believe, so
if
there,
we
they
already-
did, they
have
did
we-
come in
okay.
and fix some, I think it was just general,
Yeah, I'm just curious how we found out the chairs damaged the floor. and people
I
going,
believe,
"Oh, look,
I
there's a
think,
hole in the
and again,
floor."
I could
Yeah.
be, I'm trying to remember if the conversation had this, they came in to fix a few small defects, fix
Okay,
that,
alright.
and then in the, I think during that process, they
They
said,
"Don't
just so
use
you
those
know,
chairs."
you shouldn't use these
Don't use these
chairs, cause
chairs,
they're out
okay,
and
alright.
about, they're on the racks,
Oh,
and
by
then,
the way.
and
Oh,
they
by
said,
the way,
and when you
yeah,
put
yeah.
the tables out, they gave them what specifications on what to use. So they, I think they bought like, I won't say coasters, but something similar.
Something that-
Right,
a
yeah,
pad
right, just,
under there.
what it does is disperses the weight more evenly, so there's not
Okay.
certain pressure points.
All right.
So, yeah, I don't believe anything was damaged by the chairs, like I said, they came in to
No,
fix a
I
few
hate to
blemishes,
ask,
but.
But, you
So,
know,
so can I ask if you have a line in the sand on the cost per pupil? Because last year it for K through 6 was 41,500 per pupil. And this year it's gonna go up because the cost at the higher levels is going up. And this will all be published, I asked the superintendent, then I found out the Board of Ed is mandating it be published to all
Right.
taxpayers
And I-
in the annual review. So Tamworth is at 70,000 per pupil. I-
What is it?
70,000 per
$70,000?
student.
I had a long conversation
Like,
with
so
a
they're-
school member over there the other day.
Their enrollment's down,
yeah,
Their
go ahead.
enrollment-
and from what I understand, there's some chaos occurring
So,
due to budgeting, so, I don't know, just hearsay again.
But I'm wondering where, as a town, we're just like, I'm throwing in the towel. I mean, that's just obscene, you could just go to any private.
That's
the most
college
elite
cost.
School,
Right,
yeah.
That's
and
like good
we'll just
college.
write the check, you know,
That's
that's.
like private college tuition.
Yeah.
When you start hitting 40, 70,000.
So it's just something.
That's like
to-
Georgetown.
And
So-
that's for abysmal results.
Yeah, look at this.
Right.
I don't know.
I'm gonna read this. The New Hampshire Department of Education is releasing its newest cost per pupil data for the 23-24 year.
It's a little late.
This was a year, well,
That's
this was,
why
it takes
it's
them a
last
year
year,
to
this
catch
was
up, yeah.
The new-
January
The
2025.
new statewide average operating cost per pupil is $21,545.
Okay.
That's average of the entire state.
And we're twice that.
We're twice that.
Yet our scores, which they are also required to
Yes.
publish
Mhm.
in here, our scores are, you know, our proficiency, ELA proficiency is at 52%, math proficiency is at 29%, science proficiency at 31%. So we're throwing money at a problem and it's not fixing it. And to me, the answer is not to throw more money at that problem because it hasn't fixed it.
Restructure the problem.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, what is,
Yes.
Kobayashi Maru, right? He's like, what the heck?
don't get me started on this, you know my position.
So,
Yeah.
you know,
Pittsburgh
and
has
it
the high,
shows the average, I'm sorry, the average cost per pupil here on Article 2 says from the 2025 New Hampshire DOE is $39,160. Now, that may have been ours.
Pittsburgh has the highest cost of the state at 44.
As of
Yeah.
for the
As of
2023, 24,
24,
yeah.
24, so
Last
we're-
year's school year.
So we're pushing them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Well, Tamworth.
Tamworth.
Sounds like
Way
Tamworth
over
just
the
blew
edge.
that right out the water, yeah. Not in
So-
a good way.
I mean, they have an extraordinary facility and it's barely even has any people in it.
See, and that's the plan, that starts with the SAU, that's the plan. If they don't have kids, we don't have kids. I
Where do
mean,
we funnel them all
Everybody
together?
has
Yeah,
a
why don't
full
we-
staff, everybody's full-time, you know, like,
Where can we share resources?
correct. And that
As an
was-
SAU, all under the SAU.
Correct.
They have control basically of all those
Yes.
assets, all
Right.
those resources. Where is the plan?
To share
Right.
those.
Where's the plan to even look at it,
Yeah.
to see how to do that? And I'm not seeing evidence of it. I'm just
No.
not seeing it.
No.
So, and that concerns me. So, the taxpayer in me says, why am I spending this money if you don't have a plan?
Mm-hmm.
If you have a plan and you can show me how this is gonna work and how, you know, even if it doesn't work exactly as you
Even if it's a
feel,
proposed,
at
right?
least you're showing me that you're
Or
thinking
a
about it
goal.
and looking at it.
A goal.
And a goal, you have a goal. So, I'm not happy about the school budget. I'm not happy that it costs $7 million. Oh, and by the way, that doesn't count the $400,000 that they have to show in the budget now because they have a $400,000 grant, so they have to show that on both sides. But, you know, you as the taxpayer, you don't ever really see the other side. You only see the budget, and it'll be like $7,400,000 or $7,300,000 because there's an extra $400,000
Right.
earmark in there that they actually have already been approved for the grant. So when the grant comes in, then it'll show up as revenue, so it offsets it basically. So, yeah, it's a lot.
It sure
It's a
is.
lot, but it's not easy. It's not. There are hard decisions that have to be made across the board with regard to budgeting, not just at the school, but I also think here in town there are hard decisions and it's going to affect people. It's going to affect people. There's no way around it, but it has to be done for the sake of the town and for the sake of the taxpayers. So, anyway, so we don't have the actual line item budget on the agenda for tonight. I will make sure you all have a copy of it, but we will at the deliberative session, well, you're gonna be there because you're a select.
Yep.
So you would vote then. And for tonight, I don't believe you vote here either. Does he vote? Cause do they get to vote as selectmen on the warrant articles
So for the school?
for the school? Sure. I didn't, yeah, okay, so then you can vote here. I didn't want you voting twice,
Yep.
kind of thing. So Deb would not vote because she voted as part of the school board. So let's take a look at these articles and talk about them and see what we wanna do, what we wanna vote. And you can ignore, I guess this copy doesn't
It's
have.
updated.
the-
This is
yeah.
updated, I think,
Yeah,
the latest.
the last
one.
copy that I had already showed that we had disapproved. We
Yeah.
voted to not recommend, it was like, that's from last year, I think. So, alright, so Article 1, that's all the school district officers. Article 2,
And I don't think we have the answer. It says 2 members of the school board for 3 years. So what I thought there was a 1 3-year position and a 1 1-year position due this year. But, so, maybe I'm wrong.
might be, I mean,
I mean,
I
I
would
know the
think that they
names of
know.
people that are, like Sherry Stackpole is in the 1-year position, has been for several years. And then the 3-year is Jeremy Cox. And though they're both due
They're-
this year,
to run,
so, but it says it looks like here we're gonna replace them with two 3-year.
3-year.
3-year terms versus a 1 and a 3.
Right,
Yes.
right. So
okay.
that was the only
Who's
question I had on that
my
one.
question is, do we know, this is who's up next year? Is there multiples up next year? Cause that may be why they shifted to
The 2, 3
3
years.
so
It's
that
to
there's not 3
manage
people
out.
or something
I don't
being done,
know.
that, yeah,
I
so
didn't
that,
look that far ahead.
Or if they were finishing a term, they could only finish it for 1 year, they couldn't do like, take someone's term over for a 3-year
Yeah.
term, so if
Right,
you just
So-
kinda.
maybe, I don't know if Sherry was finishing out someone else's term.
No,
or
she's
she
been in
was-
the one-year
yeah.
position for
They're,
the last couple of years anyway, that I know.
I think it was just last, I thought it was just
Yeah,
last
she's
year.
just
I think it was
elected,
just
re-elected
selected last year.
Yeah.
Correct, she was gonna go, my understanding is she's gonna go for a 3-year.
A 3-year term.
typically
And
they're all
so then-
three, aren't they?
We were
thought
trying to
so.
find somebody for
Mm.
1 year. I don't,
But just staggered so that
but
they.
we don't have
Yeah,
that
right.
answer.
No, we don't have that
Okay.
answer and
School, don't
they
That was
need
the only
to.
question I had on that article.
So the
Nothing
Article
circus,
2
nothing.
deals with the budget and the default budget. Okay, the budget, they're showing it as, I'm not gonna read the whole thing. It's amounts set forth on the budget posted with the warrant, for the purposes set forth therein totaling $7,343,153, of which 400,000 is for estimated grant expenditures that have an offsetting revenue of 400,000, resulting in a $0 tax impact. The second part of that is, should that article be defeated, the default budget will be $7,114,497 with that same $400,000. I don't know that we actually have to vote on this one tonight because we're gonna go to the deliberative session and this could get changed, right? Or,
I hope it
I
does.
still think we need to vote on
suppose
it
any of
as
them
is.
could get
I think we vote on it and then subject to any changes.
Yeah, right.
voting
You'll
and
re-vote.
everything. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
But
Yep.
as Nicole said, do we have a line in the sand? We don't, but I would like to put one in,
Okay,
and if their cost right now is, according to this, 39,160, I would like to see them work to 35,000. It may be a push, but gets it back down closer to the state average.
Mm-hmm.
so what would 35,000 per student come to in terms of a full, $7 million or $6 million budget? There's
Okay.
100 and, what'd we say, 120?
110, I think, is what we went
Well,
with.
here's what we can do.
You're gonna say- you're gonna say
Take
what?
the
3 and 5.
7,343, 153, divide it by 39,
160.
160, gives you 187 and a half
187 and a half what?
students. If-
Which,
Which, I don't know where that, cause
Where does that number
7,343,
come from?
The cost per pupil number?
Yeah, does it include the overhead from the school building
I
and all of
think, yeah,
that?
that's.
Yeah.
I
too-
don't-
it's
I don't believe-
More complicated than I.
But I don't
I'm not
believe
sure
so.
how- How it's calculated.
Right, I don't know if it is,
well, regardless, I still like that number.
Well, I would say 10% cut or
I
something.
mean,
Yeah, yeah.
like I said, I would love to see 35,000 as the line in the sand.
No, I agree, no. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure where that number comes from, yeah.
that comes
not
to
my problem.
187.
yeah,
187 and a half students.
if the entire budget is
Well,
considered.
Wait, let me take out the 400 and see what happens. Not that it should make that big a difference.
Well, yeah, that would be
4,
about 10 students worth.
153.
Yeah, that's, yeah,
minus
Yeah.
177.
I think there's more to it than that.
I think
Yeah,
I think
I'm not
that
sure
I
how
think
the
the
number
per
is.
pupil number does not have everything in the school budget
That's
included
almost-
in it.
That's what I'm wondering,
177.
if some of the fixed costs are not,
And
Are
that's,
not included, like, because
and that's
With-
fine.
yeah,
I mean,
but still,
but even
we're
if
at
you, even
39K a
if
student.
you went from, what is it, 39 and change?
39.
39,160.
Yeah, so if you went from that, I mean, you're saving, say, 4,000, easy
About
math,
5,000.
4,000
5,000 per student.
per student, at 110 students, it's $550,000.
Yeah,
Saving $500,000.
Right.
Sounds like a good,
So I think the
Goal.
39 includes.
That's what I'm
when
saying,
you went
about
up to
8
the
to
7 to
10%.
12, so they don't.
Yeah.
Well, that was, we
Goal.
included,
Yeah, that's a goal
right, we
to
didn't,
work
right, we didn't
exactly,
include
that's
that.
all I'm saying.
Because because right now we have 110 students
110 and.
at Madison.
At Madison.
Right, and then we have-
100.
114.
Right, so that's probably where that 187 comes from, is it's
Well, this says
all,
104.
I'm sorry.
She said 104.
They've got the preschool, that's another thing they did.
Oh, right.
So it says total 114, but you look back and it's a pre-K of 10. That falls under the SAU this year.
Well, and that's
Right,
the
but
other.
falling forward, it will
K
be,
through 2, I mean, K through 6 is 104.
right, but I think that cause you said it came to 187 students.
Yeah.
That must include the high school and middle school as well.
If I took out the, oh, yeah.
So
If I-
that's where that 187 students come from, because if we have 104 students here,
Right.
and we have another 80 students between the
There.
two, that's where
29
that,
And that's-
29 and
that-
69.
so that's where that number
And that
comes
makes sense then, if you're counting all those,
from. Yeah, so that, I
High
think
school,
that's the
middle school,
cost
'cause
per
that's-
pupil includes the ones in
and it
common.
should.
It should, right.
because the
Right.
town's still paying to
Right.
educate
So
those
that's where that
students, so.
187 students, when you divide it by,
And if I took out the 400, which is an offsetting grant,
right,
it's 177
right,
students.
so.
So,
Yeah, but if we could drop that 177 students down 5,000 a student, then
That's half.
that's
a
almost
million.
$1 million
Yeah.
at that point.
Wow.
700 or something. Times 5,000. 885.
885.
Yeah, that's it, yeah,
So
damn near $1 million.
it's a good goal from my point of view.
It is.
it is.
We need, you need to define, yeah, what's your baseline?
We need to hold them to task.
Yes.
Drop to 35K per student.
So
A start.
if we vote on this article, I would like to see a vote right now on this.
Sure, make a
I
motion.
move that we vote on Article 2 as written. No, I'm sorry. I move that we will vote no for Article 2 as written, and they are held to the default budget of $7,114,497.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I got everybody. All in favor of voting no, the advisory budget committee does not recommend this appropriation, say aye.
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 It's unanimous, Linda.
Thank you.
To be honest with you, I've never voted for the, I always go default budget,
Me
right?
I'm
You know,
gonna
it used to
just
be, it
check.
wasn't that
711.
far apart.
Right.
But this one
This
might
one's
hurt a
significant.
little.
Mm.
496.
$200,000,
That's
over
that's
200,
that's a
that's
big amount.
a lot of money.
400 equals divided by.
And it always.
So it's really a 6.7 million budget because of that 400,000.
Yeah.
Divided by 30, no, divided by, go back, divided by 177 equals, that's 37.9. That's at
group.
least, that's 2,000 or 1,500
$1,500
less than
Which
what
is-
it currently
which
is.
is
It
better
drops it,
than-
which is a start.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Which is, yeah, we still got some work there.
They got work to do.
Yeah.
It's all got work to do.
And we can
Okay.
only suggest, I mean, I have a million
Yep.
suggestions on how they could,
You, Nan?
But
and I'd be happy to list them.
we can suggest to the budget, but we can also suggest to the town,
Right.
and that's
Yes,
a bigger,
that's-
that's a big.
That has more value.
Yes.
actually. Article 3, shall the voters of the Madison School District adopt the school, this is the SAU budget,
Right.
of 1.527007 for the 26-27 school year, in which $527,065 is assigned to the school budget of this district.
How
So-
many people work in that office?
Say again?
How many people work in that office?
I have no
Oh,
idea.
God.
No idea.
I have their budget
I have
here
no idea.
somewhere.
No, it's more than that. Right?
seven.
Speaking for
I think it's about 7.
Is it about 7 people? I'm not sure.
I think it is.
Which probably makes sense, because you have the financial
Finance.
person, you've got
Sped.
special education,
Special educator.
you've got the
her
superintendent
secretary.
himself, I don't know if they have an assistant superintendent, probably
No.
too
You
small.
have HR.
You got an HR, you've got, probably a facilities and technology type
Yeah,
person,
administrator.
or a facilities and a
Might only be
technology.
5.
It's at least 5 to 6. At least 5 to 6, and there's probably things, there might be a transportation person,
No,
No.
that's,
That's outside.
Not anymore because
Not
they
anymore. Oh.
outsource
so
transportation.
that's $300,000 a
I
person.
had their budget, but I don't have it here, unfortunately.
yeah, I don't have it here either. So, anyway, then, if we choose not to go with that, the adjusted budget of 1,438,672 with $495,120 gets assigned to the school district, and it'll be adopted if the article does not receive a majority vote of all the district voters voting in this administrative unit. So understand what that means. That means that they, there's
They
five.
That's
pool-
the South
yeah.
team.
1, 2,
Dr.
3,
Whalen,
4,
Lisa
5.
Dubois, Heather Sherwood, Krista Moreau, and Luke
Luke
Bergeron.
Bergeron.
So
It's
five.
showing 5,
Okay,
just based
as
on
the
that quick.
personnel.
So that's-
That shows key personnel.
Yeah, that's what I mean, yeah,
That's $300,000 a person.
yeah.
Yeah, plus, yeah, which we know they don't get paid that, but
Right.
that's
No, but you get
crazy
the
to-
overhead from the.
The buildings and
Right.
that, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so they pool, what they're saying is they pool the
Yeah.
3 towns.
Correct.
And then
Yes.
if the majority of the 3 towns people,
Right,
it's not, it doesn't matter,
Yes
I
or
mean, we
no.
could all,
Right.
2 out of 3.
Right.
right,
it's the majority of everybody voting in the SAUs, so it's, you know, if we had only 100 voters, they had 100 voters, and they had 100 voters, you need the majority of 300
Right.
voters. So, you know, if that doesn't pass, then we get reduced to 495. Now, also understand that in this budget is the kindergarten budget, or the
preschool.
preschool
preschool
budget,
Right.
is still in their
in
budget.
case it doesn't pass for us.
In case ours doesn't pass, right, so they
Ours
needed it to
doesn't
be,
pass, it stays in the SAU.
it stays in the SAU, right, so,
And the only thing I noted was the significant increase for the superintendent.
attendant.
That
And that's the one thing I
preschool.
remember from.
You said 10%?
Yeah, it was
So
like.
about 10,000, 10 to 12,000.
You know, one of the other reasons when they, you know, we talked about it before, but another reason that I heard was that they did hire him at a lower rate. The 3 towns, and they agreed, and I believe Freedom is leading the charge, and is that he's done a great job and they wanna retain him. Superintendents are hard to find, it's not an easy position.
Yeah.
So they really felt in order to do that, they needed to
Make it
compensate
worth
him.
his while or
Right.
so.
And one of the things that I keep telling them is, they keep saying, well, we have to make sure we don't lose him, we have to make sure we
I
don't
know.
lose, not just him, but like everybody.
Everything.
And I said, you're operating out of fear. You gotta stop operating out of fear, you have to start operating out of what makes sense, what's the logical thing to do, how much do we need to pay an individual for the job that they're doing as
Correct.
opposed to, so they don't leave and go somewhere else. And continue to talk to people about their entire package. And I think, you know, I've mentioned this for the town too. Continue to talk to them about their entire package. And Linda did say that every year employees get a sheet that says, this is what your total compensation looks like. And keep talking about them about total compensation and some of those other, you know, non-tangibles necessarily, like the work environment, the people that you work with, the autonomy you might have with your boss, or
Flexibility and stuff.
and some flexibility, those kinds of things, which you can't really put a price tag on. You know, and I've always said, nobody goes into education to be a millionaire. They really don't.
If they did, they went into the
They're-
wrong
well,
thing, yeah.
Right. Nobody does that. They go in because they have a passion for educating children and students and young adults, and so.
The retirement's not that
But
bad.
again, you still need to compensate them correctly
Oh,
for
absolutely.
their job. But stop operating out of fear. Stop operating out of fear. Fix the things that you think they're leaving because of. So, anyway, which might be, you know, a really harsh workplace, or you're not being heard or valued by,
Supported.
or supported, those things. Okay, going back to article number 2, Linda, how because we said we vote no in this, so we're saying we do not recommend this. Does that get recorded as 500, or does it get recorded as 050?
500, because that's,
Because we all-
that's the motion.
Every year I feel like we
I
all
know,
get confused.
we do
right?
this, right,
Well, the good nice thing is on the,
Well, you didn't-
it says,
does
budget
not
committee does not
recommend.
recommend,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
it takes,
Yeah,
it
yeah,
takes,
then it would
it
be
takes the
500.
question
If
out
you
of
say
it.
Yeah,
500,
Yeah.
5 voted
If you
again,
do
not
not
in
recommend
favor.
5, yeah, 5 to 0.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, I'm just making sure that as
Yeah.
I write these down,
Down.
because when they call me and say, hey, this doesn't look right, so, that I'm writing it correctly,
Okay.
500.
Yeah, because if you said if you were voting to recommend, you'd be
050.
050.
Against the motion.
If
Yeah,
we were
you would be-
against that
yeah.
motion,
The
because the
motion
motion
was
was,
To vote.
To
no.
which
vote
then
no.
confuses,
Yeah, it's like a
Well,
double
I think they're
negative.
It is,
trying to
yeah.
call out, we're trying to call out the no.
right,
That no, you don't recommend versus them having to figure it out by looking at the number. They see the no.
Yeah.
right,
Right,
It should
Or
clearly
not,
state.
you know.
Does
the
not
advisory
recommend.
body
Right, right,
Does
yeah.
not recommend.
That's usually what I do is
Yeah.
I'm like, what do these
Yeah.
people
what
say?
do these
Yeah.
people say? Okay, so, do I have a motion on Article 3? Or is there any more discussion before we,
No, I'm ready to go.
does someone wanna make a motion?
I move that we, vote to, to
To not approve?
do not approve.
Not recommend.
Do not recommend this version, this article, and to, use the number of the
Default,
default budget, thank you.
Yes. I second Doug's
okay,
proposal.
all in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Okay, moving on, Article 4. Raise and appropriate the sum of up to $15,000 to be added to the Special Education Capital Reserve Fund previously established. This sum will come from the June 30 unreserved fund balance available for transfer on July 1st. No amount is to be raised from additional taxes. The current special education, the balance as of 6/30/25 is $235,000. This was originally, I think, $25,000, and at the school board meeting, everyone agreed that because there's $235,000 in there, let's drop this down to 15,000 as opposed to the 25, and so they did that. There was still one person who voted against it, but you know, it's 235. You're going to add 15. It'll be 200. They like to keep 250,000 in there, so this will bring it up to the 250,000. So, any comment or discussion? Do I have a motion to deal with this?
I move we recommend it.
Yes,
You have second, Joe?
second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Did you say aye?
I said no.
Oh, you gotta wait till I say it. All those opposed.
Oh.
Otherwise, it gets,
So
the water gets muddy.
4-1.
410.
410, okay, that makes sense, all right.
Can I ask, just curiosity, why?
Just because I wanna hold the numbers as much as we can.
Can, okay.
If we're forcing them to move other numbers, we can do this number as well.
Yeah, no, and I understand your perspective, Doug, and the reason I voted yes is because it's coming from unreserved
Right.
fund
Fund
balance. You know, the money's already there,
You're
we're
right.
just moving
No,
it,
you are right. You are
And
right.
not, it's not additional taxation,
No.
that's why I voted in favor.
Then I will change my vote to an aye,
Oh, okay,
yes.
sorry, I didn't.
Yeah,
know
that's
that.
what
you.
I mean, my own personal thought is, 235,000
Yeah.
is
Right.
not a whole lot less than 250. Why do they do it? But because it's not taxable, nobody, it's fine.
Yeah, we're not gonna impact.
coming
out of
that.
money that's already
there.
That's why,
I liked
that's
it.
why.
And I
fine.
liked the fact that they had already reduced it from 25
Yeah,
to the 50.
yeah, that's why I voted in
That's
favor.
fine, yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
no, I didn't, I'm not trying to
Nope,
change your
thank you.
position.
No,
I
it's-
just- No, because I didn't see any tax impact, that's why,
You're right.
that's why I supported it.
So 500. Okay, Article 5. See if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $80,000 to be placed in the previously established Building Maintenance Capital Reserve Fund. Current building fund, including obligations and excluding interest, is $145,558.46. This is interesting. It said the school board recommends this appropriation, but they didn't put the numbers in. It says 000.
I read that. I was like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
all right.
But they, and it says the advisory budget committee recommends it 5-0, so I think they were 5-0.
I'm thinking that
Yeah,
it
that's
must
a-
be
there's a
flipped.
typo
Yeah,
in
Yeah.
there.
almost
Yeah,
positive
there's
they
a
were
typo.
5-0. And this number, because there's already 145,000, they go by their CIP,
Mhm.
and they try to level fund the CIP at $135,000 a year. But I think that because there's already 145 in there, they felt that they could only fund it with 80 this year.
And it would still be the
And it
bottom.
would still
The bottom line
be-
would be pretty close.
Right.
Yeah.
with what they knew for obligations that would be coming out of the fund and other things going into, other obligations being incurred kind
So
of.
they
That
did-
was,
They did their due diligence as far as trying to limit them.
that was my question is, what are the anticipated expenditures on their SIP for, for this coming year?
They
And
took
how
the
does the
generator
80K
off.
Yeah.
The generator has come off because they realized that they could run an additional
Right.
power
So
line.
so they'll be. I think Jeremy said that was like 15,000.
It was 15,000
instead of
like
150 or
100,
something.
I know, cause, I was supposed to follow up with them, but I guess I don't have to. We're looking at
Yeah,
a
they're
grant,
not doing it.
for that, so we're not gonna do the second generator.
Right, yeah, they were able to run the cord to power the communications where they wanted to.
Yeah,
Right,
instead
they
of
won't be
the
able to
left
power-
side
The
of
left
the
side of the
building, which a lot of it's not utilized anyway.
Right.
Then they're not gonna be able to power everything, but they'll be able to power the crucial things. the
Yeah,
Okay, all right,
communications
all
and
right,
things
so,
like that, yeah.
cause I hadn't heard back from the school, I was
Right.
gonna help them write the
Yeah,
grant.
they came last Tuesday.
Okay,
and-
all right.
Yeah,
Ooh, that good, that takes that off my plate.
one less thing.
I'm looking
Yeah,
to see
because
what's on.
there is
See, and I
grant money
drew a
available
blank
from
with
New
this.
Hampshire
They already
Department of
did the
Emergency
driveway
Services.
ceiling, I think, but they'll have to redo it in 2029. They did the bathroom floors.
The big one?
Right there.
The flooring, oh,
I
there's
think they're
the
talking about
carpeting,
the big.
there was carpeting
isn't
and
there a big-
flooring.
Outside the kitchen.
I don't
um,
believe so.
There's-
'Cause that's
yeah,
our
there's
emergency
carpeting and
management
flooring that
generator,
has to
right.
be done.
I believe it's,
Um,
I
and
think
the
they have
flooring
that
is
big
classrooms
diesel
and
powered one
hallways.
that's out.
And carpeting is in the library.
I
that needs to be
I could be
done.
wrong.
Is the
Because it's
80K enough to,
Cause when they said a
Cover
hundred
the
Yes.
expenditures?
Yes, the expenditures are
But then
expected to be
I was thinking of the big-
150,000.
okay, so that's a
So
fair
that-
amount to
that would
put
make
into
a
the fund
whole-
then.
So
Okay,
that'll-
that's
You,
fine.
that's just another 5 over what they already have in there, and so that'll give them 75 for seating going forward.
Okay.
And you could put in another 130 next year.
Next year.
Then you're at
Okay.
200, so, yeah.
Well, given what they did 3 years ago, I believe, when the town authorized 1.2 million to do the air conditioning and some other project, they did not spend that money, they didn't go that high. They didn't return the money to the town, they used it to do other projects.
Ooh, well, we won't let them do that.
No, that's,
So, I mean, that's,
That was a nightmare, it was.
that wasn't on our watch.
no, it wasn't, no, but still, that's what the school board did, they
Yeah.
reappropriated money that they
They
shouldn't
never
have.
return money
Yeah.
to us.
Yeah, we'll
Don't have
make
to.
sure, basically, with the wording
They put in
is,
their own-
We're only advisors.
Right.
exactly. But, again, you know, when you speak up, you have a voice, and if
Yep.
it's loud enough and gets others to join with it, then it becomes a force to be reckoned with.
Yes.
So. All right, do I have a motion then to recommend or not recommend Article 5?
I make a motion that we recommend Article 5.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
500. Article 6. This is the $25,000 to be placed in the previously established Madison Corner Schoolhouse Capital Reserve Fund. The current balance is $50,394,037. School board recommended this 4-1. Again, Nancy was here tonight, she indicated that this $25,000 would go towards finishing off paying for the lead abatement.
Mm-hmm.
This is not for anything other than that, this one was specifically done to abate the lead. Well, this one doesn't say that.
Yeah, sure.
The
The
first
first one
piece of
did,
it, the
yeah.
first 25,000 that went
Yeah.
into this said for lead abatement. But I believe that there's an understanding that, that's what they will do with this money.
That's the priority.
That's the priority,
Yeah,
because you
to
can't do
know
anything else until you
Till you
abate
clean it
abate
up,
that lead,
yeah.
Right.
So, and I am okay with that. I was hesitant if I thought that this was gonna go to any other thing without any oversight, because I didn't feel, and I asked this last year, where's the plan?
Mhm.
Where's the plan? And now that I know that they've got a consultant that they're gonna use in order to give them that plan, that will show what we should do, what they recommend we do, and how much that's gonna cost. I think it's much easier than to work this going forward than it was before, to just blindly give them money and presume they were gonna do whatever with it. So I think this way, the town will have a vote and a say that, yes, that's what they want done through the QPP, once the QPP is done, so.
And eventually, I'd like to see a projected total cost of the whole project.
Well, I think part of that will come in the
Is-
QPP,
That'll be
Right.
part of this consultant to
yeah.
give
I
a,
mean,
And if it's not, then we insist on it and say,
Yeah,
There's been a couple numbers thrown around already about that,
right, right.
one of which was as high as 400,000.
that's the number I heard last year, so.
I can build a pretty nice thing for $400,000.
I was gonna
build
say,
a house.
Mr. Selectman Bowie's a
Close.
contractor.
A small house,
400K,
yeah.
That's a lot
Small.
of, that's a
You can
lot.
buy a bigger house than that little schoolhouse, I can tell you that right now.
wanna
And we need more bigger,
I wanna
right?
see you build a 200-year-old house for that.
Oh, hey, I did a 200-year-old house for.
Yeah.
Well, it was probably about 400,000, but it was complete, and it wasn't a small house. It was a large house we redid.
Renovated.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 I've unleaded 3 houses for a lot less than that myself.
Okay.
So, Article 6,
No.
do I have a motion?
Yeah, make a motion that, we accept or
Approved.
approve, recommend
Recommend.
approval of Article 6
Yep.
for 25K for the schoolhouse, the corner schoolhouse.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Did you not say anything?
I did not say anything.
Ah,
Okay.
nays?
Nay.
Nay?
4, 1, 0. Any particular reason?
I struggle with I understand it's a historic building and we want to, but especially where we're trying to find things,
Right.
I feel like, not that I don't necessarily want to see it done, but I'm trying to save money.
Okay,
Yeah.
no, that's fair.
No, and I was the same way. When I went into the meeting over there, I was like, yeah, I'm not approving this. I wouldn't approve this. But recognizing that the town several years ago said, we want the lead abated.
Yeah.
We voted on that. We're not gonna tear it down, we're not gonna move it, we're not gonna rebuild the whole thing, we're gonna do the lead abatement. Then I think we as a town need to kind of follow through, and that's what this last
Yeah, that's-
25,000 is for.
That's what the taxpayers
It's not
voted for.
anything else. And so my belief is that, okay, you get this $25,000, now you're done. Now you gotta show me the rest of the plan.
Because
You
the
gotta show
lead
me
has
what
to
we're
be
gonna
cleaned
do.
out. That-
Yeah.
That's an
And you're gonna
environmental.
show me what it's gonna cost. and
Safety.
You don't
we're
like
gonna
the
figure
cool
out-
fence around the building?
We're
No,
gonna figure
but-
out whether or
no,
not
let's
that
clean
is-
it up.
Yeah, I
right. You know what I mean?
understand.
Finish
I
the job,
understand.
right?
No,
Let's
I'm-
get it done.
Again, just my opinion.
No, I just,
Yeah, no, okay.
I just don't like the idea of having lead in front
With
of the
school
school, like with
kids.
school kids, yeah, that's.
It's, didn't Nan say there was a basement in the place? I thought it was.
There is a basement.
There is a
Is there a
basement.
There's a
Yeah.
basement.
I thought it was on a slab.
Yeah, I thought it was just sad,
it's a
no?
basement.
Is there a basement under there?
Well, I mean,
Oh,
you could
yeah,
call
yeah.
it a basement.
Or is it
Crawl
crawl space? It's more
Well,
of a crawl
I think
space.
you
or
can
something.
get underneath it. It's just
it's
not.
They
Yeah.
get a lot
There
of
are-
storage, all
Yeah.
their
I
dry
don't know, I've
stuff
never been
is
in
in
there.
the
This
basement.
just in from somebody who's obviously watching is there are 12 SAU employees in the SAU budget.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, I did a quick Google search.
That's better.
As Sharon, I think,
That makes,
pointed
that
out,
makes it a little easier to choke
I
down.
found the key personnel.
You found key
not
personnel,
the-
right,
the
not total
So I
employees.
apologize for that, I didn't.
Thank you for
Mike.
watching on the.
Yeah, thank you.
live
My
stream.
quick Google search showed 5 key personnel.
Keeping us honest.
Keeping us honest, there you
Oh
go.
gosh, all right, moving on, Article 7, because we still have a lot to cover tonight. Article 7 is to vote to authorize the school board to apply for, accept, and expend grants and other funds that may become available during the school year. This is a housekeeping one, they indicated that by voting in favor of this, it authorizes the school board and the superintendent's office and those folks, the school as a whole, to accept those grant monies without having to come back to the town every single time to get a vote to say, yes, accept the monies, so.
Do you vote on a non-money
Yeah, I was just gonna say
Do
the
we-
exact same thing.
Yeah, how,
Well,
it's not a
it says,
budget.
I don't know,
I don't
yes,
think
a
we vote on it.
Right.
non-money things, but I don't know why it has advisory budget committee recommends this article 000.
Copy and paste.
Just,
Yeah,
probably
somebody
just
cut and
cross that
paste.
out.
Maybe it's because it's an accepting and spending money.
No,
Yeah,
It's not
but
our
there's,
money,
But
but
there's
there's
no,
no,
Right, but it's no budget
dollars.
impact.
nothing
No.
budgeted there,
Right.
yeah.
yeah, it's gotta be money.
But, all right, well, we'll tell them we didn't vote on that. All right, so there you have it.
Moving on.
Moving on.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, we got through school board update. Mr. Bowie, we have a selectmen's update?
So last meeting we met school board, went over some of the stuff we discussed, generator, things like that. And also the Alpha company, they're gonna get all that kind of worked up as far as the superintendent was gonna get us the information for moving forward. Sounded like potentially one town was out,
Yeah.
maybe that town was in, but again, it's 100,000 square feet.
Yeah, is
Is the minimum you need to have this company do, but with us potentially lumping in all the town's buildings and another town, we might be able to reach that, and the numbers
It
weren't
was
scary.
$13,000.
Yeah, it was like $13,000 for that.
So this Alpha company comes in, they're an organization, they're a consulting organization, they come in and they do an evaluation and an assessment on all of your infrastructure. And then they tell you, like, okay, you've got probably 5 more years on this boiler system and you've got 10 more years on the roof. You know, your front porch is falling down. Some stuff we already know, but some stuff we don't know.
I think it goes as deep as even your computers and
Right.
and all that
And
sort
they
of stuff
asset
too.
tag everything.
Right,
They asset tag it
I
all
like
for
that.
you.
and they set it up for you
set
and
it
that.
up. Yeah, so that you can then track all the
That's
stuff,
good.
and then as you're going forward, they are not involved in any renovations, they are not involved in any, you know, contracting
Right.
to fix anything or do
Consulting.
anything.
They're just
They
consulting,
Just
right.
they give you the information, and I'm sure that there are follow-on services if you want them, but if you just want that information and then you're gonna manage it yourself through whatever software package you choose, they have a software package that you can use, but I think especially if we've embarked on this CIP
It makes
endeavor.
sense.
and the master plan, it really makes sense to have a good handle on where some of the things are hiding that we may not know about.
Right, and something we may overlook or may just not even
Right.
consider. So
You
I mean, I
need to
think
baseline.
for the cost, it makes
A lot
it
of
makes a
sense.
lot
It
of
does.
sense.
You're getting expert opinions.
And you have something
Concrete to
in
hope,
your
Concrete, you have a
hands,
baseline
right? And you
to-
can
to look at.
right.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
so
and it
that
helps you prioritize.
right exactly, and I think that would be handy for
'Cause,
everything town-wise moving
Yeah.
forward.
Yeah.
We could miss, you know, something.
I'm sure
oh,
we
you
are
didn't think
missing.
about the new boilers.
Sure we are.
Or you didn't
We're
think about
human.
this.
When you have as
The
many
roof needs to
buildings
have to be
and
replaced.
things,
Moving
Oh, yeah.
parts
Right.
and
Moving parts,
pieces,
oh, yeah,
yes, yeah.
It's definitely worth an expert opinion.
Yeah.
Lice someplace.
Yeah, we, if you think we're not missing something, then.
Yeah, that's.
then you're missing something.
No, you need a second set of eyes.
yeah, right.
Take a look.
Okay, anything
Okay.
else?
So yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll touch when we go through the budget breakdown, but
Right.
we've started making some adjustments and trying to move some, decrease some things. Do you want me to get into what we've done, or do you want to wait until we get into this?
Well, that's next, so the.
All right, so
proposed
yeah, I'll
budget
just-
review. So
right.
if you wanna, if there's anything else from a selectman standpoint, and then we'll move right into that.
Trying to think of anything. I don't, Nicole. Am I missing something?
If
Uh,
I'm
I
waiting
uh,
for you to remind me, like.
Right? No. I'm like no, because as far as budget stuff, I think that
You did stuff with your warrant articles and paying off leases.
so that's
leases.
that's in this here.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
alright.
that's in the budget breakdown.
Okay.
That's how it affects that. And I know that this coming Tuesday, we're all coming to the table with areas. We were.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, didn't we think about paying off?
Yeah, that's yeah,
5
right.
and
I'll,
narrow it down to 2?
yeah, I
something
think so.
like
I'll
that?
get into that when we get into
Yeah, okay.
whatever. But
And
yeah,
that's-
so
Is that some of these, Linda sent
Yes,
along the,
Yeah,
yeah, the cost,
Lease.
payment schedule things.
the
Yeah,
notes and leases?
yeah.
Okay. Anything else outside of budget that's going on with the selectmen that was just information for us to hear?
No, nothing new really. I mean, we went through the personnel policy as far as the personal use thing, and we've sent that
You're
out to
hashing,
Cordell. And I'm not sure if we've at this point have heard back. I haven't. The board hasn't seen the answer from Cordell as far as the wording and making sure we were good there. And we're still kind of dealing with that internal part, but. And then just fun budget stuff.
Fun budget
Yeah.
stuff.
and on the 21st, we're supposed to meet with road people or?
Oh yeah, so
Yeah.
that's right. Thank you, Dan.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So in the chick room, we're gonna have. I'm sorry, Linda. What time is that? Do you remember?
5.
5.
Yep,
The people
5
from New Hampshire T2 are gonna come up from and gonna go over the
UNH, I think.
UNH. Yeah,
UNH.
T2. Yeah.
What is T2?
It's a program that
Do we know what it stands for?
I honestly do not.
Transportation, I'm going with.
Right, but yeah. So but that's who, from what I understand, kind of puts out. Does a lot of the stuff as far as state recommendation, maintenance schedules, they do as far as paved roads,
Yeah.
that sort of stuff, and even I would assume all roadage, but paved roads is their kind of the main thing. So they're gonna come and do a presentation, it's gonna be about an hour, on our roads, what they would propose for us to do to get them to a healthy state and keep them at a healthy state, and what that kind of looks like moving forward. So that
And
was,
is that like free to us because they're through UNH?
I don't believe it costs us
Linda's
anything,
saying-
right,
shaking her
yes, yeah, I believe it doesn't,
No
they came,
cost. Cool,
kind of.
that's awesome.
Yes, it is great, and it actually came together a lot, because when it was proposed, and it was like, I don't know, I shortly after it was proposed
Right.
that we got the date to do it,
Right.
so.
Yeah,
So that's the 21st at 5, the
it
chick
is the
room.
21st at 5 PM in
Yeah.
the chick room,
The
right?
chick room, yeah,
Okay, cause then the ZBA is here at 6.
yes,
So,
Oh,
so,
boy.
so anyone watching,
a long night.
Yeah.
it's open to the public, so it's got a lot of information that says be about an hour, so,
And it'll be, we'll be videoing it too, so anybody wants to watch.
yeah, watch it.
Okay, perfect. Anything else?
No,
No?
I don't believe so,
right.
nothing but,
Let's go to the,
I will also, in case you're interested, somebody that works for the town pointed this out. Primex, which we use for our insurance, they offer a ton of free classes, like for all sorts of training, like everything. And I encourage you to go to Primex and see their training will pop right up.
but they
Some of
offer
it's
it for
online.
employees, not like the general public.
You could take them, there's online ones or they'll come and do on-site ones. And
I would assume it's for employees, not
Or-
for.
or like board members.
Right, any
Yeah.
town.
For example,
Right.
snowplow operator safety. Like, and it's not just road related, it's everything related. Mental health first aid, medical injury, I mean, the list goes on and it's, everything you wanna know about the workplace plus work specific things.
Cool.
Even ethics training is in here. So, it's really interesting. Once I started going around on the site, I was like, wow, this seems like such a useful tool for us. So, I encourage you to look at Primex.
Yeah. Put together a list of
Yeah.
available trainings and, you know, ones that the town and the
Yeah.
employees and boards might be interested in, and
I was very impressed at first glance, for sure.
cool. Primex.
Primex or Primax?
Primex.
Primex, yeah. Okay. Anything else? No?
I'm good.
Okay. Let's move then into the budget review. Proposed budget review. Now, I predominantly I started looking at, the overarching,
Excuse me.
this one, that has the warrant articles attached to it. But then I quickly realized that I kinda needed to, for my own purposes, delve into the line by line thing. And Linda, I have a question right off the bat. When I looked at the ambulance, if it's is it more, it shows that it's an 11.9% increase. But the paperwork says that it's only supposed to be a 3% escalation, so.
Well, it's 3% bottom line of the entire contract, and then it's divvied up amongst the 6
5
towns.
towns, yeah.
So we ended up with
Our
almost a
allocation.
12%.
It's
Yeah.
based
Based
on
on
your
call
call volume, they
Call volume, yeah.
revamp it every year, so.
Cause I'm like, this math does not add
So
up
we-
with
This math's
3%.
We get a lot
Yeah,
of sick
so the-
people.
The bottom line of the contract went up by 3%, but then we divvied it up amongst all the towns, and we had higher call volumes than we
Than
have
other
in the, and
towns,
that, in the other, in past years compared to
Okay.
other towns.
Have we seen any cost changes? You know, January 1st, New Hampshire changed the ambulance billing laws and that type of thing.
I know
Has
that it was,
impacted our contract at all?
it's not
No.
gonna impact our contract, it's the billing after service.
It's
So the
billing
billing
you
to the
and billing
patients.
me.
That's
Okay.
where that comes in, it has nothing to do with our
Action
contract.
Ambulance isn't gonna come back and go, well, because of these changes, we need to renegotiate our
They
contract.
can't renegotiate contract.
Okay, that's what I'm
Three
asking.
more years?
Right.
Like
Okay,
like
all right,
2 more?
So, because in the meeting we had with them, they stated that they figured they'd take a $60,000 a year hit.
Okay, but they're not gonna
But they're
try
not
to
gonna-
come
right,
back
because-
and- okay.
But then like I said, that's all on their post-emergent billing and all
Yeah.
that.
So the current contract applies
Stand.
for several more years or
Yes,
whatever.
2030, I believe.
The term of the contract, okay. No,
March
just because that seemed
2030.
like a significant change with the New Hampshire,
Mhm.
you know, billing laws and that
Yep.
type of thing. I didn't know if they were gonna try to renegotiate their contract.
They didn't, I don't know if they can, again, I was in the contract negotiation,
Yeah.
but they also didn't state during that meeting that they had
Okay, all
any.
right, no, just, no,
Right.
thank you for
Yep.
answering that.
Okay. So I kind of I think I alluded to this earlier, I kind of went through this, I started to go through this almost line by line to look at, knowing that we're looking to try and save money where we can, that there are areas, I think that, when you look at what we actually expended this year, look at what we budgeted, what we actually expended, and then what we're looking to budget for next year, I think that there are places that it may not add up in a single line to a lot of money, but it might be $1,000 on this line and $1,500 on that line, and in one case, I think there's actually a $12,000 $12,000 reduction that can be taken. So I don't know if you guys wanna start to go through this a little bit line by line, because it will take a while, I'm sure. I mean, we don't have to go through, I mean, those lines that we don't have anything,
The no increase part and,
right, that, you know,
Right.
like, I'll look at the animal pest control boarding, so now that I have the ambulance question answered, the ambulance pest, or the animal pest control, where it's going from, it's staying at $2,500, but we only spent $1,800 this year, so is there an opportunity then to drop that down to say 2,000? Right, and yes, it only saves $500, but
But it adds up.
but it
over-
starts to add up.
Yeah.
Now, if Bob Boyd can say, oh, no, we had a really good deal this year because we had a real low whatever, the
right, I
2,500.
think we should look, we could look
previous
historically and
years,
see
right.
what it looked like.
Right.
Yep, that's fine.
So,
I went through the numbers as well, and I think I have the same thought process as Doug. Last meeting, we discussed, you know, that the COLA and inflation for 2025 was about 2.8%. So I'm looking at that as the cap for the increase on the budget.
And
absolutely.
right,
Absolutely.
and that was, again, I had proposed that 2.8% to draw, at least for me, to see what that does bottom line wise.
Yeah, and I ran the numbers.
Okay, because I think I did it a while back and on the primary one that was up 8.6% or
Yeah,
something.
right now, the revised
Yeah.
budget is at $3,752,994, 6.6% increase. It's an increase above this year, for 2025 of $231,825.
Yeah,
If we look at last year's budget and we add 2.8%, that's a $98,593 increase. That would bring us to $3,619,762. So right now, at the proposed 6.6% increase, we're $133,232 too high.
so we're looking for
So that's kind of,
approximately
what I would like to propose is we look at
Reducing the budget by
reducing it by about
140.
$133K to get us down to that 2.8%. And again, that would be a maximum, if we can do better than $133K,
Right.
that would,
Again, like, yeah,
You know.
and I know looking through, there are, obviously, there's definitely places to save, and then there's places
Yeah,
we
I think
obviously
we
don't
can.
have anything we can do about
Right,
certain,
right,
certain
right.
things.
Certain
Like
things
say
we-
commodities and things like that, that
Right,
we have no
salt,
control over.
we gotta pay.
yeah, that's the
what we
thing,
gotta
salt
Elections
prices went up,
and-
yeah, whatever,
Yeah.
no, I
Toilet
agree.
paper, right, commodities, salt, toilet paper.
But yeah, I
And-
mean, yeah, so
But at least we have, I think we have a number that we can
we're
work to.
looking for about
If we
133,000.
could hit
So
133K
let's round it to 135.
or
make it easier.
135K.
Going to draw a little line in the sand.
Yeah, no, I mean, let's have a number
I
we
would-
can work to.
I would like
Right,
to
yeah,
see
yeah.
a reduction in our budget from last
No,
year, but.
that is my cap, that's the high.
But the
Yeah.
high that we should go is the.
That would be the 2.8%.
Do we all agree on that?
I
Yeah,
do.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanna make sure that.
Yeah, no, but,
That Joe's not proposing something.
No.
that
no,
wasn't
if
in
we
the-
could go better than that, I think we should.
Sure.
But that is in line with what the inflation was
Correct.
last year, right? So that should be our upper limit.
But even still, if you do that every year,
No,
if you're looking at a 2.5 to 3% increase to your budget every year, within several years, again, we've talked
No,
about this,
I agree,
it becomes unsustainable.
yeah,
What I fear may be happening, or my gut is telling me is happening, is that in certain instances, when you're looking at devising the budget, you're looking at what you spent last year, and then you go, oh, that makes sense, without sitting down and, again, look at the actual number. If you want $30,000 for equipment, what equipment are you looking to buy? Year after
No,
year
I
after
agree.
year after year for $30,000. What equipment is that? There might be a year you don't have to buy equipment. And so now you're not at $30,000, you're at only $10,000. And I feel like sometimes, and you know, I'm as guilty as everybody else. I do it in my household budget. Yeah, we spent this much last year, we're probably gonna spend that much this year, without really looking at it and analyzing it. This is the year to really look at it and really get down into let the department heads get down into the weeds and have that information when you guys ask, can you cut that 30,000 to 10 or 15? They go, no, because I need to pay this much for this much for this much for this, and this much for this, and that's 28,000, so I gave it an extra 2 because prices changed from when I did this. Okay?
No, I was just trying to come up with.
Yeah, no.
Okay, what's a cap? What, you know, so the 133 or 135 that we discussed,
Yeah,
that would be the starting point. Can we do better than that? Can we go lower than that?
absolutely,
Yeah,
I would hope
that's
so.
the point I'd
Like,
like to make.
I'm looking at, in assessing, that under the tax maps,
Right.
there's $3,900 in the budget for it, we only spent 1,000. Can we drop that, recognizing, you know, not every year is the same, tax maps need to be updated.
Yeah.
There is a drop to 3,500, but can we drop that to 2,500? That still gives you 2.5 times what we actually spent this year. Line number 6 under assessing, that's $2,500. So I don't know the answer to that.
I can't tell you for sure how many map changes they'd be, cause it's per page, you know, if they make one change on the
Right.
map, you're buying a whole new map.
Right.
You know, it's not like, oh, all we did was put a number there, so it only costs $1, no, it's just the map.
Right,
Um,
and some of that depends on
Subdivisions,
subdivisions, those kinds of
house
things.
numbers,
But
change them, you know.
I don't know, you know, the planning board should be able to help with what they might see or not see coming down the
Oh, well,
pike.
that's how we get the information to change it, sure,
Right.
but they don't, we just found, like today, Kate just got an application she had no idea was even coming,
Anything coming.
Yes, that's,
you know.
right, cause that's 2,915
But-
for,
I don't know, we could go to 3,000
Yeah.
and I'd just be extra good about making
right, 'cause,
changes. I'd say
I'm gonna-
3,000
Good.
would be myself.
What'd you say, 3,000?
3,000.
I would venture.
So I took that first page and just put the increase, noted the increases, just put
This one?
20,
This one here.
the first of the warrant
Oh, that
articles.
one?
I
Yeah.
just filled in the numbers. So like for the assessing, it goes from 36,000 to 50,000.
yeah,
That I
that's,
know, so
right.
in there, you're talking the maps. Does that change every year? Does that number
that assessing
fluctuate?
line, that's not the map, so
Which
that's-
line, the map
The
line?
assessing
Well,
line,
under assessing, the
that's cause
total,
the contract went up.
Yeah,
okay, and
it
what's,
went up $14,000 from last year.
That's a commitment, we don't have the $35,000 contract number, we're committed to.
and that's every year?
That's just for next year, cause we only have a 1-year contract next year.
Okay, so then
The
you'll
plan
get
is
another
to
one a year after.
Find a new one.
Well,
The
we
idea is
typically
to-
do a 5-year
Right.
contract.
Yeah.
But it was just insane this year to just go
Right.
with it, so, and we didn't really have the opportunity or the time to
Get 3 sealed
look
bids,
into.
Okay.
right.
I did find 3 companies located in New Hampshire that other towns.
And
So-
so we can
Reach out
pursue
to.
them for the
Correct.
next.
Right, yeah, so that was kind of a
That was
stopgap, is we had to make a decision. And that was the only feasible decision, so we did it for a year to then buy us time to
then
reassess our
Going
assessing.
down, like,
Computer
in a-
support on it, that's how much it costs for the actual software and support program, that's a fixed number.
Right,
What about the first two, assessing admin and BTLA legal fees where we spent nothing?
Right, well, this is a abatement year. So typically that money's there to pay for extra things for abatements if we
Abatements.
have to go on to the Board of Tax and Land Appeals. There are expenses that go with that. We try and stay away from them. You know, the assessor tries to, mediate anything before getting there. Well, like anything, it's
Right.
an unknown. If you drop it and we overspend it,
that's my concern, right? So if we drop a ton of things, which I'm not saying we shouldn't,
Well, I'm looking at dropping a ton of things a little bit.
right?
Okay,
Right,
I'm
and
not
again,
looking-
I'm not, right, I get, but, right, but my concern is,
You drop it.
if we drop certain, and I'm not saying we can't drop a little bit here and there, but my concern is overspending, cause then we really get mad when people overspend things.
Absolutely, but that's where sort of the 3 or 5 year look back
Right,
to
and
tell
that's-
you what the
right.
average expense has been.
So I would 1750 instead of
For-
2000 on the BTLA fees.
Okay.
Other than that, the kiosk, okay, so speaking of the kiosk, so there's two, we have the mapping services and the assessing services. Those are so that you can go online and see everything.
See everything.
The mapping services are an extra thing, that's where you can click on the map and play around and see everybody else's stuff. That's kind of a want more than a need, personally. But we've had people who asked for it, or someone who asked for it. So those are
I
fixed
use
costs.
it. I go on there and I look around and see.
No, it's helpful, but
Yeah.
how many people know to use it is what
I use
it
it.
is.
So that's one of those things like at the very end, if you're still not where you want to be and you know that you know this will kind of get you there, then you hold that in your hip pocket and say that's something we could do without if we had to, but if we don't have to, let's leave it in there because it is still, it's not necessarily just a nice to have, but it does have utility for everyone.
Didn't we
Yeah,
actually
but you can look at the
cancel that
paper
once?
maps that are online
This is
too. You know what I mean? So I mean, it's a convenience.
Didn't we actually cancel it once, we got hue and cry and we had to put it back?
We did,
Yeah.
Yeah, so-
and it's gone up about $200 or $300 since then.
Since
Yeah.
then. Alright, well, let's keep that one in the hip pocket
Yeah.
kind of thing. I'll say, we already did the tax maps. I had nothing in building
No, I
inspection,
didn't
in
either.
building inspector
Yeah.
necessarily.
I'm brainstorming here.
Yeah,
You know, the, Bob Boyd's, Tahoe, or, you know, his,
Mhm.
the building, it's getting old. I think, didn't it have like 150,000 miles?
When they bought it, it had 37,000 miles. I,
Yeah.
again, could be wrong, but I don't know how many miles are on it, that's for
I
sure.
have it
You know,
somewhere.
no, I'm looking at it, you know, there's, you know, anticipating $3,000 in repair, that type of thing.
he doesn't get a new car though, he takes
gets-
one.
It's a hand-me-down.
Right.
Yeah, he gets one from somewhere else in the
Yeah.
town.
Well, could we, if we eliminated that vehicle, could we use like one of the DPW pickup trucks or something?
Problem is
For
if,
Bob
if
to
they're
do the
using it,
inspection.
where we gotta,
I'm
that's the hard part, is that those,
Yeah.
it's not,
Sharing use.
right,
use,
sharing
that's
use
what
is
I'm
difficult,
thinking. No, that's
because,
what I'm just, I said I'm
Yeah.
brainstorming
because if he
here.
gets a call and says, I gotta go out, you know, an emergency
Right.
call, and he's gonna be somewhere, and,
He came to my house today to do an
Right.
electrical inspection.
right,
And
you know, and,
No,
because
but-
some, I mean, obviously, you could
Yeah.
probably schedule, but that just
I,
becomes.
you know,
And certain times
I
of year,
hate to
like
see
summertime,
putting a lot of
he's
money
busiest,
into
DPW 's busiest.
and, you know, the hand-me-down cars. You know what I mean?
But that's
Eventually the
probably
re-
just tires and brakes for that car.
Yeah, you
Well,
know, the
that's-
repairs
right.
start to add up
Yeah.
and, you know, I don't know.
Let them use a
And
fire
all
truck.
cars will need tires and
Well,
brakes.
no, I don't know. One of the.
Right, I mean, I think
pickup trucks or
$3,000 for a
something,
maintenance
you know?
line is pretty cheap
It's nothing.
for,
Okay,
for,
all right.
I mean,
I
for,
know.
and again, there's no payment and then no loss of time if you're sharing one and someone
No,
needs it, and you
okay.
know, especially
No, I-
like Linda said, during the summer, the busiest season for both DPW and
And
building.
for people building.
Right, so
Bob
that
has to
would-
get out, do the inspections.
Right.
No, I agree, I'm
And
just
without
trying to
it, without a
brainstorm here.
doubt, my opinion on the car is that it's just overkill
It's a
for
2017
that position. I mean, it
But
went
it
from
was-
a Ford Escape
Right.
to a,
Well, the only reason
What
he
was
got
the
that was
hand-me-down?
because it was a hand-me-down,
so
right?
then
Yeah.
there's gas,
Right.
so.
Yeah,
It
but
didn't
how
go
much are we
directly to
paying
him,
for
it came
repairs
to
and
the
stuff?
It
on
has
that?
110,000 miles on it.
Okay,
How
that's
much? 110?
all right.
It's not- yeah,
110.
110.
Right.
And that for a 2017 Chevy Tahoe, it should get 200,000 miles
Okay,
easily.
all right.
so-
And he's not
Yeah.
beating on it.
For $350,
Yeah.
they'll go,
Right.
they're like nothing,
You'll probably end up replacing body panels before.
yeah,
Right.
It's
exactly.
gonna bust
So
out
lot.
before it,
No
before the
inspections in
engine
the
goes.
winter.
Okay, no, I'm
Okay.
just trying to brainstorm.
Yeah, no,
No,
that's
no, no,
fine.
absolutely.
No offense taken.
How can we save money on vehicles or, you know, whatever, you know?
Some duct tape. you know, one of those.
Okay, anything under Conservation Commission?
What's the animal presentation for
That's at
Old
Old
Home
Home
Week?
Week.
Do the Conservation Committee, they get paid to do
Not
something?
them, they,
They
somebody
hire
comes
someone.
in,
It's
somebody
like
comes in
Tim
and
Mountain
does it,
comes in or something,
and does
you
a,
know,
Okay.
does a
with the owls
presentation.
or the,
Okay.
you know,
Yeah.
Oh,
whatever,
so it's,
yeah.
it's not,
It's not a,
It's an
Okay.
expense from them, but it's not them doing it.
okay, got
Yeah,
it,
you know,
But
an
I-
animal handler brings in
okay.
for the kids and, you know,
Alright.
it's actually kinda cool if you never.
Bring in a ferret or something.
Yeah.
they spent $930 on supplies, yet they're not
They-
asking for a,
They actually didn't, that's a mistake.
Oh.
There's $620 that accidentally got put there, that should have been for code books in Bob's line that I found today after these were all printed.
right? Okay, so that's minus 620
And Bob's
Code
plus
books.
620, but he's still
and Bob's
He's still
He's
under.
supplies, yeah, he,
okay in there.
yeah, he only had then 1,100 and,
Yeah, I picked the wrong supplies, there's lots.
But in that, we asked Bob about that line too. And he said that this coming year is another big update year, so he's probably
for the
gonna,
code books.
probably gonna expend most of that budget line.
Okay.
And he asked for a $300 increase on it, to go to $2,800.
You can thank the Fed for that,
So
for their
now-
regulations.
Well, what is it, every 4 years they update the electric codes and the building?
I don't even know if it's 4 years.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but Bob has to keep up with the new
Yeah.
codes.
Yeah, and the building codes are done by state, so
State,
the
yeah.
federal update, and then, I mean, we're on 2018 and the Fed's on 2024. So, we have, the state will adopt what they,
The new-
where they,
2024 stuff.
depending on, yeah, I mean, we were on before we went to 2018, we were on, there was a large gap between, for a while. But,
So, okay, so nothing else in Conservation Commission? Oh, I did have a question about this, it says administration, it went from 1,600 to 2,000, it's a $400 or 25%, the 25% looks bad because it's a small number, but it just says land use admin.
That's Kate.
So that's payment for her to
Right, she-
do,
For what she does for the
oh,
Conservation
so
Commission.
her salary is divvied
Planning
up
and zone,
among.
is, her salary as the land use administrator is planning and zoning. And and conservation is called out separately from her planning and zoning.
Ah, okay, I don't think I ever
That
knew
makes
It's not technically it's not a land use board. In the
Okay.
eye of the law. And they've always wanted to have the control over their own admin. So we kinda, I don't know what the word is, compromised and let them keep it in their line, and they could hire somebody else if they wanted to, but
She's already here.
Kate doesn't, yeah, she
She's
does a good
trained
job.
and she does a great job.
Yeah.
Did I say strange or trained?
Trained.
In my
or
head, I-
strained, maybe,
in my
because
head,
that
I
might be
heard
true from time to
strained.
time as well.
Yeah,
Last week she was.
okay. And did they, I mean, it just says land use admin, is that because there's an increased amount of time or effort, or?
Yeah, there was a lot more things that they wanted to take over, try and do next year. There's a lot of scanning, and they wanna update they have a file in a book for each piece of property, and they wanna be able to scan them, and they have some projects that they'd like to get done.
Okay.
And Kate plays a pretty big role in guiding them too, more than she, used to. They look to her, now she understands a lot more, and they rely on her a lot more, so.
Well, she has that title background and all that other kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah,
So, well,
she's,
Quite talented.
she's great.
It just, their percentage increase of 14% looks bad just because of that 25%.
But it's
That's literally $650.
But it- right.
such a small
But
number
it's
to start with.
$400, so. Okay, DPW admin, we'll start with the admin piece. So the overall comment that I have about DPW is that it's a third of our budget. It's a third of the town's budget. And I think that there are areas within here that we really need to look at.
So we are getting for this coming meeting, a breakdown of each employee's, cause right now it's a lump sum, $235,040 for full-time and part-time, whatever. So we're gonna get a breakdown to go through each employee, to see what each employee makes, and then to kinda help us digest at least the raise part of it there.
Okay,
You already have it, right? That spreadsheet I did for you guys?
Yeah, we were gonna, you did it, cause didn't Troy ask for it
Yeah,
after
I
last
did it
meeting?
a
Yeah,
few
you,
weeks ago.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, I was just making sure that
Yes.
we're talking about the same thing.
But we were gonna
this is
bring it to,
something
when
else.
we were doing
Right.
this meeting, we're gonna break it down and kinda go through that and again, look at, that was, I know, big on our list
after you do
was-
that, will you share it with the ABC?
Mhm.
Okay.
And,
Just to be aware, the 2.8 cost of living.
Right, and I
You
thought
know.
that the had been a proposal amongst the board of selectmen, I don't know if you guys all said yes or no to it, was that to hold pay raises at 2.25%?
well, that was brought up and I know that one of the counter arguments was that one of the selectmen didn't wanna go below the federal COLA, which was 2.8%. So we haven't made a decision, so
We
that's,
didn't
that's,
even have a big discussion.
right, I think that's this coming meeting is kind of,
That discussion.
so and that was part of it too, we wanted to break down, be able to digest the breakdown, and then kind of figure out what that looked like across the board.
Okay, so that whole,
Pretty much that whole front chunk line there.
yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the decision to add a transfer station attendant for 20 hours a week,
Mm.
has that been approved or not approved, or
So that
still
was
in-
just proposed, the request from, I believe you and Joy wanted John to come in and explain personally the need, which he said he would come, I actually talked to him at the transfer station on Saturday. Said that he would be willing to come in and just explain his position on that. So again, that hasn't been approved, it was just put in the budget because it was brought
Just to see what the effect.
Right, it was brought to Josh's attention that he was requesting it, so Josh put it in the preliminary budget to see. I mean, honestly, even John will say we don't need him 20 hours a week, but finding someone to only work, say, 10 hours a week is gonna be difficult, so they
Right.
figured to budget for someone half-time.
And I've seen it too, I mean, I go to the transfer station quite a bit, I talk with John as well. If Eric or John are out, you know, Dave or somebody else has to come up and cover, and I believe they used to have 3.
Historically, up until
Yeah.
last year, the year before, they had 3.
They had 3,
Yeah.
and one of the gentlemen moved to Bartlett or another
Yeah.
transfer station or
Yep.
something. So John has actually been really short,
Yeah.
one guy. And if somebody's out sick or whatever, there's nobody, you know,
Right,
John's
and
there
then-
by himself, or
and-
Eric's there by himself.
Right, and then the problem there is.
Nobody's ever there by.
Well,
Right,
no,
right.
somebody will come in
Someone
to
come,
cover.
right, and which
Yeah.
causes
Yeah.
potential overtime.
You gotta bring somebody in on the weekend,
Mhm.
right, to cover, that type of thing, so.
Right,
So there was a small discussion of restructuring
Yeah.
the hours, especially for the part-time people,
Yeah,
so that one could, if it was a need, and we just compared it to the actual job description. What
Mhm.
you need to be doing over there,
Right.
no,
lifting
but
75 pounds and all that stuff, so.
we need to make sure it's adequately staffed.
right, and then his big concern is that he is certain we're losing revenue when he's not able to check stickers and request the $5 per bag, or he said just the other day when I was there, he said a guy came and had a mattress for $30 and something else that was $15. The guy's like, I'm not paying for that mattress. So John said, all right, $15, get rid of that, and then go. John got pulled over, someone else came back and the mattress in the dumpster.
So the guy threw it
So the
in
guy
the-
threw it in anyways
anyway.
and left and didn't pay.
And he didn't
So
pay, yeah.
he's like, well, if I'm here trying to do this, but I get pulled way over here, he's like, there's no way to police it. As far as he's like, I would rather have someone in the guard shack checking stickers,
As they come in.
getting payment there, doing those things, and then having someone up top and down bottom so that they can monitor. If someone comes in, John can say, hey, he didn't pay for the mattress, he's not to dump it, and then that person could, you know. So that was, and he said that it happened with a TV, same thing. He goes, and if they threw it, I think he made it sound like it was thrown in the compactor, but maybe
Oh, jeez.
maybe it wasn't. But he was like, because if we don't take care of it, it can't go and get buried. There's a state fine we get.
Right, right.
So he's like,
They see it,
we
oh,
need
yeah.
we need to make sure that we're not. That's not happening.
I guess what I would just wanna make sure is, and reiterating what Nicole said, is something, talking about requirements as opposed to as opposed to just, hey, I want an extra person, or we need an extra person, or we've traditionally had this third person and now we don't have it. Identify the requirements, identify the need for that, and it's, you know, to a certain extent, it does sound like John is doing
Yes,
that,
he
but-
has it
but
pretty
it's
well.
got- I think it has to be done in writing.
Yeah, and I think
he's-
that's why he was gonna come in and voice it, and then obviously if we request him to do it in writing, we could have it in writing, and then we know. And moving
Because going
forward,
forward, then it
with the
goes
hiring
into-
process, you
Right.
have what, right,
Right,
exactly.
and it goes into a bigger picture of all of the positions in town have a requirement attached to them so that we know we have the right number of positions doing the right jobs.
Yeah.
And, you know, having the right experience and background to be able to do them when we go hiring or replacing somebody. So,
Sounds like they need some security cameras up there.
I was gonna say, the mattress thing is just a job for the police, not a third person. They should have been like called in and say, this is his life.
Yeah, but if you don't
Well, the
know
guy's
who it
wrong,
is,
yeah.
right,
Right.
it's like
You
the thing
don't
is, a lot
know.
of time it's someone from out of town that's,
But if you get
No,
a
I mean,
security,
a
Especially
license
on-
plate, or like he said, a survey.
you get a license plate.
A camera that says, you know, this, you know what the color truck it was, you know what I mean? It just seems like an extra employee because of a theft, it seems like it's, well, we're already covered for theft for the police department.
And the extra employee, when we're looking at it, I mean, it looks like they're looking for about $26,000 a year, or for 20 hours a week.
right, it's based on $20 an hour for 20, I think 20, I could,
So,
whatever it
but
is,
you add
yeah.
on top of that, the FICA and everything else for it, is that cost of an additional person, is that the way to go as opposed to a security camera or something that could catch that? You go back and go, oh, that guy dropped that mattress and he wasn't supposed to, he didn't pay for it. Now I can go back and look at
But
the
then I gotta have a security camera at the guard shack and at every receptacle we have.
One of the things I
Cheap
think
money.
we need to
Yeah, it's
consider.
like $150.
Link isn't that-
I had 4 of them at my building, and there
Yeah.
was 5 of them.
No, but
$150.
you know, let's look at, you know, John and Eric, last year they brought in
This year he's-
$87,000
This year, just in
revenue.
construction debris, he said, he didn't have the numbers with him, but he said it was almost 79,000, which is up 8,000 from
Yeah.
last year, that didn't include the
The
recycling or
metals,
anything.
another
Right.
13,000 in
Right,
metals.
so they're bringing in between $80,000 and $90,000 a year.
You know, we're covering a lot of it, and I know that, I've been up there, you've seen it too. I mean, guys will come in with a whole trailer full of roofing materials.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure how much we're charging there, but John is charging, I think, about $5 a bag.
Yeah,
Whether it's a
per-
little
per
bag or a
trash.
big
Yeah,
bag.
yeah.
Right? You know, what I'd like to see maybe on the DPW, on the transfer station is, you know, is the income especially on the TVs, electronics, the Freon, you know, the used motor oil, that type of thing, and what we charging to dispose of that covering our costs?
It just covers our cost. Is
Yeah,
it-
but maybe, you know, we are getting, people are throwing stuff in the compactor or the mattress, you know, not paying. Should we look at maybe increasing our fees a little bit to cover, you know, the additional costs to get, you know, they have to come in and drain the Freon out of the old refrigerators and air conditioners.
Yeah.
You know, the electronics are very expensive to get rid of.
Well, what John says too, when the people come with electronics, he says, take them to Staples, don't drop them here.
Samples, yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's like,
Staples will
they'll
them for
take
free.
them for free, right?
Yeah,
he's
but
like-
people are leaving like the TVs there or
Right.
whatever. you know.
I just got rid of 3 of the big, not flat screens, we're talking
Old
about.
school tube TVs.
Yeah, they're not tubes, they're
Plasma.
that old. But they were like $35 each, 30 or
Yeah, but does that
$35.
cover the cost? I don't know. You know what I mean? What is it?
I think John said if they pay for it, like 30, whatever it is,
Yeah,
it covers, it doesn't, we don't make like anything on that. Cause he's trying to keep the cost to us, the taxpayer,
No,
down
no,
as much,
no,
right?
I understand.
So that
but-
they will go.
And not
will.
dump it on
If
the
it
side of
costs
the
too much,
road.
I'm gonna leave it on the side.
It's
of
like
the
the last
It'll
thing
be
I
on the
picked
side
up,
of the
I
road,
picked up
yeah.
a refrigerator at the end of Modoc Hill, the turnaround. I was down in there driving
somebody
around.
dumped a
Someone dumped
fridge.
it. I grabbed it and brought it to the dump, and I
Yeah.
said, "John, I found this." I said, "I'll pay you for it." I don't. He's like, "No, it's
Yeah.
not yours. You don't have to pay me for it." But we as the town have to pay for that
Right.
because someone decided they didn't want to spend the $30 to get rid of it, and they threw it off the side of the
But,
road.
you know, even like with this additional 20-hour part-timer, we gotta remember, you know, they're bringing in 87, 90K a year in revenue. You know, that offsets, you know, the labor costs.
And again, maybe we get lucky and find that guy that only wants to work
20 hours.
10 hours a week.
Honestly, I think it's a perfect high schooler job.
Yeah.
Because some
Yeah,
high
you're
school
just
kid
checking.
going in there for 2 5-hour shifts on the weekends, making that kind of money, it's great money for them.
I guess that falls back on what our liability is.
Especially
someone
if, you
under
know,
age 18.
If we
No,
can
we can't.
catch some of the, you
As
know,
far as- yeah, I just didn't know what the, yeah.
Yeah.
if we get
Alright, so-
additional revenue, right, you know, by
Well,
having.
that was the idea, is
Yeah.
that, I mean, obviously, I hope we're not losing $26,000 a year in
Yeah, I
revenue.
don't know how much
but
we're losing, but yeah.
It would,
And then
it would offset.
A note on the Freon stuff, they take the Freon out, but then we put it in the metal container and make money off of it in the metal container.
Do we
The
sell,
the appliance.
oh, the appliance, we get the scrap metal.
Yeah, they come
Right,
and suck the
so-
Freon
Yeah,
out.
do we get any, do we get any money for the Freon? Freon's very expensive.
No,
I
well,
don't think so, we pay for that.
Or we
right?
have to pay the guy to come in and
Yeah,
drain,
he has to drain
the
Yeah.
appliances, okay.
Yeah,
Alright.
for the record, for the public, all other appliances are free, they're metal, just kick them.
Right, yeah,
Yeah.
so it doesn't have
Bring
Freon
those
in it.
stoves,
Yeah.
don't leave them for Jake to pick up on the side.
Yeah, don't leave your fridge or old
I don't know how
oven
many
on the side
tires
for
I
Jake to
found
pick
Okay,
up.
too.
let's move on.
All right, let's move on.
We don't wanna keep
I know.
any of us here till 10 o'clock. I did not have anything in the next section, the
Uniforms, training,
yeah,
supplies.
the
and stuff.
uniforms, training,
Excuse
phones,
me.
rentals, except that I noticed that most of the lines were overspent. Not hugely, $700 here, $600 or $159 there. The supplies went to 46 as opposed to 40, but they kept it at $40,000. So I'm not quite sure, they didn't increase those budgets at all,
Mhm.
but yet they've overspent
They
those budgets.
overshot, yeah.
And I don't know if it warrants then taking a look at why did they overspend, and if it was a one-time kind of weird thing that happened, then okay, but if it's cost of goods have gone up and that's gonna stay and it's gonna continue to go up, then there needs to probably be a look to see whether or not some adjustment needs to happen within those. But
maybe
if it's
they already
only,
have though,
I'm sorry,
maybe they've already done that,
maybe they've already done.
just the analysis that you think they should have, but so
Well,
that's
and
why
that's
they're
what I'm saying,
keeping
we
it
don't
at
have
40.
that information, so maybe when the selectmen are going through this, they can ask that question.
Wow, we're spending a lot on phones, huh?
Yes,
Yeah.
$2,500 for landlines, $800 something dollars a line.
They have 3, and that's $2,500?
well, there's one at the transfer station, one at the lower garage, and one at the upper garage.
Can we get like Spectrum VoIP or
Well-
business lines that are cheaper or something?
We're in a 3-year contract, and I think we have a little over a year left, so once that happens, we're gonna have.
Cause these are old school landlines,
Pots.
right?
Yeah.
Like
Not that old, come on.
Well, yeah, they're copper wired lines.
copper wires from
And those-
Which, by the
Consolidated or
way-
whatever, yeah.
I mean, if I ever I had copper wire in my old house because it will always work.
Mhm.
No, I agree, but, you know, we're paying $800 something dollars a year per line. You know,
phone,
How much
yeah.
a
Yeah,
month,
the
that's,
Fidium new,
that's
the
75
$75,
bucks a month for a phone
the
line.
new Fidium one is about $25.
That's what I mean, could we look at VoIPs
Yeah.
or something for the
Well,
future,
we will,
you know what I
but
mean?
we gotta
Yeah.
finish out the
Fiber.
contract.
You got, we're stuck in this contract, okay,
Right, okay, so there's like another year left.
yeah.
Yeah, it'll go into 2027.
Okay, moving on, anybody else have any other? In the DPW highway, yeah,
The increases are all variable, I mean, you can't do anything about salt. And-
well, the only thing you can do about salt is take a look at historically how much have we used.
And that's
is there-
what happened
is there-
last year, is over the past 2 years, what Josh was saying is over the past 2 years prior to this last year,
We
we
low
had,
salt.
right, so he lowered the amount, bought
Right, and got
whatever
caught.
it was, and then we got caught with our pants down at the end of last year when we had all that inclement weather. So he went back to where we had been, but at that increase and the increase tonnage wise
Yeah.
created the increase,
Well, this,
The $12,000.
the last 2 months here, we,
burned through.
the salt barn has been empty.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
they've had
going.
to refill it
Yeah,
quite,
yeah.
And it's $8,000 or $9,000 every time you.
Yeah, that truck shows up with a load of salt.
Like 3 loads is like $8,000 or $9,000.
And, I think, I don't know if it was you or somebody was telling me, you know, they're trying to stretch it even by, instead of mixing, you know, 2 loads of sand with a bucket of salt, they're cutting back
They're
to
cutting
half
back,
a bucket
right.
of salt to try to, you
To
know,
try to stretch it,
yeah.
right? Yeah,
Or
because it
3/4 of a bucket.
Yeah, 3/4, whatever, yeah, they're trying to
has
stretch it,
been-
yeah.
a
It's been a
gross couple of months.
I mean, the
Cold,
ice
rainy,
every
right?
day.
Yeah.
And
I
then
mean,
freezing.
we're getting-
And
That's
it's
the problem.
we're getting more rain tomorrow.
If it was raining and it stayed at those temperatures, we'd be fine.
Right.
Yeah.
You wouldn't need the salt, but when it freezes
The
again,
problem is
it's a
if the
sheet ice
ground's
rink.
8 degrees and we get
Oh,
freezing
it's-
rain
it's the
and
roads are-
right.
I
Is there
mean,
anything in here, the only other line was vehicle repairs, and I looked at, they
Right.
spent 43, they budgeted 50, so they had another $6,500, but then they were gonna increase it to 60.
I will ask.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
do we
don't
have
know.
any
What-
major repairs pending or something?
Well,
That's the, yeah,
that I don't know, right?
right, that's the
Um,
question. Are they anticipating something that we can't see in this? Or is there room to even, take it down to 55?
Right.
Or keep it at 50 since they didn't spend.
If we get that new truck, right, and we get rid of the older equipment, shouldn't our repair costs go down?
Yeah, sadly, I think the older truck we're getting rid of is not the one that typically breaks down.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It's not the lemon, as
Right.
Dave
That's not the
calls it.
lemon,
It's
the
not
lemon
the
truck?
lemon.
That's the problem. I mean,
Okay.
they've all had their issues.
No,
but
but-
like, and it was actually that one. I believe it was that truck. This fall, winter, just
And
To
they
end it up
won't
in the
go
shop.
in use until literally 3 months before next year's meeting.
Truck number 3 is
What-
the lemon.
Because we don't take possession till the end, till almost January.
Yeah.
Yellow.
for
No,
what?
but-
This truck?
2019.
The new truck hopefully will take possession in August, and then no, we have to have it on the road by.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I think we hope to take possession before
for the
August,
grants,
but have
you
it
have to
back
have
by
it, yeah.
September, fully outfitted. Yeah, we
Well,
have
we
to have
do
it.
have newer equipment, we are replacing the older stuff, so the repair costs should go down.
Well, hopefully, yeah.
Like
But the
we did
problem
with
is
the
the
big
repair
red-
the repair costs are going
going
up.
up.
That's
like-
true, yeah.
I mean, that's the thing when your mechanic's getting 100 and whatever an hour.
Oh, you're going to
$5
$130 an hour.
Yeah,
And
and
the
then,
older stuff is getting older.
Right.
yeah, yeah.
No, but like when we,
faster.
we did replace, remember the big red transfer station truck? That was costing us a fortune?
Yeah, and we got this.
Now we have the new blue one.
Right.
So, our costs go down.
Hopefully, right? Yeah,
Hopefully,
they
right.
should.
Yeah.
But yeah, the 2019 International dump truck is labeled lemon. Number
Lemon.
3. Yep, truck number 3. So,
Okay.
all right, so yeah, talk about that.
Yeah, I like
Under
this.
DPW Parks and Rec, I was looking at the lake monitoring where they didn't spend any of that. Can we reduce that to 5? I don't know what that
They
700 is predicated
Gave an
on.
explanation.
Well, it used to be the state would
Right.
monitor the lakes for us, and they stopped the program for a little while, and that's how much it does cost when they monitor, and if they institute the program again, we'd definitely jump
So
in
we
on
pay
it.
the state to monitor the lake,
They do testing out through the
and it's
summer.
$700.
We have to pay the DES or whatever to come in and
Yeah.
And we do it already.
I was gonna say, I thought Slam does a
Slam
really good job on
Slam does
monitoring.
it,
Right.
UNH comes in
But
once
there
a year,
was
does it.
talk of trying to figure out if they test for the same thing, because I know that was brought up.
Yeah.
They
It's-
do it on a weekly basis, but UNH does come in the middle of the summer
Yeah.
and does all that testing.
Plus you
Maybe
guys
there's
are
a-
looking for the invasive weeds and
So
all
I
that
don't know,
stuff.
I don't know how often
Yeah.
the state does it, but the test that UNH does has gotta be more than the state does. And we get the results back from UNH, and
Yeah.
like I said, we do the testing every other week. Chlorophyll and
All the goodness.
Maybe
all the bad stuff.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's something to look at.
Because I
is
know that
really,
was it
yeah.
you were discussing that with
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
The fish, yeah.
yeah.
the fish. And then the rafts and docks, we only spent $45, but we have 5,000.
I believe we need to
Outside.
purchase a new dock this year for the head.
Didn't that one get
Head or
trashed? Remember?
It's the head. The one at the head got trashed, and then
Memorial.
yeah, and then
The renters or something trashed one of the floats.
they overloaded it, tipped it, and it was one of the plastic floats from what I understand it, so it ripped where that was more.
The Lego one? I called it the.
Yeah, the
Lego
one that looked like
Lego.
Legos. Yeah. So I believe the plan is to get a replacement this year. We didn't buy one at the end of last year because it happened. I want to say in August.
Have we,
It did. It was
have
like-
we gone back to
The
the
renter?
property owner, the landlord, going, hey, your renters trashed the town raft?
That was
We expect you
my
to pay.
that was my recommendation. I'm
Yeah.
not sure what.
Was it in the 4 family right there? that 4-unit, the condo?
No, it's the white one
The
up
one
on the
on the
hill,
hill.
just
Okay.
across
Yeah, I
from
know.
Rosewood Manor or whatever
The,
it's
the
called.
grandkids were down there or something and just wrecked the, wrecked the raft.
They were, it was my understanding that they were like 18 and 22-year-olds or something.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, again, I don't know the
But they had to
details,
pull the
but
raft
I,
out
I know that
because
we had asked if
it had sunk.
there
Do
was
we
some
have
way
it?
to do.
So if we're gonna replace that raft, is there an estimate for the cost of it?
Could ask Dave. I feel like Dave would have that.
Yeah, Dave
Let's
was,
see.
Dave was.
Because I know
trying
that
to
they had
fix it
looked into
and everything,
one,
yeah.
and then someone offered us one,
Right.
and then we looked at that one and said no, thank you, and then
That's in worse shape.
Well, the
than-
property owner should contribute to
Right.
a new
If we
raft
at least get an
since
estimate for
their
what the new
tenants
one-
trashed
Yeah.
the raft, yeah.
Or make a donation towards it.
Or make a donation or something, since they were responsible for the damage to
Well,
it.
I'll tell you, if they were using the raft, like the kids at the foot of the lake use it, and they were doing that on the Lego, it's gonna just fall apart.
Right.
Because
Mm-hmm.
at the foot of the lake, they're just jumping as
Was
much.
there a police report that went with that? Cause if without a police report, without any kind of
I want to say
substantiation
maybe.
as a
I wanna
homeowner, they're
say
gonna
there was
say,
a discussion
No, I
back.
mean, we didn't
You
do
don't
it,
have to
no.
say it in a way that's like, you could say, hey, bring to your attention last summer, now our town's without a raft, would you care
I
to make a
feel like,
donation?
and I don't know, I feel like there was a discussion with the police chief. Again, I'm trying to recall from 6 months ago.
Nothing, yeah, I mean, it's probably
I
too
don't
late
know if there's,
now.
I don't know if there was an
Yeah.
official, because I know that it was reported and obviously there was witnesses and people knew who did it, so again, I don't know, again, we could check.
No,
with-
but
Either way, if
Cheaper.
that money
You know,
came in, it just went in the general.
it
Right.
may be, you know, it's in the past, it may be too
Right.
late, but it
Right.
just seems now that town taxpayers are being asked to pay for a new raft that somebody's tenant's damaged, right, or renters.
Family or
damaged,
something, yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't get hurt, so
Yeah,
it must have hurt. It broke.
But again, if we did get money, it would just be in the general fund.
yeah. I know, but could at least
still,
Right.
cover some of the repair
Right, but-
costs or replacement costs.
or they could buy it and give it to the town.
Or donate
They
it
wouldn't
to
have
the
pay
town,
For it
yeah,
at all.
yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
moving on.
Please.
Anything else on Parks and Rec? No, solid waste disposal. I noticed that the well testing and capping came in at $8,100, $8,180, and there's only 8,000 that was, in the budget, and then again, only 8,000, but if we know that well testing and capping is gonna overrun that line, does it make sense to put it at 8,200?
I think 8,000 is still good. I think it varies each year by
Yeah.
a little bit, and I still
Okay.
think it's close enough.
Okay,
Like that costs $13,500 to get rid of the old TVs and everything.
Mhm.
what are you looking at?
The line above that. Are we,
Electronics free on, that's
Are we-
everything.
what are we, I know, even a rough guess. what are
John
we-
could have that.
What are
for
we
you.
taking in? Are we covering that cost with what we charge to get rid of a TV?
Well, that's all in that $70,000,
It's in,
$80,000.
rolled into that $87,000,
Right.
yeah. No,
And-
just to see if we're at least breaking even on that.
Also on the contract line, it's up to 110,000 now. By the time we put in the last few things for December that actually got brought to the transfer, up to Mount Carberry, so just saying.
You're gonna increase that line to 110?
I don't
Cause I can't
know.
imagine that those costs are gonna go down.
No.
No,
Only
because,
if.
No, they're
only
going, they're going up.
up,
cause
right,
actually
so-
there's a, I don't know if anybody, well, there's a $3.50 per ton.
State fee.
There's a
a
new state
surcharge
fee
that's
or
gonna-
something, yeah.
But the town every quarter can ask for a refund on that. We don't, as a town, we don't have to pay it. It's more for businesses and out-of-staters are gonna have to foot the bill for that $3.50. We have to pay it initially, but each quarter, the town is able to submit the fact that we brought this many tons in and that we asked for it back.
And the tonnage price went up.
And I think our,
78.
To 78,
our
yeah.
volume too. That transfer station's been busy.
Yeah.
I mean, Dave is hauling a lot of containers at the landfill.
But like I said, I think it went from 75 to 78
Eight,
per
correct.
ton
Then it's
now.
gonna, plus another
And then the
350.
And then the 350 on top of it.
And,
So it's 8150.
and the increased volume
Right.
that they're hauling.
Right. The good news is it appears that the cost is close to recuperated because I mean it's not.
Yeah.
I mean because a lot of that's trash too. But
Yeah.
as far as the construction debris, that's kind of a net zero. I feel like John was saying that if you work in what we haul for construction material and what we get paid for construction material, it's pretty much a,
There's a lot of work there because, you know, Eric's out there with the loader, you know, the backhoe. And they'll take, you know, the big load of roofing materials, decking materials, and they dump it in the parking lot. Then Eric has to scoop it up
Yep.
and, you know, load it. There's a lot of labor and
Oh, absolutely.
machine costs
Yeah.
that goes into handling that.
that's where I
bulk.
dump all my
Yeah.
stuff. They say
The
dump it down
bulk
the bottom.
debris. Yeah, you
Yeah.
dump it at the bottom.
We'll pick it up and dump it in.
All right, moving
All right.
on. Anything else on solid waste disposal? No? Okay. Direct assistance. There was assistance to the public, this went from 4,000 to
Yeah.
10,000?
At the recommendation of the welfare director, because there are a lot of services that are stopping in 2026.
That are stopping in
That they,
2026.
yeah, a lot of public assistance things that the government is not doing anymore, so things like, that normally, Tracy's awesome, she just knows where to send people for assistance so that we're
Mhm.
not burdened with
Yeah.
the price. But those places are going away and the money that's funding them is going away. So she recommended increasing that in anticipation of us not having places to send people for
And
things.
do what instead?
Foot the bill.
What do you mean, do what instead?
Well, if a person needs assistance and we're currently sending them somewhere else, are we using that $6,000 to, as Jake just said, foot the bill?
Right, for what we don't, for where we have, if we have no place to send them to help them, we have to help them.
We have to help.
There's an RSA or something saying.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah,
You
we
have to-
we have,
you
yeah,
have
there's an
to assist,
application
yeah.
process and,
Yeah,
and,
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
she,
Mhm.
you know, she, reviews it and sees if they're actually qualified, but,
Right.
but if they qualify, we have to help them.
Thank you, Trumpy Dumpty.
Thank you.
Well, we see it too at the
Well-
food pantry.
And,
you know,
Okay.
and also keep in mind, which I just don't think is fair, but if you own a home in town and we give you welfare assistance, we lien your home. So if we gave you $600 to pay your oil bill,
There's a $600
there's
lien on the
$600
house.
lien that goes to the registry. If you're a renter in town and we have to help you, you just have to promise to pay it back, and nobody has ever paid it back.
Yeah, well, like.
And I think that's, I don't like that, because if you're
Right.
invested in this town, and we're gonna lien you, but if you're a fly-by-night, well, that's
That's
terrible.
fine. But if
If you're just not someone who doesn't actually
You're not paying
own
taxes.
a place here, yeah, you
Right.
know what I
No,
mean?
paying
You
property
get-
taxes.
We still have to help you, and you don't have to help us back.
There's no
Repercussions.
repercussion.
Or,
So
yeah,
I have a
liability.
history with this, that I owned a rental in town and I inherited a lovely tenant with that rental, and she destroyed it. And, but one month, the town of Madison sent me a check for part of her rent, and she didn't pay the rest, or from then on. And I called the town, I don't know who it was, this was going back to 2005 or something, and I think I lost mine. Because she sat home, drinking and smoking all day, while my husband and I worked 7 jobs, trashing my house with 11 cats, with no litter box. And I said, sign me up. What do I gotta do to sit around all day? I was so mad. I couldn't believe my tax dollars were going towards that. I was just livid. And all I got was welfare as an animal all of its own. And then she went on from there, and a few months later, my plow guy found out where she went after I got a successful eviction. And she, within 3 weeks, completely destroyed a man's brand new apartment he put her in Conway. Like, the people I called them and I was like, you shouldn't rent to this person. They're like, too late, she was in tears.
Oh,
Tears.
gosh.
And I just was, and she's able-bodied, nothing wrong with this person physically. And she did not work 1 minute of her life. So that is just like, I agree with Linda, there could be a compromise maybe in this number. And there's gotta be a vetting maybe.
Oh, she definitely.
Oh, there is, there's a whole
definitely-
application.
And this,
you know, yeah.
Tracy wasn't the welfare director.
No, I'm sure.
Yeah, no.
No, I'm not saying
Yeah,
that
no,
she
no, no.
was. I said that poor woman that was, I felt bad.
Oh, you okay?
I'm good, this didn't fall down, we're okay.
But yeah, I'm just saying, there's, this increasing taxes, as we know, puts more people into the situation too.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's a double-edged sword.
Okay, moving down then to the welfare director themselves, we went from 3,200 to 3,500, and I know that it's for more than just the stipend. It
Right, we pay,
pays
well,
internet. and-
yeah, and we share her with, Freedom.
Freedom as well, right?
We have I don't know what the word is, it's contract we pay 66% of Tracy and they pay 33% of Tracy. When it comes to her internet, we pay for that at the house, we pay for her phone line, phone access at the house. And I did ask the selectmen if they would consider, her stipend is $2,000 a year, and it's been that way for 10 years. I asked if they would go to $2,500 on that line for her.
She puts in a lot of work, and that's a
She
very
does.
difficult job.
Sure it is,
It's a
yeah.
hard job.
And she's, you know, at our beck and call. We out of the blue, we just call her and she does what she needs to do for us. So,
No, and
I definitely agree with paying her more, I mean, we definitely don't wanna have to load it on the Linda
No.
Kate.
well, it,
I mean, it's a great offer for her, yeah.
she saves us money. Because she
Right, that's
knows
what
the
I mean.
places where to send people, you
Yeah.
know, we don't, just because someone comes and says they're homeless doesn't mean that we necessarily have to put them in a hotel. She knows where they can put them in
there's a way
shelters.
station or
You know,
shelter or
and she
something,
has
yes.
those resources
Yeah.
and she just knows them all and she's just, yeah.
No, and the issue is not going away. We're seeing, I did
We
the
got more
pantry report for
applications this year.
2025. I sent it to Linda to share with the board as well, and it goes into the town report. You know, our numbers are up 30%. You know, we served 18 homeless people in Madison, you know, this past year. So, you know, the numbers are going up. I don't have a solution for that or whatever, but, you know, we can't let people go hungry, we can't let people go homeless either. And, I mean, if we have somebody like our welfare director that can bring in other resources, whether it's a way station or shelters, you know, I mean, it's a good thing, so.
Anything else? In
Money
direct
well spent.
assistance?
I think so.
Election registration and vital statistics?
There's 3 elections this year. Last year
Right, I
was
saw
only one.
Yeah,
that,
that's-
3
yeah.
elections. There weren't any,
One,
it was
just town.
one. Okay, so,
And this is gonna be
Do-
town meeting, primary, and
Yeah.
general election.
And
So do we
the
think-
midterms are coming up,
the election printing, not till next year, I think, isn't it?
2026.
27.
There's three elections next year.
3, right? 3 this year,
We have the
Town,
primary in
primary, and
September,
general, Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
for sure.
So election printing, it's still the same as it was, but yet now we had 1 this year and now we're gonna have 3. Should that not be a different number?
I believe that's the ballots for
So that's just
town
the ballots
meeting.
for town
That's
meeting?
different, yes, I'm pretty sure.
Do we get provided the ballots for everything else?
Yes,
Okay,
but we do that number 9, the vote tally setup. That increased because
Right.
for every election, you have to have a setup and
Oh, that's a machine.
Yeah.
yeah, that's the
programming and all
sheet,
that.
yeah.
But yes, they supply us with the state ballots, we have to supply our own town ballots.
And then the postage went from 200 to 600.
Well,
Postage
in
increased
every
twice this year.
department.
and
We're-
it's gonna
First class
increase.
is
so we're gonna
77
have 3
cents.
elections,
Right.
and there's 3
Right.
reasons why we'd have to do absentee ballots.
Yeah,
Right,
So-
but we only spent $19.11 and we had 1 election, so
Well, that was
Trying
that
to-
was just for the town though, and when the state ones generate more absentee ballots than the town does for
oh, cause you,
State and federal, right?
yeah.
those November elections, more people ask for absentee ballots than they do for the town.
plus, I mean, the postage has gone up twice.
Right.
77 cents for our
We're
first
at
class.
74 cents,
Yeah.
even with the metered mail.
With the
for
metered mail,
every
74?
single- And actually, I wanna say it's more than that, because they're heavy, they're like $1.03 a piece.
Yeah, the postage has gone way up.
And
Have
now-
you seen the
It's-
prices for priority mailboxes?
I
That's
know,
like
it'll go up
$20.
more, I'm sure. Okay,
Yeah,
and then
no,
I
postage
know
doesn't work
Mike
better.
explained the whole checklist thing and that there's additional sessions that are required
Right.
now and,
Yeah, most of that whole thing is federally state mandated.
but there's also increases to them in that. There's increases to them and there are more sessions.
Well, his theory on it was, on election day, 10 hours at $25 an hour is $250 and so then multiply that out is how they came up with it, because, and then they have to do their checklist sessions, and I think he put in $25 for each one of those that they had to do. Was the theory.
25, I should be a checklist person, $25 an hour. Sit around
Counting, right?
counting and, yeah, during election day, the long day though, the 10 hours.
I wanna go to the dump and check stickers.
There you go.
Oh, jeez, here you go. There's our new part-timer.
The
Solve
job
that problem.
requirement says you must be able to lift 75 pounds.
Oh, we
and
might be
have all
pushing it.
And be exposed to loud noise, dangerous situations, and we looked at.
Got it.
And you're out there when it's minus 10
Let's
degrees
keep
or
moving, let's
95
keep,
degrees.
emergency management. The only thing I looked at in this was it says that there's, the generator maintenance, there's 5 generators.
Right, I
And this
circled
year is
that.
the 3-year service. Is there a way to stagger that 3-year service, so we're not hitting,
We
Yeah.
put all the generators in on the
Same time.
same time.
If you don't do the maintenance,
They don't
their
warranty
schedule, they
them.
won't warranty them.
Yeah.
So you have to
Right.
follow their maintenance
Yeah,
schedule.
because
Because we
we
put
use
them all
generator
in at the
connection,
In the
Right.
same 1 year, so they all land in
Yeah.
the same year.
dang.
And, you know, you're paying the tech to come up from Manchester,
Yeah,
wherever a
no,
generator
that's who
connection is.
Services
Yeah.
mine,
Yeah,
they're
they
about
do
the only
mine.
people in the area.
Barrington or something, are they down?
What? Yeah,
Are they
they're-
Barrington?
Barrington, down near Epping.
So they try to,
Epping.
Epping, yeah.
try to group them together so.
So,
they're-
yeah, while the guy's here, he knocks out all
Might as well
5.
do 'em all.
Yeah, yeah,
Right,
yeah.
well, yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense, but he also is knocking out mine and.
He does mine,
Right.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So.
No, I agree, they have a few days up here.
Yeah. Okay, anything else in that section? Executive. I'm looking at the admin, land use administrator, a 12.4% increase.
Yeah, the selectmen haven't,
Agreed to that?
yeah, no.
Yeah, I
It won't, it's not gonna be that.
was gonna say it probably won't, that won't
No.
stand. And I recognize that that individual does a very good job, but it's also in this economic environment and everybody else holding them at 2-point-something% increases.
We expended over $3,000 more than we budgeted for this year.
How is that?
Overtime.
Overtime would be my guess.
Overtime.
Yeah, well, you know,
additional
you
meetings.
know. She works all day and then
so
she
she's-
has 3 meetings a night.
She's not salaried, she's
No,
hourly?
she's hourly.
Yeah,
She's here on the weekends.
yeah, you have all the meetings she does.
So she works her 35 hours in the office and then whatever night meetings, those are in addition.
Right.
And then when there's crunch times, when she's just,
Yeah.
Here at 2 in the
No, I
morning.
know, like
she's here on the
preparing for-
weekend trying to prepare a thing
prepare
for
a
the
brief
lawyer and all
prepare the
that,
lo-
yeah.
The cases for the lawyers and
Lawyer.
stuff, yeah. Okay, anything else in that function, that area?
For,
You guys remove the office assistant?
Yep.
I know that Adam said that it was, I'm trying to find savings, but I honestly think that that's an expense that would end up saving us money in the long run because more could get accomplished and things like Kate and or you having to come in on the weekends or stay longer at nights and, you're salaried so you don't get overtime, but Kate does and it would save those areas over time, but.
Oh, I don't know though, what she does usually is what she's here for anything like that. She's not here for just filing and that kind of stuff.
No, no, I know.
If she's here because it's
But
something
those
that's more
things-
specified to her job that only she would do.
Right, so she still might be here during that time, but it might be able to be accomplished between 3 and 5 in the afternoon as opposed to coming in on a Saturday, because she didn't have to spend, you're pulling stuff off the table for her to have to do, or anyone else to have to do, you as well, and you're adding in a different person in to do that, which frees up her time to do the things like getting those cases ready, filling the stuff for the lawyers, making sure the files are all updated, that kind of stuff. That only really she can do. So, I would have argued, I think I did argue in support of leaving that in, or if you need to reduce some of it and have less time in the office. But to remove it completely, I think is to a certain extent short-sighted. And that's my opinion, but. Anything else in that
fees and dues went up. There were, the QuickBooks payroll increased. We got new computers, so we don't have the old Adobe license, so now we have to pay for an Adobe license for each computer, and that's like $150 for each computer. And we're supposed to get a new antivirus, according to our tech guys, they want us to upgrade our antivirus, so those are the increases. Oh, the dam registration went from 400 to 800. And then all the other things are, memberships. NHMA, that went up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like
You
we budgeted 7,500, we spent 12,000, so.
Yeah.
Do we think 10,000 is gonna be enough if we spend 12,000?
There were some other things in there. I'm confident 10 is good.
Okay. And do we have to have Adobe on is it on every computer, or is it,
Yeah. We use it quite often.
just wondering if there's a way to just
But
put
we
it
don't,
on?
we don't have the big one. We have like the, just able to work
Just
with it one.
Barely
Well, there's
pay
a,
for it.
Barely, yeah.
there's the $300 version, and
yeah.
we get the $150 version, so.
That's definitely where Adobe makes their money, is on their edit, you
Right.
have to pay for the license.
That makes sense. Anything else in this
I just
section?
saw postage, but
But it's
it's,
postage.
you
Well,
know, it is what it is, it's,
Right.
We, the bills come out of our office, that's a
Yeah.
lot of the postage, and
Yeah.
you just, you don't know.
right. And then the selectmen's stipend, which they're so overpaid. I'm waiting
Where's
for
Nicole?
to say, I'm waiting for
Nicole's not
to say.
commenting.
well,
She's
they
not
reduced
hearing.
it. They did reduce it last year. They reduced the stipend,
From
but then, but
7,500 to
Right,
5,000,
but
but
there's
there's
now more-
extra.
more.
I did
Yeah,
one for.
I mean, it's a thankless job, I'm just,
Oh, I'm not. I didn't take any offense by that.
I didn't know it was a paid position till I ran, so I was
Yeah.
like, what? And member state reps make $150 a year.
wow,
Yeah.
Yeah,
wow.
They don't have to pay their car registrations, right? They get fancy plates and stuff.
All right,
Yeah.
financial administration.
How come there's no debt servicing in financial administration? Don't we have any,
It's a separate,
is it?
and then there's
is it
separate
really
at the
something? I
end.
couldn't
What's
find it.
debt? What?
Debt servicing, like interest payments and,
Yeah.
but where?
Oh, well, financial
Bank
administration is the clerk's office. It's not that,
I'm sorry.
Postage,
Where
again,
are you, where are you showing it?
right under executive.
No, not postage.
Nope, if you go down to interest on the page 9,
Yeah.
there's a line there, but they only put $1 in, so it's a.
There's gotta be a real number there though, right?
well, if we have to pay, if we do get a TAN and we have to pay interest, we have to have a line to be able to pay it from. We haven't got a TAN in 10 years, but
Got a what?
the tax anticipation note, when we borrow money from the bank because we're running short on tax money.
Oh, yeah.
We haven't had to get one since we went to 2 billings a year, but if we ever do, we need that line there to be able to pay the interest.
So that's the only loan we.
Yeah, and
got.
it would go negative. It would go negative,
Yeah,
but,
but we would be able to pay the interest.
right.
Okay.
But, and everything else is covered under the notes and leases thing. Okay, moving on. The treasurer, we paid 11,775 and 92. Do we expect that to be less? We think 11,500 is still good?
I think it's okay. It all depends on how many times she
Times
goes
she
to the
has to go to the
bank,
bank.
and it's,
Fire department. This is the area where I calculated almost, I think, $17,000 in potential
Unspent?
savings.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, there was more unspent.
Oh.
This was potential savings. So, areas like EMS equipment. We spent $2,000, it has 2,500, I put, okay, can we get away, not get away with, does 2,200 make sense?
Oh, I see, yeah.
Contracted services, we can probably do nothing about. Dry hydrants, we expended nothing. Dues, we expended nothing. That's $4,200 between the two of them.
Oh, yeah.
That we did not expend any of it. Now, I would expect that we wouldn't wanna remove all of it, but what does it make sense to decrease the dues to? Why didn't we spend any of it? Are we not members
Is
anymore?
dues mutual aid?
I think that's
Mm-mm.
separate.
There's
No, that's a
mutual
separate
aid
line.
different- Separate line, that went up to $1,000 to 10,000. EMS training, $2,500, we didn't expend any of it.
He
No,
needs to take another look.
Right, and then,
Well, I think that line there too is if you have someone who you can send to EMS training, if you have a new member that wants to go or can go.
Yeah, and Mike was saying that the state, the past few years, has been paying, because there's such a demand for volunteer, fire department, EMS, that sort of thing, the state has been footing the bill, I believe, but
okay,
his concern is that may stop, like, them to saying, oh, well, we're not gonna foot the bill anymore and go back to the old way where we had to pay for the town.
but when that happens, then we can put it back in the budget. Until then, though, just putting $2,500 in the budget and never spending it.
Yeah, no, I'm just
When we're-
giving you,
Yeah. And then the EMS equipment repair, it still shows that we spent $1,091, but we have 2,000 in the budget. Is there an opportunity to drop that to 1,500? The equipment testing is 10,500, but we spent $2,300. Is there an opportunity there to drop that?
And we don't know if that's rotational or something.
right, again, that would be a question we'd have to ask
Yeah.
Chief Brooks to see if, what he sees on the horizon as far as this year, and
And again, that's one of those nice look back 3 years and figure out. Because I will tell you, I have looked at the budget, and I'm not picking on him, but I've looked at the budget and I listened to him say it, that for several years in a row, at least as long as I've been doing this, he consistently comes in tens of thousands of dollars under budget. If you're consistently coming in tens of thousands of dollars under budget, then perhaps, again, we're over budgeting. And there are areas to look at. So instead of, and this year he's $50,000, $53,000 under budget. That's a lot of money.
2 years ago, he encumbered most all of his overage and he did buy,
At
he
the
did
end of
have
the
the other,
year.
he had the truck fixed.
Right.
Right.
But to me, that's not the way to do it. To me, that should be in the budget or in the CIP or a warrant article, but to take money that you didn't spend because you over budgeted and I get that he's being a good steward of money and not spending it where he doesn't have to, but it's a balancing act between being that good steward and then encumbering money at the end of the year for stuff that you didn't budget for or you didn't plan on, as opposed to budgeting for the things you need when you need them. So, personal protective
Well,
gear.
maybe his thought process is that he'd rather budget a high number and give the money back to the town rather than budget a low number and then be shown to be over budget.
I know that, speaking with him the other day, that was his concern. His concern is, there is some room, especially this year, with what the total unspent was, but he doesn't want to adjust, have something happen, and then be looked at as, why did you overspend your budget? That was,
Apparently this town doesn't, I don't wanna say it doesn't matter if you overspend your budget, but it's very forgiving when you do for good reason. It's like, okay, that was something you couldn't anticipate necessarily, so you've overspent the budget, okay, we're okay with that. That goes into the mix for the next year for thinking of it. It's not a, oh my gosh, you overspent your budget, now you're going to jail, right? You're not going to budget jail, we don't do that. But I think to take money out of a taxpayer's pocket and
Just in case.
Just
Right.
in
But
case.
then give it back to them.
Well, except you're not really giving it back to them, because you're taking an opportunity, and,
Yeah.
go back and go watch the school board meeting, that George Epstein said something very true. Like, we pay our taxes and the town acts like our banker. Okay, the town is our banker, and the town takes the money and does something with it. Well, if they're taking money that they don't need to take,
Or then
It's-
not give it back, yes.
so it should still be in my
Cause
pocket.
his,
as
his
opposed
reference
to-
was to the school, because
The
they
Correct.
don't give it back.
That's right.
We do, in the form of
The
buying
school-
back taxes.
The school gives it back. They do. They
Not
give
to
it-
the town.
Not to the town.
No, but they give it back in the form of the same way we do, in the form of our budget. Right? We buy down our taxes with it. We don't give it back. It's not like you're sending me $1,000 check at the end of the year because we saved $135,000. I don't get $135,000 check. It just goes into the calculation as to whether or not to buy down our taxes. And then sometimes it doesn't even do that. Sometimes it goes to buying a new police cruiser or going to buying
Well, that's also revenue from the town. That's, I mean, our surplus in the budget. What was our
It's
surplus this year?
$135,000.
We bought $300,000 down. So every bit and more of the tax money we used to buy back taxes.
I understand that, but I'd rather have that money in my pocket so I can do something with it, so it's my choice whether or not I invest it and earn additional money on it, as opposed to giving it to the town to sit in an account till you guys decide at the end of the year what you're gonna do with it, and I don't really have a say in that. It's a selectman's vote, not the town's vote, to buy down the taxes or do anything with it. It's the selectman's vote.
That in an open meeting where you can voice your.
Exactly.
But
You
when
voice
we
my
had that
opinion.
meeting this year, there was 0 people sitting right there.
Well,
So I mean, I understand that we don't want to
overtax.
overtax, and I agree, and we want to work this budget down.
Yes.
But it's not like if there is a surplus, it's not returned, because it is returned, and typically more so than what we overtaxed.
because we're collecting revenue.
Right.
Because we're selling services, and it should be.
Right. No,
We're
and I'm
selling
not
things.
I'm not
but-
debating that. But what I'm
again,
saying
but
is,
I'm focusing on the $53,000 that it's been, 3 or 4 years in a row that I know of, that it's at least 30,000 plus that is left in that fire department budget. Can we look at it and see where there's? I'm not
Oh, I'm-
saying take all 50.
no, and I am in complete agreement
but
with the
20
fact
of it
that
should be able to come out. I would think.
looking at that, and I think that it will be left up to the 5 of us to make those decisions.
Right. When, yes, so anyway. But yeah, personal protective gear, we spent 4,800 out of 75. Can we change
The
that
reason,
to-
so
to
that was,
5?
one, he actually was talking about making that a larger line item, because that 4,300 was one set
One
of
set of
PPE,
suit,
and
right.
he has that line was originally budgeted for 2, but the cost has gone up. So he had talked about potentially doing,
But when was the last time we bought 2 sets of PPE in the same year?
I want to say the year, I could be wrong, but I feel like it was the year prior, that's why that number was in there.
If you get another member,
Right, and you want to replace your PPE every so often because,
Wait, but that's why you put it on a rotational basis.
right, and
This
again,
is-
that, I think that was where that original $7,500, that was to, and I think he planned on, by sounds of it, in the conversation we had here, was that it was to be for, he had plans every year to buy 2 sets of replacement gear.
And then the radio repair, we spent nothing. $2,000, we spent nothing. Training, $5,000, we spent nothing. Uniforms, $500, we spent none of it. So some of those lines, I think, bear, I don't wanna say scrutiny, but that's the word I'm gonna use, scrutiny, to take a look at them and see. Does anybody have anything else? I don't wanna feel like I'm hammering Chief over the head with stuff, but I guess I am a bit. When you look at the bottom part of it, the fire warden and what's the difference between a fire warden and a forest fire warden? And don't we not have one of them?
The houses, one's a forest.
Michael is our
Fire
fire warden. I wanna say part of that is for paying if there is a fire that we bill for. So if there was a forest fire, if someone, lit their backyard on fire and we had to go
Put it out.
put it out, we can charge them for
Like
it.
Allegro Pines.
We can
and then
charge,
lit it on fire.
they can get charged for it, so that line comes out of there, but it does get reimbursed back to the town, but we have to pay for it somehow.
It's now Allegro Pineless.
Allegro Pineless, right. Okay, I just, we didn't pay anything out of that.
And luckily, because we didn't, surprisingly, we didn't have any,
Didn't have- Right.
it being
Especially how dry it
Right, and that was,
Oh
right.
my God.
And that's, again, that's why he pulled, I think he pulled $1,000 out of one of the,
Right.
the warden, the fire warden one.
That's the actual
And
line.
he is the fire warden, so he's reducing his own stipend by
And he didn't even take it this year.
I was gonna say, and he didn't even take it this year. Okay, anybody else on that section? No, okay, moving on to general government buildings. I was looking at the heat, where it showed we paid 12.5, and we had budgeted 18. I didn't know if there's an opportunity to reduce that to 15 or 16, and still, obviously, I don't know if our use last year is atypical from what our use would be.
I almost wanna say, I'd like to think that would be a little bit more efficient now that we have a new
The new
system.
one.
Mhm.
I don't know if that's true.
But it's been a lot colder too. I think all of us have seen our heating costs go up.
Yeah, and
I have no.
and again, I'm assuming
Honestly,
we're locked in on
heating
those prices, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
I
okay.
don't pay, it's water.
Oh,
And
you have jail.
I have solar, and I have radiant floor heating.
No, we've been using a lot more oil in the
Oh,
last
no,
couple
yeah,
of months
no.
at our house. Just cause it's been
I
zero.
just filled my tank and it
Oh, yeah,
was
$800.
disgusting.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the cost of it's gone up 30 cents a gallon since the last time I bought it.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. And it's been so cold.
Mm.
So you're using more. Janitorial services, $260 a month. We paid. Is it just timing? 31 of his billing, or their billing. 31.20. We paid. We budgeted 39.50.
Yeah,
We-
I
We're
lowered
gonna
it.
drop
We
it
lowered
down.
to
Oh, you did
32,
drop it.
yeah.
Okay. I was gonna say drop it to 3,500. You took it to 3,200. Perfect. I didn't even notice that. Thank you. And then I was looking at the septic service, $887. We budgeted for 2,000. You guys took it down to $1,750, but I was like, could it come down?
It depends on what needs to be
How many-
pumped and what, because it's on a 2-year
That's
rotation,
two,
I
that's
think.
two, well, one
You're
pump
on a
was, one
rotation.
pump was $900, or $887.
Yeah.
One pump.
So $1,750 would be
2 pumps.
Two pumps. For 2 pumps a year, or
any, right.
or are there 2 systems?
If it was, right, there's more than one system that, there's
Oh,
several
one pump
systems.
is for all of them?
No, it was just one building.
But we don't do
One
every
system.
tank every year.
We don't.
Right?
It's usually every 2, I
Every
think
other
every 2
year,
years
yeah.
is the
Even
normal.
that's- I've lived in my house 8 years, I've never pumped.
Well,
We check it every year.
you check your tank?
My husband pulls those covers and checks that tank, and we have not had to pump.
It's cheap insurance to keep them.
But yours is new too, in comparison to these.
The concern you have
systems.
is your solids becoming
Right.
dirt.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah. The technology services, we spent 9, it's at 12. Is there an opportunity to move that to 10 or 11? So this says antivirus, but up above in another
Well,
section it says antivirus.
Well, antivirus up in my in the executive session was for each desktop. This antivirus right here is for the server.
Okay,
Because that's
Web
that's like all of town hall server is that.
And, yeah, that's critical, especially with the
This
attacks
is
on
an-
the town.
on municipalities,
And-
right?
Big time, oh
And
yeah.
you're just bidding one replacement.
That's cheap insurance to make sure the server's up to the latest.
Yep.
But again,
I wanna say I did the math on that one and with what we needed. I
Because it says one desktop replacement.
Yeah,
That's projected for this coming year.
yes.
So yeah, that would make up portion of that anyways. The 2,800.
Yeah, but don't we have a ETF that has money for computer replacements?
$700, I think is the number. Oh, we bring it to 11 and use that 700 if we have to.
Yeah,
For some reason,
but if you're
You had a reason,
nervous
I
about
remember.
it, and
no, it's gotta be somewhere.
insurance is insurance,
Mhm.
interest is interest,
Mhm.
legal. So where it says town council, is that just town council? Is that just Cordell, or is that Like, any of the other
No,
legal
it's not,
beagles?
because
No, it's,
ZBA's got their own.
right, it's,
Well, I know we have it
it's-
online, but we don't have I didn't see
it's just Cordell.
that's just
Legal.
Cordell.
Line two, legal.
Yeah,
I
that
know
includes
that's
the $6,000
No,
retainer.
actually, it's Cordell and, yeah, it's the selectman's attorney, let's put it that way,
Right,
versus any of the other,
okay.
Planning board of ZBA.
yes, right. Yeah, because I can think of 3 attorneys that come out of that pool.
Witness fees, mileage, expenses. Yeah.
I dropped it to 500, we haven't used any over the last few years, thankfully,
That's
but,
what it is.
there
Luckily,
were-
we don't get sued that
Don't let those words come out of your mouth.
often. No, right, too late, I already said it. Alright, moving on to library, anyone?
It's not a whole lot.
No.
Not a
No.
whole lot there.
No, but I'm looking at 10 and 11 for the library assistants and library director, and, you know, from a salary standpoint, for consistency's sake, whatever the selectmen decide, I think I know the library.
Oh, it's gonna be across the board.
Well, except that we only have so much control over the library, cause that's the trustees, right? Don't they
Yes.
do that?
Yes,
Yeah.
and
But-
that's also
Maybe
state
kind of,
control.
But we can make a recommendation.
We can make a
Sure.
recommendation,
So
but they,
that's all.
it's kind of a, I don't know what the word is.
a mutual agreement kind of.
No, I mean, when it comes to the selectmen having any say over the library budget, they certainly do have say over the library budget. The only thing that they are required to do is give the library some money to function by law. But there's nothing that says they can't decide how much money that's gonna be or where they spend their money. It's always been one of
So you could-
those,
So we give them
Squeeze it.
money, but they divvy it
I
up,
think
the
that's true.
trustees,
Pretty-
on how they see it should cover all the expenses.
pretty much,
We
yeah,
don't
but,
make those choices.
but there used to be like this, I don't know what the word is, fallacy that
We couldn't
you
touch it.
couldn't touch them.
Right.
You know what I mean? They could do what they wanted, and that's not true. But one little interesting fact, the only two, the librarian and the police chief have the same RSA that protects their job. That's how important, when they made those laws, they thought the librarian was.
Yeah, all right.
I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
So, yep. You can't just let them go, you have to have cause.
They're unionized.
That's a fun fact.
Learning so much.
And then if we paid, going up to their line 7, their general maintenance, we spent 4,000. It talks about weekly cleanings and AC service and snow shoveling and that kind of stuff, but we only spent the 4,010, but it's at 4,500. If there's an opportunity to move that down a little bit to 4,250, unless they foresee more.
Well, it says here, and other general repairs, building is 33 years old, so. I mean, general repairs. I mean, we could cut it and. Well,
We're not gutting it, it'd
I
be
can-
$250.
I can ask Sloan if she.
Has anything on the
had a
horizon?
thought.
Is there anything that's worrying her, especially this winter where things are melting and freezing and melting and freezing, so. Again, I'm maybe just even an entirely general conversation of where can you tweak? The one place where I thought she might be under budgeting is in the technology line where we spent $2,200, $2,247. Her budget was $2,200, but now she's only budgeting $2,100, so is there something that she got an economy on or a lower price or whatever, cause that's Zoom and constant contact and all that kind of stuff, the internet. So I wasn't quite sure why she lowered it. Anything else in that section? No. Madison Peg TV. It shows a 10.5% increase in wages.
More meetings to cover. And remember that.
Is that what it is? It's
Is
more
that, I was gonna
meetings?
say, is that what it
more
is?
meetings, And remember,
And longer meetings.
this is not town money. This comes from the.
I think there's
Oh,
some
this is
sort
the
of-
spectrum, right?
This is
The
the
cable
spectrum, this
to-
is subscribers, so it's totally covered by.
Not totally, last year the
You're
town
right.
put in $9,000.
You're right, we were short last year. Essentially, we get a big check from Spectrum that covers, used to cover all of it.
Well, Theo, you're gonna be half price next year.
We are, the
I
problem
know
is,
Theo, that's why I made the comment.
the problem is the Spectrum is losing subscribers.
Right.
Yeah, everyone's going to
So-
Finch and stuff, yeah.
Which is why our request to upgrade, up the fee is still someplace in Netherland.
In the hands of the lawyers in the contract
But
negotiation.
it should, as I said before, it shouldn't be, it's the old contract, not the new contract. The old contract says we could upgrade it up to 5%. We've tried to upgrade it to 4.5% and it's languished. And it's been nothing to do with the new contract.
Do we have a new contract with Spectrum yet?
No, we do not.
I remember, this has been
We're
going for a
almost
while.
2 years.
Yeah.
Spectrum is not
Is there-
the nicest company to negotiate with.
Is there any, like state level support that we could get from our representative or somebody else who can help put some
Not really.
pressure on them to say, hey, get off the,
No, not really.
Maine just passed a law, they are actually now taxing streaming services. And I think that's making up for some of the lost
The
revenue. in
cable loss, yeah.
subscriptions in these franchise fees, so.
Yeah.
But I think a lawsuit was just filed.
yeah.
That's it? Oh,
Yeah.
you're more up on the news.
Maine likes to tax everything, so.
It's tax
It's
everything.
true. That's why I
No,
don't
it
live
is.
there.
Everything, that's
Don't
why we
tax
don't
your
live
chair
there.
if you're just sitting there for a minute.
So anyway,
Okay, so
we're-
this is all sort of, I don't wanna say reimbursable, but it gets, most of it gets covered, say 85% of it gets covered from those franchise fees.
franchise fees.
Okay,
I mean, our goal is to get 100% of it covered.
right.
We're trying.
Okay, notes and leases, nothing we can do about, it's not showing anything for the 2025 police cruiser though.
So,
Well.
what we've, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say-
No.
what we've,
That's
so
right, right.
what we proposed to kind of bring the budget down
Right.
was take some of the unreserved fund balance, we put in a warrant article, to pay off the cruiser and the trash truck. And in doing so, it'll save us whatever the percentage is here in this year's budget, but also the payments will obviously come out of the budget moving forward, and it'll save us approximately $11,000 in interest over the course of the loans.
Yeah, cause we're paying 5.94%
Right.
and 6.49% for the police cruiser.
Right, so the idea was to lower our total budget this year and save money moving forward. And interest would be to allocate, I wanna say, I forget what it was, 200 and,
No, I don't think, it's only like 170,000.
170, alright, 170,000
It's yeah.
on this in here.
And that would pay off the trash truck and
That'd pay the trash
and
truck off
police
and the
cruiser.
police cruiser, so that line, those lines will leave our budget. The interest will be saved over the course of the remainder of the loans. And then moving forward,
That's what,
next year, the 2022 truck's paid off, or this year, I suppose. It says 2026 on that one.
Yeah,
So
That's our
that,
last
the 20,
payment.
yeah, so that will be our last payment for the 2022 truck. And then the following year, 3 of the other leases are up.
and we're not doing one this year.
And we're not doing one this year with the new truck.
Is there any prepayment?
There's no penalty.
Penalty for, okay,
No.
that's, is,
Yeah, that we made sure
yeah,
of
that
that.
was, sometimes lease companies will be.
Yeah, oh, absolutely,
they'll
right.
charge you for.
Well, it's funny, cause they call them a lease, but they're really just like
It's
a
really
car
a
loan.
purchase.
It's a loan,
It's a
right.
loan,
Yeah, it's not like
it
you're
is.
You
leasing
pay at
the
the
truck
end,
or
yeah,
anything.
Right,
right.
it's a-
But there's no penalty for paying
Early
off a
payment.
year early or 2 years early or, okay.
So I guess when, it was mentioned about George Epstein's point before, the part I disagreed with him with is, what Joe just mentioned, that municipalities get this cheap money.
Well, they get cheaper money than you and I get.
5 and 6 to 6.4% is not cheap money for.
No, it's
for-
not.
No,
For something that's guaranteed to go down in value. It's not like we purchased a building that's guaranteed to go up in value.
it's not guaranteed, but
Well,
They
in most
generally-
Right.
real estate is more valuable than something that we're gonna beat up, but the point is, that's the part I was like, we don't get cheap money. Back in the day, we might have got a
Right.
2%, but we don't do it anymore.
So my wife's used car is at 6.4%.
Oh, yeah,
And
that's,
that's right.
car loans.
But
are
if
very
you went to
expensive.
go buy this car, it would cost you 8 something, or, I mean, so municipalities do get money less expensively than the average citizen does.
Right.
But it's still gonna cost you the interest, it's still gonna cost you money.
You're still paying that
to-
5,
and it's still
6%.
5 or 6%, it's not 2% anymore.
I mean, the
Right.
rate's lower
So-
because the risk, right?
Is
The
lower.
credit rating for the town is
Right.
high.
Right,
Right.
Right, the risk to the lender is lower, so they give you a lower rate.
so,
But yeah, so that was those. Again, we're gonna propose it in,
Which,
because
so
so
it's that one in the 2024
how much
trash
is the
truck.
overall savings, do you think?
so it's
Well, I think
$11,000
we
in
should
interest
That's
over
it?
over the course of the 2 loans
That's it.
that's a
we're
lot of
saving.
money.
that we're saving.
You're saving
'Cause we-
11K.
Well,
No,
what,
I understand that,
Yeah.
but I would expect to save
Well, the thing
more.
is too. So the trash truck, it's a 5-year lease. So we have 3 years left in that lease.
So you should have 3 years of that interest that you're not gonna pay, right? If
Right.
you pay it off early, you don't pay that interest,
Well,
Linda has a breakdown.
yeah, everybody has a breakdown,
yeah.
so
So that 3 years from,
8, 9,
we're gonna pay it off in 2026? So you won't have a payment in 27, 28, 29, 30, or 31. One,
Right, so the
two,
police
three,
cruiser
four,
here,
five.
the interest is 3157, 2440, 1677, and 865 on those payments. So that comes to $8,141.
But we're on the number that we're saving is 4,051.
And then
What is
I
the,
don't,
how much have we paid on the police cruiser already, right? Cause
We
it,
made
we
that
made the
first.
initial
you
payment.
paid the $14,350 this
Right.
year.
Mhm.
The first year's payment, which covers us till April 15th
So when we
next
make
year.
the second payment, or the final payment, that interest, the $3,157 is gonna be in that
it's
payment.
due,
That will,
right.
that is gonna be
Right,
due
so that's
April
not-
15th.
Right, so then
Right.
we save the bottom 3 lines.
Okay, the 4K, 4,800, okay, I get it.
And then the same thing
I'm
with the
just
trash
seeing where
truck.
the numbers are coming from.
Right.
So then the same thing on the trash truck, but the interest on that
So we'll
trash truck is a
save
lot
8,
more.
9, we'll save
7,500
7,500.
is what the numbers come up to.
Come up to, okay. So yeah, it'll be,
So we
those
pay
are
it
the-
off in 2020, they're June, so we pay it off in June 2026, you still gotta pay that 19,000. But that 17,000, 14,000, 10,000, 7,000, and 3,000, you're telling me we don't save that?
I haven't got the payoffs, I don't know.
Oh, I'm looking at the grader.
yeah,
I'm
no, the
sorry.
next
No,
one
this
over,
is the
yeah.
police
Jeepers
cruiser and
And the
the,
trash truck's on the
the
on
grader,
third
the
page.
grader's
Yeah, the trash truck's over there.
expensive.
I'm looking at the
The
grader.
grader's 68K a
A
year.
year, yeah.
Okay,
No, the
so
trash truck,
526.
cause
so
that
we
loan
would pay-
actually wasn't that high, because we got trade-in value for the old truck, and, I think some of John's money was used, you know, his revenue to
To pay
for the
down.
down payment
Yep.
on the truck. So,
Yeah, so we'll end up, like I said, saving the.
yeah, the principal is
5, 8,
134K, that's actually what
10
we paid for
there
the truck.
and, so we're not saving $18,000 in interest, which is what it looks like to me.
No,
What it looks like we should be saving. If you're saving there's.
Well, you're paying the 2026 interest.
Right, and I get that, so
Eight,
on the trash truck, you're looking
nine.
at saving the 5, the
Three,
3,400 and the 1,700, so that's 5, 8, 9, 10,000 right there. And then if you turn back to the police cruiser, there's 24, say 25 and 15, there's another 4,800, so why isn't it $14,800? Which is a much nicer number than
A
just
savings,
11.
then 11, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, I got the payoff, I went by what they told me
Yeah.
the payoff was.
No, I think it makes sense, especially when you're saving that kind of money.
But I guess, if they're only telling us that we're gonna only save $11,000 by paying off these two things, where's the disconnect? And asking them the question of, if there's no penalty, why am I not saving this 2440, 16, and the 8 on the police cruiser? And those other three numbers, the 5, the 3, and the 1,700 on the trash truck?
I can ask.
Yeah, that's all. But it does make sense that we took 2 of the highest
Higher interest.
interest ones as well.
Oh, yeah, no, that's. No, that's a good long-term plan, right? But, you know, you're saving $14,000.
Fire truck remount. And this fire truck remount will be done in 2027 anyway, so we're really only paying. We paid that in 2025, we only have like $1,600 in interest on that one. And it's at 2.92%, so.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Right.
It doesn't make sense to
No,
actually pay it
no.
off, it makes sense to leave
Police
it.
cruiser is 6.49%.
Right, and that's what we looked at, and
Yeah.
again, something that the 2 higher ones and the fact that, you know, the numbers together. And there's a
Well, it's
little
still
bit of
affordable.
security in that too, because if by chance the town doesn't vote for the warrant articles, we can still pay the lease amount. We would have to.
No,
It's
I
not
thought
in there,
I thought if you had
it's not
to,
in here, it's
unless
missing.
you put
unless
it.
we'd have to amend
You'd
it
have to
at,
put
we'd
it
have
back
to,
in
we'd
the
have to
budget.
amend it at the
Right,
town
so
meeting.
You'd have to
But this
amend it.
gets,
Right.
but this gets passed first.
No, we're gonna put it in the other order, we're gonna put those, they're in the warrant in a different order right now. But since my talk with Cordell is, he recommended that those go ahead of the operating budget to say, we're gonna use fund balance to pay those off, because then if for some reason
It
they say,
doesn't.
no, we don't wanna pay those off, then we could amend the operating budget to put the one-year
have to put
payments
that
back
payment
in.
Because
back.
pay it back
Yeah.
in, right, that was,
Payment
the
back in.
right.
Put your payment back into the budget, which makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
Just to cover ourselves.
We're gonna confuse
Because we
the
won't go
town.
backwards.
We-
I don't think so.
I think that's pretty easy to
Right, that's,
understand.
You can
Uh,
explain
It's
that.
gonna have to be I know you can explain it, but it's gonna take,
No, you tell people,
Quite a
look, we're
bit.
gonna save $14,000.
Right.
By paying off these 2
And it
loans.
lowers this year's
right,
total budget,
Yeah, and you're
By-
lowering your budget.
right? Because we went from 8.6 or 8.2 to 6.6 with just
Yeah,
those
yeah.
moves and the,
okay,
No, it makes sense to pay off your higher rate debts, you know.
so, and that's the only 2 things that are affected in the notes and leases.
Mhm.
Okay, so we would, there isn't a number, we'd have to go back, it would have to be 14,197.
Again, but the company has confirmed
31.
that that's the payoff value, right? There's no additional
746.
fees or, you know,
No, I have
whatever.
the payoffs right here.
Okay.
Okay. Anything in patriotic purposes? Personnel administration. Did drug testing go up, or, cause we overspent by almost $560, or did we pick more people?
We're in
Or both.
we're in a pool, and, yeah, it depends, we never know how many are gonna get picked.
When you say we're in a pool, what does that mean?
Well,
state, right?
Winnipesaukee Drug Consortium does all of our random picks and that kind of thing, so every
Oh, okay.
quarter, we could get one person picked, we could get 5 people
Oh,
picked.
is it? It's like a lottery type
Yeah,
thing, or
it's
they
just
just kind of,
Probably with other
Oh, yeah,
towns
there's a
and
whole
stuff.
bunch of other pools.
they pick by name, person, they identify, or you just say, no, Madison, you're getting 3?
No, they tell me,
Perfect.
they,
They
no, they
tell
tell
you,
us
it-
exactly.
okay,
person,
all right,
yeah.
no, I'm just curious how it works. yeah.
Yep.
Oh, because it's for the
Yeah,
CDL.
yeah, it keeps you honest, so you
Keeps
don't
it-
know, oh, I have
It's
a drug test next
It's
month.
anyone who drives a town vehicle.
Yeah, that's,
So
yeah,
it's not
which makes
just,
sense,
it's not
right?
just CDL drivers.
Okay,
So it wouldn't be you? 'cause
No,
you don't
it's
do-
not, but like Bob
Anybody-
Boyd, any of
Boyd
the
and-
fire department guys.
Right.
anybody knows they're
Any of the
subject to a
DPW
random
guys
test.
and-
There.
Yeah,
Okay,
who
that's a
don't
good
have
way
a
to keep
CDL
that.
or in the pool.
Right, okay.
That's becoming an issue in Maine, you know.
You wish
I
they
was
would be
talking
able to
to
tell you that you won't,
Mm,
because
you'll
weed
get
is legal,
yeah,
but not for
50 slots a
CDL.
year,
right.
you know, and
Yeah.
that way I can budget for it a little bit easier.
And this was
They're
a
losing
bigger
their
year than
CDL
usual, I
drivers
think,
because
I
of that.
thought.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maine.
But
Anything else in that section?
we increased the FSA, assuming that now that we have a higher deductible,
Oh,
that
right.
half,
That's right, yeah,
we
because,
brought that
yeah,
up.
Makes sense.
but it's still your savings enough on the insurance
On the other side.
premiums to
Mhm.
cover the HSA. That was kind of the plan, yeah.
And I know that the police retirement contribution, employer contribution is stipulated under an RSA thing, but is the regular employee
Oh, yeah,
not?
we're both New Hampshire retirement, so,
Right,
yeah.
but I didn't know that if the 12.75% was mandated by
the state,
the state.
Yep.
Okay,
and same thing for the police.
yeah, I knew the police were.
You know,
30.9%, that's a
But
lot.
the medical insurance is really good,
Well,
only effective 1.1% increase.
keep in mind for the police retirement part of it, they don't pay into Social Security and that kind of thing, so
Yeah.
they're not eligible for Social
Right.
Security when they retire. So they get totally, their retirement is paid for through the New Hampshire Retirement System, where someone unlike me on the employment side of it, I pay into both, but I don't get as higher a percentage of a retirement.
Right,
Cause you pay Social Security, Medicare and everything.
Yeah, we pay, yeah, and,
The
and our,
employees, not the law enforcement people.
they don't, no,
Yeah, they don't,
not in their full-time position. If they
Yeah.
have a part-time position someplace else, they do, but,
yeah.
um,
No, I'm just looking at the medical insurance compared to the school, that the town's doing really well.
It's hard to compare the two.
Yeah, I know,
It's
but
hard to
still,
look at it,
I
yeah.
mean, 1.1% compared to 20, 22, 23%,
Right,
yeah.
no.
planning board. They expect their legal fees to go up?
No kidding.
Well, we do too on the zoning board, so.
Increase in legal
Oh,
issues.
no, zoning.
What's the increase on the planning board, do you know?
they have, they're gonna be getting the leftover stuff from the cell phone towers that the ZBA 's still dealing with, so once they get settled with that, then they
The
have to
one
come to
tower
them.
that was rejected or
There was two,
two rejected?
Two
well,
rejected.
two,
No, there's
Right.
two cell towers,
There's
one
one
was rejected,
rejected,
one
one
was
was-
approved.
right, and eventually they'll both come to planning board for site plan, and they're gonna have to deal with all that, and I'm
Oh,
sure that
okay.
something's gonna come out of that. And they have some other issues that have been going on. This year, they have a big expense with the amount of zoning changes that they had, that's gonna be she still needs to work with the lawyer on that for writing those up and that kind
Oh,
of
writing
thing,
up the,
so,
all the new zoning
yeah, changes that are coming.
mandated by the state.
ADU stuff.
ADU.
Yeah,
I
that
know, I
Yeah.
went to the planning board meeting, I didn't think it was
That'll be
that.
included in there and, so, yeah. Short, I wasn't at the meeting, but I'm around.
And they're looking for a $4,000 increase in the master plan / news. What does that mean?
That's the annual fee to be a member of the North Country Council.
It went $4,000,
That's how much it costs annually, yeah.
but we didn't do
We
it
didn't-
last
we
year?
didn't
Never
belong
done
to
it,
it.
we've never
No.
done it.
It's called master plan news? Is that the name of it?
No, I don't know,
$4,000, that's a
It
lot
was-
of
it
money.
should-
that's
Well,
how
that's
much an annual
annual
fee
membership
is
to the council.
North Country Council.
That's what I wanted to know, when it was North Country.
Yeah, I don't know what the news
I
means,
was
but
looking to the
master
right, I was
plan.
sticking to the left there.
Maybe put master plans, change that to dues?
Dues instead of dues or something. Yeah.
I don't remember what the news means.
Yeah.
Alright,
Right.
that's,
2700
that
pieces.
page is done, we're getting there. Oh my god, it's almost
Always.
9:30, so come
I
on.
know.
Alright. Anything under police? Obviously wages we'll take a look at. Oh, I see, $2,295 we expended for training, he had a budget of 4,000. I just put in my thing like, what training, I wonder if there's a way for him to take a look at what that training is and how much it'll cost, and is $4,000, or is it more like $2,500?
I
Again,
feel like he,
Address that.
yeah, and said like there's,
yeah, I gotta look to see if
they try to get right, certain things that they have to do and certain things that,
they don't,
what
Yeah.
that they, no, I don't think necessarily have to, but want to do. And I think they put
oh,
that
and he's got
line
like,
in, because if training comes up that say, Officer Martin could do, or whoever, he wants them to be able to take the training, the money's, if I can, I mean, geez.
Yeah, no, that's the idea. I
That,
agree.
yeah, say, there's been a lot of,
and this is, the original budget he submitted was 3.79, it's now at 2.2, so. And I know that his computer equipment,
Right, he did explain that.
that's a
Yeah.
whole new system he's
Yeah.
gotta,
To meet the
Yeah.
Carroll County
yeah,
Yeah,
911
You gotta
or
buy into
sheriff's
that, right?
department, yeah.
Right. and then there was a Central Square increase under computer support.
it's the same, it
That's
runs,
the
I think,
maintenance
runs in the same,
Right, it's because they're new software, and he has to buy, well, under the equipment, he has to buy actually a new computer and server and antivirus as well, so. Okay, recreation. I know, I see where field trips are 62%
Right.
higher, but those field trips, that's a recoupable expense because
Gross,
people.
gross appropriation,
Yeah.
yeah.
she did explain that well,
yeah.
I thought. And technology, I just think.
that was the introduction of the new
New
program.
software
Right.
programs, which is supposed to free up,
Her time,
And I think, yeah, it'll make everything more seamless, and
more cost effective,
Yeah,
I mean, in the
absolutely.
long run.
and while it looks like it's a huge increase because it's 1,375%,
Right,
you're really only looking at $2,700.
right,
And then the bang, I guess, you get for your buck with that $2,700 is more of her
More of
time
her
is
time,
usable.
for sure.
Yeah.
yeah,
And then the transportation increase 85%. Again, that gets,
some of that gets,
The fees are
Well,
recouped
it
with the
should
camp
all
fee.
be.
no,
They
no,
get $3 a
we
head.
don't, and I think there was talk about making that potentially
Five.
five
$5 a head for the
But-
bus
for
ride.
the,
To
right,
add
to add to the
Cost of the field trip.
field trip.
yeah.
And the $7,700 there, that included like 4 invoices from 2024.
Right.
the old, she probably uses the same vendor that the
Oh,
school.
Right,
right,
so
and
they
she-
were
so
gonna,
maybe-
they were going to
Yeah.
reach out to
First
Blue, Bluebird, first student,
First
whoever,
student.
whichever
First
one's,
student.
yeah,
First
so, to see if it would be
Yeah.
less,
So
so,
maybe,
right.
I think there was some, I think Heather said something
Yeah.
about them including some of this in the costs that they already quoted. So this may just be a portion of that cost that they already quoted, but.
yeah. Okay.
But it also is, I don't wanna say reimbursable, it's not the 100, but that money gets recouped in the fees that they charge.
Right,
And comes in the form of revenue,
so,
so, okay. Anything else? Street lighting, are we turning them off earlier or
No,
turning
I
them
don't
on
know
later? Or why are they cheaper?
I don't know.
I can't imagine the cost of electricity went down.
No, mine went up for sure.
No, and
Yeah.
bills are going up.
I don't know.
Car carriage to the pole, to the light down.
Pick the light out.
You're right. 57 streetlights? Really? Wow.
That's cut from, that's a lot, less than we used to have.
Really?
I remember John Arruda said they drove around
Yeah,
and pounded
shut
every
it off,
street
shut
line
it
in
off.
town, shut it off.
Yep, this line used to be over $10,000.
Yeah,
Oh
they
my
went and shut a lot of them
Yeah.
off.
Thankfully, the one in front of my house, and then they turned it back on one time. Then I knew somebody who worked for electric company.
Pull it. Last one, zoning board.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. The legal line on this
Right.
is increasing because it's not STRs, it's all the other stuff like cell phone towers and those kinds of things. And we anticipated that there would be additional costs and, yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Fingers crossed we don't spend it and it doesn't happen, but we have to prepare for it. I think it's probably more likely than not.
You
Well,
know,
you're already over budgeted, I mean.
Well, we were because of,
Because
STR.
Yeah.
The STRs.
No, the STRs
Exactly, I was
Of the
right.
cell
come
phone
out of
tower
the thing.
things.
This was cell phone towers, and
The
this I
towers,
think is,
yeah.
this isn't court cost necessarily, this is Tim Sullivan, the legal
Yeah.
guy for the cell towers is different than Chris Bolt, who is the zoning board's attorney. So
Okay.
it was, because we needed a attorney that had specific background in
Mhm,
the
mhm.
Telecommunications Act,
Wow.
so,
Ouch.
yes.
You
So I
know,
guess that 30,000 is kind of a similar idea like the fire department, you want it there just in case.
It's not just in case, we
You
know
know
it's coming.
It's gonna cost 30,000?
In all likelihood, it might cost more. So,
Oh.
we originally were gonna make it 50,000 and said, no, we can't do that to ourselves. Let's drop this to 30,000 but we know there's gonna be cases coming. The STR stuff that we know is coming and is in progress, or has been in progress. Those are covered under the
ETF.
ETF.
the
Yeah.
warrant article
Yeah.
money, the 80K.
Yeah, there's still
from last year, the year before.
40,000, I think, left
Yeah.
in there, so.
A little more than
43, I think.
that. It's on the list, we get in the
Right.
file.
You know,
And then postage has gone up, but that's, again, that's recoupable,
Everything.
that gets,
Yeah.
that gets
But-
charged back to the applicant, as, along with the notices, supplies. We spent $440, but we're only looking to put $250 in the budget, that's more paper, I would presume, cause it was a lot more paper and copying costs to copy all the stuff for the lawyers.
Yeah, I don't know
It's
what.
also the new regs.
Well, 'cause the
Not one
paper
copy,
jumps-
the new
You
regs.
buy one copy, yeah.
Yeah.
Paper comes out of just, general government, we don't
Oh, okay.
hit each department for paper.
And I don't know why we increased the training from 200 to 250, because we didn't spend any money on training. We could potentially drop that back down to 200. I don't know, I'll have to ask Kate, there might have been a course or something that she was like, no, you guys should take this, and,
For the training you're talking about?
yeah, I'll have to ask her,
Well, one class can be $70
right,
if somebody decides to take one of the NHMA
one of the
classes. or-
NHMA, yeah,
Mhm.
so. All right, that's it.
You know, after that, quick review of all the different budget line items, you know, getting it down, cutting 135K, it's not gonna be easy,
I'm not even,
yeah.
I'm sure it's doable.
Yeah, I don't know, that's, I mean,
I mean,
it's
it's a
gonna
great- I
take some
think it's a
work.
great
gonna
goal,
take some-
but-
it's a goal.
I mean, looking at even if we did like I said, just going through what you then recommended, it doesn't add up to 135,000.
I mean, it's gonna take some work to really scrub it down.
Yep.
No, I'm not saying it's easy, but, I mean, we have a goal, and
Okay, any other comments, so we can move on to the warrant articles? Yeah, we can skip until we get numbers, we can skip Article A. Linda's got these all numbered as A, B, and C.
I know, I didn't want him to be confused with the numbers are eventually gonna get.
Right, so, because there will be a whole bunch of them that come out of the planning board for zoning stuff that has to happen, so.
Yeah.
Kate was saying something like 4 pages worth of, yeah,
There was quite a, well, they were mostly mandated by state
mandated by the
things
state
that have
changes,
changed.
right. Okay, so Article D, $363,563 for the purchase of the plow truck. 255 of that comes out of the grant,
Granted,
Granite State Clean Fleet Grant.
And it should be 100K something, whatever, not 363 out of the unassigned.
No, cause
account.
363 has to come out of the unassigned to pay for.
Right, and then it's
You
re-
have to pay it, then you
You
get
have
reimbursed.
to buy it
Yeah, so,
outright.
and I think
Yeah,
maybe,
that needs to
cause
be
it says
clarified,
wording.
I have to
on
get the
that,
wording right
Yeah.
now,
Okay.
but,
and
Alright.
maybe put in like net impact to taxpayers is
Is it-
100 and whatever.
Whatever the
Yeah, whatever-
130K,
what they
whatever it
allow us
was.
to
What
put in.
this, yeah, what this, I know what
difference-
to run that
but
by.
between
Between
Cordell and BRA
363,
they'll
255.
Yeah,
do it.
Do we talk about paying that off or no?
That's why we're buying it outright.
That's what we
There's
thought.
no,
Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
there's no,
Right.
you're not entering into a lease agreement with that.
Yeah.
You're just,
You're
you're
gonna
you're
buy it
buying it
outright with
outright,
the-
be reimbursed back to the
Yeah.
unreserved
Yeah.
fund balance.
Which is, that's probably
We have
smart,
to
that
buy
way
it
you're
to
not
get the
taking
money
on
back.
another
Right.
lease or anything.
right, so that 255 will go back into the unreserved fund balance
Yeah.
once we get it
Okay,
after.
no,
budget.
that makes sense, yeah.
But you have to show all the sales receipts to the state guys so
Oh,
that
yeah.
you can get
And
them.
the
Oh, yeah, we have to pay
timeline,
for everything first.
Pay for everything and then show them and then they'll, yeah.
yeah, but make sure, meet the deadlines for
We-
the
Well,
reimbursement.
we should at this point.
Yeah.
We should be good.
Fingers crossed.
Is I didn't see the BOS meeting, I remember the letter was reworded, so has the truck actually been, the order been placed with
Yes.
the dealer?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
No,
we,
that's what I'm just-
right after that meeting,
Yeah.
we signed and placed the order so that we could take
I
delivery
remember
of
the
it.
dealer had an issue with, well, pending approval or whatever,
The
so,
pending town,
Yeah.
whole town meeting
but
vote.
the truck is on order,
Mhm.
okay, alright.
I personally, I think there's very little chance that this isn't gonna pass.
Right, I mean,
Yeah,
right,
yes.
that was kind of the way we thought of it too, I mean, with the total savings to the town from the grant.
Right. Article E, it's $134,000. These are the road articles, right? E, F, and G. Okay, so 134,000 for chip sealing. That's East Madison Road, Pound Road, Colby Hill Road, Greenwood Road, Danforth Lane, Heritage Road, and Peak Vista Lane. Are these,
Yeah, what, based on the quote that we have, the
So this
400K
was-
quote?
the 443,
Yeah,
134 plus 260,
That's
700
394 right
plus-
there,
And then the last one's only
25.
25.5.
okay.
25.5.
What was the thought process to break it down into 3 separate?
So that the townspeople would have more say in if they
Instead of
wanted
a-
to do this, or this, or
Instead of
this,
one
and this,
lump,
instead of one lump,
like we did
right?
last year.
Right, so this way it breaks it down so that they can say yes or no to, instead of just one thing and not doing
That's
anything.
what we did last year, the 385.
But you're also, there's 3 different efforts. One's chip sealing, one's crack sealing,
Right.
one's
Yeah.
paving, one's
Yeah.
top coating. So it makes it, so if the taxpayers, there was a risk that if you put them all together and the taxpayers say no to one.
You
don't
say
get
no to
to-
any of them,
Right.
all of them, I mean, yeah.
You're losing all of them. This way, if they're broken out, you can chip seal and crack seal, but maybe you can't pave. Or,
Yeah, because
know,
the
right.
priority is we need to put
Correct.
the top coats on Town Line and Mooney.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of the top of the list, I would think.
So I didn't do the math. Does this add up to the 443?
420. Oh,
Go ahead.
EFG, you totaled them up as 420,000, yeah.
200.
Right,
Okay, alright, I get it.
for EFG, and, yeah.
It's
Okay,
getting late,
so
I'm
it's
a little
less than the
slow on uptake.
443. Wait.
He's-
What'd
No,
you-
he said, it's getting late, I'm getting slow, he
I'm
said.
getting slow on the uptake, I'm trying to do the math in my head.
Okay, so the 420
Well, you can go
that's in,
ahead, yeah,
the
I'm not a
420
math major.
No, I'm doing the math in my head, okay.
the 420 is, the 420,000 is less than the 443 that Pike Industries.
Quoted, yeah.
We don't really know, cause each one of those jobs would go out to 3 bids.
Right.
Well, I'm just saying, just based on this.
Based on the initial cost estimate,
Based on this
yeah.
initial
Yeah.
piece of paper,
Can I see that?
Yep.
I haven't laid my eyes on that in about,
3 months.
yeah, it's been a long time.
Chip sealing.
Chip seal overlay, shipment overlay.
East Madison Road needs work.
Well, this also has
That in East Madison Road.
East Shore Drive on it, which we're not
going
doing.
uptown. It has nothing to do with the crappy part.
I thought originally
No,
you
it
guys
hasn't.
were doing East
I
Shore
thought we were
Drive.
doing the crappy
That's
part.
top coat right there.
What about East Madison? It's
So I
really
think-
bad.
I think, what's that, East Madison Road?
Yeah, yeah. So this is not fixing the
Nope, that's
rough
right.
part on East Madison?
No. That is where
Okay.
they worked on what last year, the year before.
Yeah, they only did the Pound Road there.
Yeah, they're gonna top coat that.
Right,
okay.
the idea is what has been done already for the paving and what needs to be done according to timeline as far as maintaining to keep the ones that have been done up. That was the idea, was trying to
Okay,
get that stuff done so that we're good on those roads that are in good condition
That
currently.
we already spent a lot of
That
money
we already
on.
spent the money on.
Right.
Okay,
And then moving forward would be proposing East Madison, East Shore. There's there's like $1.5 million worth
oh
of
yeah,
paving
East
to do.
Madison needs a lot of work.
Yeah, that's not paving either. There's a lot of it needs to be cut, ground box cut and done appropriately in the areas that it hasn't been done.
Yeah.
Well, East Madison was also already shimmed and we paid this 5-inch thick already. So it's already been done once or twice, who knows, but I count layers, it goes down quite.
Right in front of your place, yeah, where it hasn't been
Yeah.
rebuilt, yes.
Yeah, it has
But
not-
Oh, you
once
can
you-
see the layers in
Yeah,
front of
once
your
you
house?
get down past the pond,
Yeah. it's a
that the
little
large
bit
section's been
back.
rebuilt, and then the beginning's been rebuilt, but pretty much from end of Pound Road to Durgan Pond would need to be pretty much rebuilt at this point.
Completely
Yes.
rebuilt, yeah, that's what I say, that
Because
build's
that's
rough.
you've got, when it was built eons ago,
Yeah.
it's not done to the same care that it is done now when they're built, so.
Cause that's probably one of the highest priority roads in Madison.
It's the most heavily used.
Okay.
Yeah, the heaviest traffic.
So when it comes to these 3, there's a whole lot more conversation, I think, that still has to happen with regard to them. I know that there was conversation at the Board of Selectmen's meeting with regard to, like, we just have this one, we don't have 3 estimates, or?
Well, it's a.
We don't have 3 estimates, cause they're not
They're
this is
estimates.
just- right,
Then
this
this
is-
will go out to bid.
Afterwards.
After.
After
afterwards,
it's
right?
approved.
The way the numbers, from what I understand, is he used Pike to get the numbers, and then the 25 is different for the crack sealing. There's only one company I think that does crack sealing. But that was the number that he got. So those are just preliminary, so that when we get there, we can hopefully get, like this year we came in under budget, even on the initial, even the quote they gave us. I believe we came in under budget.
It was
on
a
that.
little bit under.
Right on that quote.
13,000.
Right.
Yeah, cause it was like 385 or
Yeah,
something, they
Yeah.
came in at
370, something like
370 or something, yeah, 373, something like that. Okay.
Still $420,000.
Which is, yeah, say 50K higher than what we spent last year,
Well,
40K higher.
last year was 400, wasn't it?
Last year was approved at
Well, we approved
400.
for
400, we spent
We came into town
380
meeting
or
at
something,
500, adjusted it to
I mean,
400.
I guess
remember that.
part of my concern about this then is when you're going out for bids afterwards, anyone who goes to our town meeting notes is gonna know how much we have to
Sure.
do this. So you're telling them, give me a bid for 250 or for
But you're getting
134,000.
3 people to do it, so they're all gonna have to try and.
They're competing against each
Yeah, they're all
other,
getting-
but they know how much money you have.
They know how
Sure.
much money you have, so they're
Well,
gonna come as
that's-
close to that as they can
That's-
justify
sure.
within it, so.
But there's no avoiding that.
I know in years past, is watching budget with the selectmen being here, they've always, kept it like, they didn't, let that out. I
Don't let
watched
the
them be
vendors
really
know
careful
how much
because
you
they're
have
like, the
money you
companies
have in
might
your
be
pocket.
watching and stuff,
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of my concerns, not planning ahead and seeing the roads ahead and getting more input. Like, I'd rather, I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen with these 3, but right after, to go right into looking at it, getting the 3 bids, having concrete numbers, cause if it comes way under again, then the town's holding our money. We don't know. We
Right.
don't know what we don't know.
I mean, as far as I can recall, those numbers are based off of numbers from Pike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, and again, if AC prices come way down because fuel is down, then I mean that's. I guess it's kind of the gamut you run when you have to budget so far in advance.
Yeah.
I mean, worst case scenario, like best case scenario, because the way you look at it, it comes in way under, yes, and we're
Right.
holding the money,
Right.
but
Right.
there's really nothing we can do about it. If we get 3 prices now, and then we go in 6 months to do the road project, and AC prices
You're
have
not
gone
gonna
through
be
the
doing it
roof,
until next summer anyway.
right,
Yeah.
then we're the other way around. They were cheaper now, they're more expensive now, we can't pay for it.
Right.
So, I mean, I think it's really the best way it can be done.
No, and the DPW did a really good job on the roads last year. I mean, you know, the town line road was almost impassable.
It was
And
terrible.
People were coming saying, please fill it, you know, they had to grave the craters in there.
It's 9:45. Let's move on.
Okay.
Sorry.
But
Um,
I get a stretch, my back is killing me.
yeah, that's okay. All right, so D, E, and F. It's $420,000. Is there any other discussion? We're not voting on these tonight, right, Linda? We're not.
Budget hearing.
At the budget hearing, right? So,
And this
is there any additional information we would like to see from the DPW regarding these 3? Or that we think they should be prepared to answer at the budget hearing? I do think in that, sorry, going back to D, we need to add that the net impact to the taxpayer is only 100 and whatever thousand.
The DRE kind of decides that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, we'll see
But
what
the
they,
DRE has to.
right, yeah, that's why I said net wording.
All right, so then E, F, and G. H, raise and appropriate the sum of $52,740 to pay off the lease for the police cruiser. We just talked about that.
Yeah, those will get moved above,
H and I.
They'll get moved up
above the,
above, okay.
general government.
It's, just spell check unassigned, cause it says unassigned,
Oh,
in H N I,
Unassuming.
unassigned. J, wanna establish a police cruiser expendable trust fund. This is something that came, a discussion that came out of the CIP discussions, talking to chief with being able to potentially save for a police cruiser. Since they're about $70,000 to $80,000 once they're upfitted, that, and he's looking to keep his his vehicles for about 7 years, then saving about $10,000 a year would
do that.
potentially, we'd have money, plus whatever we get from trading in the old one, we'd have money to pay for a new cruiser without necessarily having to,
Raise and appropriate,
or
or limit.
get a loan,
Right.
so.
He said at our meeting, he's, you know, maybe like a little bit of it's really pushing its life, useful life for them, not that it would be not, but he said he's like, if anyone can make that work, I can, and try to get, so that we can pay it full.
Right.
You know, and,
We
you
have
know,
all the
and
money.
because if we go, we're planning on 8 years for each truck, then we could go nine and a half, and
Right.
try to
The-
make sure that happens, and avoid all interest.
But since that time, George made that statement at town, or at school board meeting, where he's like, this town is moving more toward doing these expendable trust funds, but he said, I'm not in favor of these things because you're then acting like the banker. Instead of coming to us in the year that you need it and saying, we need $75,000 to outright purchase a police cruiser and upfit it, what you're saying is you're gonna take $10,000 of taxpayer money every year and put it in a fund that, you know, you're the banker as opposed to me being the banker of my own money. And so I think there is that balance of, trying to figure that out. If we, I don't know, if you think that having a police cruiser expendable trust fund, it's not one we currently have. it's something new.
I would like to avoid the interest. I think we had Linda pull some numbers for 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever the number parameter was, and it was like $165,000 in interest for
I-
vehicles, and I
I
was like,
understand that.
that's a half a truck.
Yeah, but the other option is just doing a warrant article to ask for the money outright. Instead of, not for the lease, but for the $70,000 to buy it outright and upfit it. Cause it was what, $71,000, but that included the interest?
But if
So,
you had a police cruiser and a dump truck in the same year, that you're asking for $500,000.
Yeah, that's a
Right.
lot of money.
which is why you hope with a CIP, you're not asking for a police cruiser and a dump truck in the same year.
Right.
So, that's, the whole purpose of doing that was to try and spread those out and not do it, so, you know. I know this came out of the CIP, but I also see value in what, George was saying. And especially on a police cruiser, it's not $355,000, it's $70,000 to $80,000 by the time we're looking for one. But, so, I don't know. I think it bears thinking about. Article K, see if the town will vote and raise the appropriate sum of $18,800 for the purpose of computer upgrades. This is the Carroll County dispatch system, so those computer upgrades are not in his budget, they are here. But this is kind of a mandate, we don't really have a choice, we have to do these upgrades, otherwise he loses complete ability to get into that system.
Mhm.
This is a have to have. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be placed in the previously established Highway Heavy Equipment Expendable Trust. The balance is currently $20,952. Does that make sense? I think if we go back, I'll check with Tia, Linda, because I think we were recommending potentially more than $10,000, cause what are you gonna do with $30,000?
Yeah, the equipment now is 200K up,
That's a,
you know, 10, that doesn't buy tires.
That's used
on-
for,
that's a plow.
Yeah,
they usually use that for unexpected
Expenses,
expenses, right?
repairs.
Cause the last thing that came through us was $17,000 for the wings and stuff.
So they're not using this to buy new trucks or anything, they're using this to hedge against unexpected, the
Big
plow
expenses.
slides and it hits a tree and bends
Or
something
even
and.
just $10,000 for a new plow, cause the old one just,
Rotted out or
Yeah.
broke
Yeah.
or whatever.
Alright, so 10,000 maybe, okay.
no,
I mean,
you guys
does he-
talked about it at the last meeting. so.
25,000 to be placed in the assessing expendable trust fund, that's so that in, when we do the 5-year.
2030, we got it all put away.
Right. Okay. Article N, $100,000 Silver Lake Dam Improvement Expendable Trust Fund.
That's added to the 66,000 that we have put aside so that we can do the
Engineering.
engineering of the dam.
Right, and this says there's a balance in there of 78,320, cause there was 12 in there or
Yeah.
something, so when we added the 66.
And eventually it'll cost us $1 million.
Potentially.
Well, between 550 and
2 million.
2 million. Depends
That's
on
what we're
you.
gonna find out.
Yeah.
So last year we added the 66, this year's the 100,000, this pays for the study, right?
Pays for the engineering,
The engineering.
to know what we have to, so then we
Right,
can
what's
send it
the-
out to say,
Okay, that's, yeah, what I termed the study.
oh,
So then we can take that
and
Then get a real.
and
get
send it
numbers
out
for
to
people.
3
Right.
different companies or 4 different, whatever, however many different, and get bids for the actual repairs and
Right.
fixing. This is just to tell us what needs to be fixed. That's a lot of money to tell us what needs to be fixed. Article O, there's no number in there for the groundwater remediation expendable trust fund.
right, we're
We
in
weren't
touch.
gonna add anything, I don't think, right?
Well,
Were
we,
we?
well, we were,
Mike?
we're in touch with Wilcox and Barton to
All right.
ask them what they think it'll cost
Cost
us
us.
next year to see if that's enough or should we should add or not, but they haven't got a number back to us yet.
That's right, cause that's gonna pay for all the systems, right?
Right.
P, $12,265, master plan expendable trust fund, to add to the $25,000 balance in there, so it would bring it to $37,265. What is that gonna pay for? Do we know?
Well, at the meeting, I think you guys voted to put 18,000 in there.
Yes.
But then planning board had their meeting the next night and they adjusted it and knew they only needed 12,265. That's why that went down.
Alright, yeah, cause we had adjusted it down, or, yeah,
Well, I
to
think
18.
but you had the dues to NCC included in that,
And-
so it
and right,
didn't need
it
to
didn't
be,
need to
so.
be, right.
Anyways,
Oh, so that 4,000 is in their budget as opposed to.
as opposed to
right,
this,
we
yeah.
had it, yeah, in two places. but
Okay,
we fixed
so
it.
that 37,000 pays for, do we know? What do we?
That's the
Contract.
remainder of the contract, the
With-
cost for the master
Contract
plan,
for-
the master plan,
Who are we
Rewriting
paying?
rewriting the master plan.
North Country Council.
And then we pay dues to belong to them.
So you pay dues.
We pay
Have
dues so
them
we
do
can
the
continue,
plan,
so we can pay them
get it.
$37,000
To write the
to write the
plan.
plan.
Essentially,
I thought
you
we
have
had
to be a
somebody in
member.
town who volunteered to do that, who has
That-
background and experience doing it.
Now they changed their,
Horse.
You're looking at the wrong person, I've got
I know, I don't know
no
enough
idea.
about
I
it
have no
either.
idea.
I think it's, I mean, we need to have one, right,
Yeah, oh
legally?
yeah, you
What do
have
we
to
need
have
to
one.
have?
But what do we need to have? Believe me, the question's been raised, but this is where we landed, $40-something thousand for the master plan.
We're just gonna switch out our cards real quick.
Okay.
Sleeping, it's alright.
Are we back up?
Okay, yep.
Okay.
Just have this up to hit record. Okay, thanks.
There we go. Article Q. $10,000 for forest maintenance, entire amount to come from previously established forest maintenance account, no amount to be raised by taxation. That's a kind of a no-brainer, I guess.
And they added a huge amount of money this year with that cut they did over just, so,
With the revenue that they got from the cut.
yeah. I mean, that was a lot of money.
Do we know how much is in that forest maintenance account?
No, not off the top of my head.
Okay. Is there,
It will be in the summary, you know what I mean? In that last page of the summary of all this, we'll have it in there for
in
them.
there? And then $5,000 for land acquisition and conservation, with said funds to come from the capital reserve fund for land acquisition and conservation purposes.
That's for them to use, not, that's for them to take money out of it to
Take money
use.
out. Do we know how much is in there?
Not off the top of my head.
If you could get those numbers for me.
Yeah, they'll be in the thing.
Do we know what they're gonna use the 5K for?
They have a plan, I don't know what it is.
Maybe we can ask Kate.
I'd say land acquisition and conservation purposes.
Right. Pretty flippin'
Wait,
generic.
It's
the
very vague.
conservation, I know,
It says land acquisition and conservation purposes, but what land acquisition or conservation?
it's gotta be kept under wraps, but there is something that they're looking at. And I can't say where.
Oh,
because-
Okay, so as long as I know they're actually looking
Yes.
at something, this
Sorry,
isn't
I
just,
blanked out for a second.
That's right,
Okay.
thank you.
Yes.
That's right.
okay.
I'm
Modif-
surprised I remembered that.
Okay, and this one, modifying the veterans tax credit, this is just so you can't stack anymore, so that still evened it up to
The same
what the
amount.
previous amount had
Right,
been.
so there'll be no net change to how much we do in them, it's just one credit as
Just
opposed
one
to two.
credit as opposed to two. This is by petition to see if the town will raise an appropriate sum of $5,771 for the operation of the following Tri-County Community Action Program services in Madison, including fuel and energy assistance, transportation service, community action resource coordinators, free diaper distribution, Tamworth Dental, Head Start, TFAP, food distribution, it says okayed by supervisors.
The Emergency Food Assistance Program. TRICAP distributes the USDA food in New Hampshire. There's
So-
actually a delivery tomorrow.
What does that
They-
compare
they
to
all
last year?
apply?
Huh?
Have they all applied, all nonprofits?
was
Typically,
gonna
somebody
say
on the
these are-
budget committee, it gets assigned,
I do, yeah.
yeah,
No,
and looking at all.
no. He volunteers. Nobody
Well-
gets assigned.
Well,
He
volunteers, I used to do it, and then they made sure that actual Madison residents benefited.
Yeah,
Right.
that's, I
Jersey's
usually
like
call them and ask them, and
Yeah.
I know most of these people because
Oh,
of
yeah.
what I do.
So anyway, how does this compare to last
I
year?
don't
Do you
know, it
remember?
would be in the town.
Yeah, I
report.
forget.
I have to-
So those were all petitioned T through Z, right? Are all those nonprofit?
Have we got the
Yeah.
petitions yet,
And don't
or?
we
We've
usually
got
bunch them all
several.
together?
No.
Yeah, that's
They're-
what I was
Well,
asking.
we
Yeah, but
vote them
together,
on
but
in
take
one
them
big
all
pile at
together.
the end.
I haven't seen any of the.
Right.
They're every
the
day.
petitions
That's
yet.
all separate.
I'm sorry, I can only hear so much, so.
Well,
Linda.
Typically, George just says how much do all those petitions,
Right.
and then we vote on it in
From a
one, yeah.
voting
As a lump.
perspective,
But they're-
we still,
Yeah.
I know
Separate
they
them,
have to
yeah.
be separated, but.
Yeah.
No, you're right there.
starting point is 5,300. Madison, appropriate, White Mountain Community is 9,400. 6,000 for Meals on Wheels. 3,100 Family Resource Center.
I think we've received the Children Unlimited one, and the way, no, not the way station, and the Austin
I
Children's.
saw the way station, I met with her the other day on another project.
And then 2,500 for Ospey Children's Fund.
I told him to get her petition, and I told her the requirements for the signatures and
And
everything.
3,000 for the way station.
Yeah, they did it last year, so they should be
Yeah,
familiar.
but she was just gonna get 25
$35,040.
signatures,
For
I
all
said,
of
no, get
those?
like 35,
Or at least 30, yeah.
because the time you screen them,
35,040.
People drop out.
did you say?
40,040, yeah.
Can you hand me last year's? Oh, actually, never mind, I'll look it up, I have last year's in there. It's $35,040 for this year.
that
I'm
was
just looking
about,
to see,
it was pretty
I
close,
wanna say
I
last
think.
year was 27,000.
27, I think they've all gone up.
I would imagine, so,
Well, the need is there. The Meals on Wheels, Gibson Center, those programs are really good. TriCap is really good.
Yeah,
Go
and then
ahead.
that one too that we.
are there any that you've
Used
received
frequently.
by petition from citizens?
Anything else?
No,
Nope,
nothing?
not yet.
Okay,
They still got till February 3rd, so.
this is true. And I know I've seen one or two around that are, but I don't think they had any money, I think there's one, something
Usually the
about redistricting or
library,
something.
there's one.
There's one about, the town talking to the state about redistricting and making sure that there's an independent body doing the redistricting, that it's
Oh,
not like the Democrats or the Republicans doing it in their own favor.
Right.
That's
They
not
do-
money, does that cost money?
Mm-mm.
No, but they're,
No, it was just basically to have the selectmen, I think, send a letter saying,
We want.
we want an independent body doing this. But I haven't seen the-
there was that petition, I was handed it at the selectmen's meeting.
At the selectmen's meeting?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that was from
That
a
was
citizen, yeah.
correct.
Yeah, it wasn't from the selectmen, coming from
No,
the selectmen,
no.
okay. Anything else on warrant articles? No? Okay, I'm just gonna really quickly update you guys on the CIP. I'll leave that for the last. The drawdown review, I don't think we really have to go through a lot, it was the end of the year, we're done. We ended the year from a drawdown perspective at like 91% of the budget. And had $130-something thousand left,
96.2.
96.2.
And that's not a final thing yet, because we still have a few bills that are trickling in, but we're only gonna pay one more shot of anything from last year.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask, like, is
So
this
this
the
could be
final, so we
not
could
yet.
go up a little bit, it could, the numbers will drop a little bit.
Right.
The unassigned will drop a bit,
Correct.
yeah, unexpended, I should say. Were there any sort of end of the year obligations for expenditures that were done? Like last year, Chief Brooks said, hey, I have money left over, I wanna
Oh, we
obligate.
did an encumbrance of just $2,000
For
for
the,
Okay,
Chief's
Chief,
truck to
yeah.
have a shield from his prisoners.
right? Okay, so there weren't any, nothing big.
No,
Okay.
really nothing.
And then the revenue report, how'd we end up, or how are
I
we
didn't
ending
print you
up?
one, cause it really didn't end up changing
Changing
from
much?
what we reported to the state of New Hampshire, cause the auditors will do the 535 and get it down to the pennies for us.
Okay, so, and we, from the meals and rooms
Two
tax,
hundred and sixty-six
Yeah.
thousand.
two
Got a
sixty-six,
good one.
Wow, that's a good.
nice.
Good
Thank
chunk
the
of
Airbnbs
change.
for some of that.
It used to only fall around 130, 140. The law changed a couple of years ago. We had to get closer to 40%.
And then the last thing here was the ETF balance updates. Here it is, last page.
I just shifted this somewhere, big time.
$184,000 expended this year.
There we go.
The big one is the assessing at 91,000.
And actually, there's gonna be a couple more payments that are gonna come out of that, but they won't happen this year. They've been put in a due to spot, so we'll get the money next year. This year for last year, I forgot where we are. But ultimately, it was around $109,000 for the reval.
So the assessing total will be about 100,
Ultimately,
yeah,
yeah, right.
109K. Okay. Any questions about? Thank you for this, and it has all the detail to it too, thank you, I appreciate that. Alright, then we'll go to the CIP update real quick, we have one more meeting left. We were drafting some language for, like a report. We're using the model of the last report that was done in 2011, I think it was, to use that as a model for how we're gonna do the report this time. It will contain some specific advice, some specific recommendations. It will all go to the select board, so that the select board can take a look at it, review it, and make decisions as to accept it or not accept it. There is a process also for purchasing that we created and went through. The second pass through, we scaled it back because it was cumbersome. And I said, the idea is not to make it much more cumbersome for individuals, it's just to be able to document the path and along the way. I don't know why I keep looking at you. The path and along the way.
You know,
Who made what decisions when,
Yeah.
in favor or against, that kind of thing. So that, should you ever need to refer to it, it's there and it's in the record. But all of that, like I said, we have a meeting, I think on the 22nd is the last meeting before we go to budget or go to town meeting, and then we will pick up after that, after town meeting is done and we have the results of all the voting on the articles and stuff, we'll pick up the CIP again, and we will be requesting recommending that the select board look at the CIP at a minimum twice a year, just to make sure things haven't changed. The CIP committee will probably look at it quarterly to make updates, get inputs from the department heads to make updates as they see things coming up, as things start to bubble to the surface with regard to replacements of vehicles or anything else that has to happen. So we're chugging along, it's doing good, and then we'll figure out, going from there, see if we can't get some more people involved. And we will provide a copy to the master plan folks, because I think they need to see some of this decision and some of the recommendations, so that it coincides and validates what's in the master plan, so that we're not doing something at odds with what they say. So, anything else? Does anybody have anything else? It's a long meeting. Thank you for your patience. All right. If there being no further business before the board, I'll take a motion to adjourn. Nan's motioning.
Second?
Doug second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Our next meeting is January 27th, here. Is it here?
Yes.
Yeah, here at 6 p.m. That's him.
That's not me,
It's
that's
Doug's
Doug's truck.
truck.
It's usually Doug, right?
Doug's starting his truck. That reminded me, I can do mine on